Let's join hands together, everybody. Each party that yelled stepped forward bravely. Still, there were people who were relieved of what was happening and was planning to leave. They garnered their own people and stood aside, trying to avoid this fight as much as possible. Once the opportunity arises, they would make use of the chaos and escape with their lives. In fact, the majority planned on doing so. As for now, the Su family had not made a decision yet. Should they give their all and fight to the death? Or should they give up on Mufeng and take the chance to escape? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Translated by Berrybuns. Limitless Sword God, Part 3. The circumstances right then and there were chaotic. They needed to make a decision. With her head down, Qing-Er talked to Su Huyu with an indifferent tone. Young master, Zhou Zibu ganged up with the demonic chi cultivators and has the entire Purple Star Academy locked down. No outsiders would know what exactly is happening here, but the Purple Star Academy ultimately sits in the center of Elemental Fire City. I believe that the news will travel fast. Similarly, we will have people coming to our rescue soon. What we need now is not to break out, but to collaborate with Madame Purple Star and the others to resist the demonic chi cultivators. If we break out now, I'm afraid that the Su family will suffer big losses. Even if we do manage to break out, the other representatives might revile on us. This will bring down the Su family's name. What short-sighted opinions you have! Su Huayu yelled, if we do not run now, then how long do we have to wait till another opportunity arises? The enemy's target is Mufeng, not us, do you understand? But, young Master Huayu, just look around us. We are surrounded by the blood fog. It puts our vision to a disadvantage. In addition, this blood fog is not an ordinary fog, it reeks of an evil spirit. I'm afraid the blood fog is a terrifying weapon from the demonic chi cultivators. We should not take this lightly as it is difficult to get out of it. Once Su Huayu heard that, his stubbornness gave way as he felt that what Qing-Er said was sensible. However, born as the patriarch's son, he was potentially the next master of the Su family. No matter how logical Qing-Er was, he would refute her. He did not want to be constantly stepped over by Qing-Er's talent. He had the urge to dominate Qing-Er, to own her, and to become her true owner. Furthermore, although Mufeng is the target for the demonic chi cultivators, the Mu clan is the aristocratic clan of soul stones. With such powerful skills, Mufeng might be the next nominee for the Mu clan. And since the guards protecting Mufeng all possess remarkable powers, adding on Mufeng himself possessing many soul stone spirit tools, there's no worries. Qing-Er carefully studied the pros and cons, and informed Su Huayu. But the more Su Huayu listened, the angrier he got, and the more frustrated he got. Qing-Er, although you are the representative of the Su family, do not forget your identity. I am the Su family patriarch's son, so I am the leader here. Don't think you have the authority over me. If I say leave, then we shall leave, understand? Su Huayu's voice was as cold as ice, and it rang through with determination. Qing-Er understood, bit her teeth, and did not refute. If you want to stay, then you shall stay. Let me see who will be the one to die. Let's go. Let's go. We will break out. Su Huayu waved as he bellowed. Yes, young master. The Su family people shouted. Su Qing-Er, I will make you think differently of me. Su Huayu glimpsed at Qing-Er as he pulled out a weapon similar to a greatsword and ran towards the exit. Qing-Er hesitated. In the end, she clenched her teeth and followed through. If I stay behind and Su Huayu dies here, if the patriarch finds out, he would be furious. In addition, he would definitely blame me for it, and maybe the young master will be blamed for it. Sigh, and never mind, I only hope Su Huayu's judgment is correct. Qing-Er sighed again and murmured. The Su family's people were the first to break away from the people at the academy. Others looked upon them and started spewing vicious words. Su family. At this point in time, you refuse to cooperate with us, and yet, you dare to run away? You think you can break out of this siege with your own powers? Joe Zebu was a slave for the demonic chi cultivators, and they probably set traps all around the Purple Star Academy, and you are just seeking your own death. Su family's people are afraid of death. They are a disgrace. Everyone should stay away from that clan from today onwards. The representatives roared so loud, it pierced through everyone's ears. Without any question, the Su family had become the talk of the town during this difficult time. Even the connections the Su family once had all went down the drain, simply because of the one decision Su Huayu made. Qing'er knitted her brows. Not making a sound, she followed all 20 of the Su family's people, running out of the plaza. Nearing the fences, the blood fog got thicker, everything seemed blurry. Other than the red fog, they could not see anything. Not even if they were stepping on a piece of white jade, everything seemed gloomy. Crash! Out of the blue, a weird sound rang, and a huge amount of dark red fresh blood flowed through from the front. Ah! The first few Su family people, who were soaked in the fresh blood, were screaming when their legs came in contact with the fresh blood. Their legs immediately dissolved, and each of them fell deeper and deeper into the blood. After making a few sounds, they were completely dissolved by the blood. Seemed like it was not blood, but made up of a lava like sulfuric acid. Su Huayu was frightened, his face turned white, and beads of sweat dripped down profusely. Petrified, he quickly called out to retreat. Step back, everybody. Quick! Be careful of the blood. Retreat! Qing'er hurriedly yelled. All of the Su family's members stepped back one by one. Crash, 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 crash. The floor started to shake vigorously, just as an explosion headed in their direction. Qing'er's face went pale. As she looked to it, she saw a gigantic shadow surface from the blood fog. Roar! The shadow materialized from the blood fog. At first glance, it was 3 meters tall with a boar for its head and the body of a human. It was a demonic pig guard. This demonic pig guard had no fur on its body, its eyes were green, and was draped with heavy, metal chains. In its hands was a gigantic, meteor-shaped, hammer-like weapon. As the blood mist cleared, it lifted its hammer and smashed it towards the frontmost Su family member. The member who saw it could not avoid, and raised his tiger blade in an attempt to block the strike. Slam! The gigantic hammer smashed onto the tiger blade. Gotcha! The tiger blade shattered into pieces, and the hammer continued to smash in the brains of the Su family member. The brain exploded, just as a watermelon would. The heavy aura of the evil spirits eroded his body, and quickly disseminated it into pieces. It was a horrifying scene. Hiss! Su Huayu's body temperature sharply fell. Literal translation is to be drenched in cold air, while the others were scared stiff, watching in dismay as the entire scene unfolded. They were definitely not a match. The lousiest demonic chi cultivators and demons are already at least 5th rank and above of the Spirit Core Disciple stage. Most of us are only at the 2nd or 3rd rank of Spirit Core Disciple stage. With such a disparity in strength, we can never be a match to them. Qing'er gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Huayu, we need to retreat now, regroup with the others, and wait for a rescue. Regroup? We do not have any way out anymore, didn't you hear what they said earlier? If we go back now, where do we put our faces? Too embarrassed. Su Huayu clenched his teeth. Furthermore, they will be dead sooner or later, so why do we have to go back and die with them? But, young master. Whoosh! At this time, the demonic boar guard's hammer smashed right through, and struck 2 of the Su family's members. Seeing the disciples of the Su family drop dead one by one right in front of her, Qing'er's heart wrenched. Truthfully, Qing'er loved the Su family deep inside her heart. They fostered and took care of the lord and lady, and reared the young master. No matter how the Su family will treat her, no matter what the Su family will become now or in the future, Xing'er can never erase the strong emotions she has for the Su family. Ah, fresh human meat. Fresh human meat. And in this time, a screech pierced through the blood fog. Many strong but skinny shadows were headed in their direction. Looking far, all of them were as skinny as sticks, and their fangs gave them away as corpse-devouring demons. They ran like mad dogs, and as if their legs were not running fast enough, they placed their hands on the floor and galloped in this direction. Counting them, there were at least 30 of them. Su Huayu was stunned as he saw them. Back off! Quickly retreat! Xing'er yelled. Which of the Su family disciples dared to doubt her? They hurriedly retreated without pondering. Huayu, bring out the treasure the patriarch bestowed on you. Use it as soon as possible. Xing'er shouted again. But Su Huayu did not make a move. Young Master Huayu. Regarding that, Su Huayu's face was unsightly. He then said, there is not a treasure anymore. Xing'er stood in shock, and remembered something. Don't tell me, yesterday you. I had a bet with the Shao family and some other young master representatives, Su Huayu admitted, as he continually took a few steps back, and said to Xing'er, since you are so powerful and knowledgeable, for the time being, you shall defend for me. I can't die. If I die, all of you can't escape without a charge. But... hold on. Su Huayu yelled. He could care less about the lives of these Su family members, and fled towards the Academy Plaza once again. Young Master! Young Master Huayu! Xing'er grit her teeth and held on tightly to her embroidered sword. If I don't make it out alive, I beg of you, young masters, treat young Master Su Yun well, and I shall die with no regrets. That useless young master of yours, I will arrange somebody to award him with 100,000s of spirit coins. However, what you must do now is to fend off these rascals. Su Huayu limped as he ran, and shouted, without even looking at Xing'er. She was unsure if he would keep to his words. But after pondering on what Huayu said, Xing'er was relieved. She closed her eyes, and held her embroidered sword even tighter. The demonic Qi cultivators had approached from all directions. Su family's Xing'er shivered at the sight of their horrifying faces. Don't be afraid, follow me and kill them. Xing'er grit her teeth, as she raised her embroidered sword and started the strokes of the profound spirit Qi that attributes particularly to the swift wind spirit Qi. Like a poisonous snake about to attack, she pounced on the nearest corpse-eating demon. The corpse-eating demon held the lowest level of cultivation of the demonic Qi cultivators, especially the ones with red eyes. Being starved, they attacked without any consideration for defense, unable to avoid Xing'er's stroke. Ka-cha, it got sliced into pieces as the swift wind spirit Qi bestowed upon the sword acted like a razor-sharp blade, slicing the demon into 1,000,000 pieces. The Su family's reputation for talents were not falsified. As Xing'er waved her sword, she managed to behead a few of the corpse-eating demons. The other disciples of the Su family saw what happened and their morale took a great leap. They fought forward and all the corpse-eating demons that rushed forward died under their swords like cannon fodder. Damn it! The demonic pig guard howled. Unknowingly, he pulled out a blood-stained horn and blew it. Woo! The majestic sound of the horn boomed. Xing'er, who stood closest to the proximity of the horn, did not manage to resist and got covered by the roaring sound of the horn. At this moment, everybody's bloodstream started to boil rapidly, which appeared as though it was tossed during a storm in the sea and raging waves. It was a tumultuous situation. Many of the less powerful Su family's disciples bled to death, their bodies looked as though they were going to explode. Not to mention them, even Xing'er looked like she was being tortured as her face went red and she clenched her teeth tightly. Her strength decreased tremendously. This is a chance. The demonic pig seized the opportunity. It threw away the horn in its hand and let out a shout. His massive hammer aimed straight for Xing'er. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. translated by Barrybuns. Limitless Sword Lord, Part 4, 1/5. Outside the Purple Star Academy, high-ranking generals of the Elemental Fire City led their army and marched crazily into Purple Star Academy, ready for assault. Many of the city's knights and patriots also joined in to help Elemental Fire City's army. The evil demon that suddenly appeared in the Purple Star Academy and City Lord Jozibu secretly collaborating with the evil demons. This information bombarded and shook the whole of Mystical Mountain Range. There were many evil demons and, with the aid of Jozibu, they managed to create a massive energy barrier and demonic array. With the expert demon cultivators maintaining it, it would not be easy to break through. Only, the longer they dragged the attack, the higher the number of courageous knights and warriors who stepped forward to join in the resistance would be. This caused the demons' defenses to be strained. Persevere. Once Master has obtained the soul of the descendant with the Soul Stone technique, then we can torture him for his knowledge with regards to it. With the Soul Stone technique, we can defeat the demon blood sect. With their defeat, we can claim that we have control over the entire south border. A slender man held onto a blood-red staff, with a skull necklace hanging around his neck. He was an old man with bright red skin. He scanned as he yelled this to every demon who stood defending outside Purple Star Academy. Yes. Master. The demonic chi cultivators replied respectfully in a low, hoarse voice. Although the demonic chi cultivators were getting torn into a million pieces by several experts each second, the demonic chi cultivators did not make a move. Whether they had red or green eyes, they did not fear pain or injuries, they did not even fear death. Each and every part of them seemed to function like a robot. With their wild hearts, all they could do is slaughter. Roar! This moment, a roar thundered. Following that, a cow-like devilish monster with no skin dashed onto the scene. The devilish monster spread open its mouth, revealing its sinister steel-like teeth, and out came a blood-red tongue which wrapped onto a crystal and handed it over to the demonic cultivator old man. The old man took the crystal and smashed it onto the floor. Rescue forces. The broken crystal showed these two words. When the old demonic cultivator saw this, his expression stiffened and shouted in dismay, "Master, they have met with some trouble, General Jeshua, you better send some help down." Yes. Sergeant. A man 2 meters in height, donning a blood-red armor quickly came over and muttered a few words. This general had a fearsome build, his left arm was as thick and coarse as an elephant's leg. His whole body stained with a scarlet red color and he had his hair tied into 2 plaits, half of his face was hollow with no skin nor flesh, all that was left was a blood-red skull, and his eyes were filled with rage. His right arm was covered with a blade embellished with a shark's tooth, his presence was overbearing. A series of demonic chi cultivators, donned in dull-colored armor, with an evil stench, followed and proceeded towards the Academy Plaza. On the way, there were numerous bodies of dead students. A few of the corpse-eating devils gathered around the corpses and started feeding on them. General Jeshua saw them and immediately rushed ahead to kick a corpse-eating demon straight in the head, causing it to burst. Go and kill the people. All you starving dogs, feeding on corpses and refusing to help out, I will report to Master, and have your corpse-eating demons cult go to hell. General Jeshua roared through like a beast's snarl. The corpse-eating demons were frightened and, like startled birds, an idiom to describe birds startled by the sound of bowshot, ran in all 4 directions. No one dared to chew on another corpse. General Jeshua scoffed, then walked forward. On the road, the demons that saw the impeccable general, all gave way and avoided his path, as though he was like a plague to them. Bloop, 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 bloop. The bubbles popped from the grass on the roadside, and a pool of red blood appeared. Blood dye array? General Jeshua was stunned, shocked to see this array as he saw the pool of red blood, only to see a man behind a blood-red metal mask, and clothed in a blood-red Blademaster robe emerging from the blood array. At the same time, the 100 swords also appeared, surrounding him. It was a terrifying scene. The thick stench of blood filled the air, and a cold, murderous demonic chi rippled out. But emerging from the blood-red pool were sinister, bloody hands, trying to pull this man down. After which, he laid motionlessly on the pool of red blood, not moving an inch. The 100 swords were soaked in blood, and everything seemed red. Who is this person? Seeing him emit an evil aura, General Jeshua did not order for an attack. Instead, he questioned in a low voice. Since he had demonic chi, he was most likely a demonic chi cultivator. Don't know. The demonic chi cultivators who were standing on one side all shook their head expressionlessly. General Jeshua groaned softly, and walked towards the pool of red blood. But the man who was lying on the floor had a sword on his back, and hung around his shoulder was a sword sheath. From the way he dressed, it did not seem like he was a demonic chi cultivator, but he was covered in blood and was reeking of an evil aura, while this array he had set was the demonic continent's most common blood dye array. If he was not a demon, then could it be he is human? But General Jeshua was curious. These blood didward was very peculiar. What were these swords for? Also, why did the stench of blood reek heavier and richer than the normal blood dye array? General Jeshua did not know, but, as a leader of a small group of demonic chi cultivators, he had to be clear of this man's identity. Who are you? General Jeshua raged in a low voice. But the man did not move, and was still lying motionlessly in the pool of red blood as the blood hands that were covering the body had eased their way back into the pool of red blood. Roar! The General Jeshua let out a roar so terrifyingly loud and piercing that it seemed as though he wanted to shake the man awake and use his authority to challenge the man. But, even with the roar, the man was still lying there with his eyes closed, as if he was dead. Then, I'll treat you like how a corpse should be treated. General Jeshua seemed frustrated and, with a thunderous roar, he raised his right arm with the gigantic blade embellished with a shark tooth, and charged towards the man in the middle of the pool of red blood. Just he said those words, the man whose eyes was closed, opened. One of his eyes was covered by the metal mask, and a streak of red blood vessel-like grain appeared. The pupil of his eyes dilated, and shimmered under the red light. Accompanying him was a mixture of undescribable aura. And suddenly, a windstorm appeared, and flushed through the blood dye array. General Jeshua noticed this and was alarmed. But since he possessed a great disposition of evilness, he was merely surprised, and had no fear. There were few things that could create fear in a demon. In a second, a thing that could make a demon scream in fear appeared. Those pair of eyes. General Jeshua made eye contact with the pair of scarlet-red eyes. To possess such eyes, you must be cultivating in the demonic ways for at least 3,000 years. Attaining that, it meant you have cultivated the disposition of the evilness and embedded it onto your bones. General Jeshua had been practicing the demonic ways for 130 years, but he had never seen anything like this terrifying disposition of evil. He shivered. The resolve to attack this man was quickly diminished, as General Jeshua's strength left, never to come back. One. At this point in time, the 100 swords surrounding blood dye array started to shudder. One by one, the swords started to fly out, and, with the human as their core, they quickly enveloped an area. As the swords gathered, and overlaid, it formed a huge blood ball. The demonic chi cultivators were stunned as they looked over with their pair of blood-red eyes. And then, shwa! The 100 swords split abruptly, still with a human as their core, floated right above the vicinity. As for General Jeshua, who was preparing to kill him, he had now been dissolved into a massive blood skeleton as all his flesh had been sliced off, and left aside, piling up like a mountain. The man in red stood up with difficulties. The devilish aura grew stronger in those pair of eyes. To reincarnate in this life, I have suffered much and have been through many life-threatening situations. I do all this for the sake of protecting my family. Father and mother had gone to leave me. Don't tell me Ching Er is also leaving me alone? No, at the very least, Ching Er has to live. Su Yun said as he panted. He sensed that his head was heating up rapidly, and the blood in his body was boiling madly. Blood? Shocked and awoken, Su-Yun remembered how he used a demonic chi cultivator's body during the exchange of the demon blood. That body was a rare chance that he used, which could match his own blood. Probably, the blood and the disposition of evil had permeated through the soul. But even so, anyway, at least, it was good this way. Su-Yun sighed, and walked towards the students' plaza. The 100 swords floated in the air like feathers. They followed Su-Yun in his tracks. With the blood dye array activating, it could possibly change a person's profound spirit chi and convert it into a demonic chi. Although the difference in strength was not much, it would still be able to let a spirit cultivator use demonic chi. The demonic chi was possessed solely by the demonic chi cultivators. Anybody who had the profound spirit chi would not be able to use it. Different from the swordsman's swift wind spirit chi, which solely derives its power from its explosiveness, what demonic chi emphasizes was control and depth. In the world of cultivation, usually, when a human and demon fought, the demon would claim victory using demonic chi, as demonic chi could easily help attain a person's potential and allow them to perform better than usual. This was similar to an explosion. The reason why the humans feared the demons was because they are crazy, did not die, needed not rest, and reeked of slaughter, wars, and death. They are insane. This is what humans were incapable of. And now, demonic chi exists in these ordinary swords, giving them a devilish nature as a head start. They would be more than willing to be controlled by Su-Yun, and more than willing to kill. This was why Su-Yun asked Su Xingyu and Su Xingyan for the 100 swords. To make use of the blood dye array such that the swords would possess the demonic chi was easy, and, in that way, the swords would also be easy to control. Once the blood dye array had bestowed himself on the swords with demonic chi, they would form an invisible chain to aid in the control. It would be easier to control these swords as compared to the ones previously used at the borders of mystical mountain range to fend off thieves. This time, 100 swords flew in unity again. But this time, it was no longer used to scare people. This time, they were used to kill. Maybe they were not unparalleled, but, for handling the current situation, they were enough. The blood sword spun around Su-Yun like a tornado, spinning so vigorously that the surrounding demonic chi cultivators dared not walk up front to confront this astonishing man. All of them retreated, and no one dared to stop him as he slowly stepped forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85. Translated by Berry Buns. Limitless Sword God, Part 5, 2 out of 5. Bang! Qing Er's frail body convulsed continuously. It was too painful to control, and as she managed to quickly retreat back, she knocked onto the statue located right beside the Academy's plaza. Her petite mouth spat out a bit of blood, and her spirit chi became chaotic. Seeing the demon pig guard approach, Qing Er clenched her teeth. In theoretical boundaries, Qing Er, who possessed the second level of Spirit Core Disciple, was no match to this demon pig guard. How was she supposed to deal with the demon pig guard who possessed many magical weapons, and not just any magical weapons, they were all extremely weird weapons. Although Qing Er was the Su family's inner disciple, she was born with a rather low status. Therefore, she was not respected by the people of the main house. She was only raised to be a talent and did not have many magical weapons. Thus, she could not match up to this demon pig guard. The Su family was suffering badly, and Qing Er knew that if she continued fighting, the Su family might all die, and could only say, "Everybody retreat and head back to the Academy's plaza. Reunite with Madam Headmaster and the others to fight together. Let's do what Miss said. Young Master should be doing fine over there. Let's retreat. Cover for Miss, and let's retreat together." The Su family shouted as they gathered together, and ran. At the center of the Academy's plaza, Madam Headmaster and the man who was covered in a blood-red cloak had begun fighting. The two took the match to the air, and charged at each other crazily, both releasing skills that created rays of purple and red spirit chi, which interweaved like raging currents. The scene was unusually liberating. Both of them emitted pulverizing profound spirit chi, and no one dared to be under their feet for fear of being crushed alive. The other representatives and students did not take it well either, as there were people sacrificing their lives each second. The students gathered around the teachers and resisted the demonic chi cultivators who were rushing towards them. It was a relief that most of the demonic chi cultivators that were attacking them were the corpse-eating demons, as they were greedy and low-lying creatures. The majority of the experts of demonic chi cultivators have gone to attack the Mu clan. Mu Feng stood in the middle of Mu clan, who gathered around to protect him. Lying around him were dead bodies of the Mu clan family members. The floor has become a river of blood, one after another. The demonic cultivators attacked as if there was no end. Mu Feng turned pale, with fear in his eyes, hurriedly took off the ring from his finger and opened it, and started throwing protective magical artifacts one after another to save one's life. Then he threw an already prepared soul stones altogether. A great variety of soul stone spirits appeared, such as Wind Tiger or Ice Eagle. All in all, there were at least more than 10 of them. They helped to reduce the stress on the people of the Mu clan. However, this was only temporary, and even with the help of the Soul Stone's power, it was difficult to turn the situation around. Quick! Go help out the Mu clan. Do not let these evil, cunning, demonic cultivators get what they want. You have to protect Master Mu at all cost. Madam Headmaster, who was sparring in the air, shouted agitatedly. As this academy's exchange took a turn in events, it did not matter who died. The Mu clan's influence was too great in the mystical mountain range. They and the Soulless sect held great power. So, nothing must happen to them, or Madam Headmaster's academy would never live a peaceful life. After the teacher heard, and without hesitation, he brought the students over to lend a helping hand to Mu Feng. Who will protect me? I am the young master of the Su family. If I die, all of you in Purple Star Academy will meet doomsday. Come, everyone. With his calf injured, Su Huayu staggered towards the academy's plaza with a limp. As he shouted, his eyes darted around in horror. The weapon he had in his hand shook tremendously, but once a demon spirit chi cultivator came near, he would throw out all the precious jewelry that was stored in the bag. These were items that he was not willing to give up, but, at this moment, he needed it to save his life. He had lost his will to fight, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, tian, an idiom to say scared to death. Everyone was in a life-threatening situation, so who would bother about Su Huayu? Suddenly, Su Huayu saw a demonic chi cultivator who had a pair of horns on his head and a big build charge towards him with an axe made from bone. He instantly hacked at Su Huayu. Su Huayu's color drained from his face and let out a miserable scream. Young Master Huayu! Chang'er's heart jumped and looked over quickly. Chang'er saw Su Huayu laying on the floor with both hands holding a weapon, resisting the demonic chi cultivator's skull axe. His lips and hands trembled, almost giving way as he could not contend against the big axe. His weapon also started loosening, and could no longer resist. Young Master Huayu! Chang'er panicked, and immediately rushed over. Su Huayu must not die. If he died here, Chang'er would not be able to get away with it. Chang'er was just about to turn around, but she realized she could not move both of her legs. She looked down to see a pair of white skeleton hands emerged from the floor, dead set on holding down her foot and trapping her. She could not move at all. Is this the demonic chi cultivator's mysterious techniques? Chang'er widened her eyes and muttered. Whoosh! The demon pig guard's enormous hammer crashed towards Chang'er, followed by a dauntless and brutal demonic chi that came through like a crashing wave. In this split second, Chang'er was trapped without a way out. If she did not care about Su Huayu, why would she be caught by the skeleton hands? During a fight, becoming distracted is a taboo. It could determine the outcome of the fight. Although Chang'er's cultivation was high and talented, she did not have much experience. As compared to these demonic chi cultivators who had been fighting for years, she was considered weak, and this puts her at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, she did not give up. Facing the humongous hammer, in an attempt to fend off this attack, she raised her sword, which was coated with a layer of swift wind spirit chi. But this move, though it had fended off the hammer, caused her to vomit a large amount of blood. She was injured badly. She glared at him and gritted her teeth. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red sword flew from the right and pierced through as though it was a red lightning. It landed right in front of Ching-Er and resisted the humongous hammer. Clank! The blood sword did not seem very powerful as it shattered into a million pieces. But as it shattered, a thick demonic chi that was contained within the sword splashed in all four directions, just like a water ball that was broken, and changed the direction of the humongous hammer. The hammer brushed past Ching-Er's body and crashed into the statue at the side, demolishing it into pieces. Ching-Er stared in bewilderment at the blood sword that was broken in fragments. The spirit chi in the air had yet dissipated completely. Having a deep understanding of spirit chi, Ching-Er was able to feel it, even though the spirit chi was floating in the air. There were two spirit chis in the air. One of the two laid towards Rapid, agile. It seemed like it was more powerful, stronger than the swift wind of spirit chi, but she had never seen a spirit chi like this before. The other spirit chi was cold, violent, and it was no other than the demonic spirit chi. Two spirit chi? Why did this sword emit two spirit chi? Also, looking at the quality of the sword, it did not seem good. Ching-Er observed the broken sword and jumped. This looks as though, isn't this a normal sword? Swish! 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 Right then, a series of rustling sound arose, as it were they were firecrackers being lit up. An arrogant spirit chi floated there. It was the usual demonic spirit chi and an indescribable mixture of spirit chi. Ching-Er turned abruptly and glared forward, only to see a ferocious blood dragon bolted over. The blood dragon devoured any demons that it came across. It was unstoppable. That is. Stunned, Ching-Er gaped. Lying in the blood dragon were razor-sharp, scarlet-red swords. They gathered in a bundle and, with a powerful spirit chi, they dashed into the demon pig guard. With such compelling energy, and with incomparable gracefulness, there was no match for this sword. It made the surrounding demons flinch in cold sweat and quake in fear. Pu-chi, Pu-chi, Pu-chi. The blood dragon, made up of blood swords conjoined together, attacked the demon pig guard. It merely took 2 breaths as the 100 blood swords pierced through the demon pig guard. Just as if he was a gigantic hedgehog. Many swords pierced right through its body, while there were several other blood swords shattered upon hitting it. The demon pig guard stayed still, and all positions were set. Following. Swoosh. Those unbroken blood swords retreated quickly, as though they had received some orders. The swords fled from the demon pig guard and, in an instant, the demon pig guard's body was gushing with blood, spewing out from the wounds. Its gigantic body fell to the ground, dead. This scene surprised everyone. The people of Su family retreated, stared at the blood swords with surprise. Their faces were painted with amazement. No! This is demonic spirit chi, such thick demonic spirit chi. Don't tell me, the almighty demons have come? But why would he kill the people of demonic clan? Be careful of this man. The representatives warned each other. Ching-Er saw a person, donned in a Blademaster's attire, with a mask to cover the disfigured face. His hair floated in the air. On his back, he carried a precious sword as black as carbon, and a sword sheath hung on his waist. He held onto the shaft of a lightweight, precious sword. Lastly, surrounding him was an innumerable number of blood swords. Swords! Swords! And more swords. This man was surrounded with swords. It was impossible to count how many swords he owned, or controlled. What made people fear in Hairstan was, right there and then, this man was covered in fresh blood, and he had a pair of blood-red eyes, as if he was ready to kill. This man walked over and, with each step, a blood-red footstep would appear. It was not clear whose fresh blood was dripping down from his Blademaster outfit. The man with a blood-red cloak, who was fighting with Madam Headmaster, sensed the presence of this person, shook, and asked, "Who are you?" Then, the man did not say a word, but went up close with Ching-Er quickly. Ching-Er, shocked, pulled out her embroidered sword, ready to make a move. "Follow me," he said with a hoarse voice with a tinge of sadness in his tone. Ching-Er was shocked. Though it was hard to discern whose voice it was, but, deep down in her heart, she had some familiarity to it. Who was it? Why was it so familiar? Ching-Er could not help but put down the sword in her hand, and trusted this odd man. "Miss, be careful," the Sioux family yelled, but no one tried to get close. The blood-sword man was unwilling to say more. With one hand holding Ching-Er's waist, he wanted to bring her away from this with force. "No. I can't just leave. If you are here to save me, then, please, bring Su Huayu along. Young Master Huayu is the Patriarch's son. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to get away with it. I don't want to be dragged into it, please just help me." Sensing that the blood-sword man had no ill intentions, Ching-Er said promptly. Although the blood-sword man's spirit chi was not considered as valiant, she was unsure why she thought this man's potential was way higher than hers. The blood-sword man heard, and frowned. "Su Huayu? Where is he?" "There." Ching-Er pointed to Su Huayu, who was whining on the ground. Swish! Without a word, 10 blood swords rushed over, flew over to Su Huayu. Su Huayu had no time to defend, not even a murmur, and was pierced by the blood-red swords, like a hornet nest. He died a horrible death. What? Ching-Er was shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Limitless Sword God, Part 6, 3/5. Shocked. Completely shocked. Not only Ching-Er, even the people from the Sioux family were flabbergasted. You bastard! Ching-Er clamped her teeth tightly as she tried to break free from the man's hand, pulling out her sword and pointing it at him. You, what are you doing? Why did you kill young Master Huayu? Didn't you wish for him to die? This asshole, why wouldn't I wish he was dead? But if he died, then my young master and I would be dragged into this, did you know that? Ching-Er bit her lips. The reason why she was Su Li Xiong to be reared under the patriarch was mainly Su Yun. Old master and lady had passed away, and the young master of the Su family had no one to rely on. Previously, he had offended many. If I did not enter the patriarch's faction, then the young master would get bullied, or even be targeted for revenge, so I had to stay on in the main house. I need to protect young master. Clenching her fist tight, Ching-Er said. But since Su Huayu died in her care, it would be difficult for her to run away from the blame. The disfigured blood sword man said coldly, Su Huayu is dead, but you'll be fine. All you have to do is pretend that you're severely injured. Moreover, this event took place all too sudden that it can be taken as an accident. It is hard to control the manpower, and you are the talent that the Sioux family has meticulously reared. Unless it is a grave mistake, the patriarch will not punish you. Take this pill, it's a fake injury Dan made from the Blossom Heart Valley. Once eaten, you will enter a pseudo-injured state. Hence, you could eat this when you are on the way back to Sioux family. If you are injured heavily, the Sioux family will not punish you, thus, you need not worry. Alright, there isn't much time, you have to leave with me quickly. After saying this, the man reached out his hand. In his hand was a green, medicated bead. Stunned, Ching-Er asked, You? Who are you and why do you know so much about us? Me? The blood swordsman wanted to tell Qing'er so badly, but he bit down on his lower lip and hesitated. You are hiding your identity, and also have killed Master Su Huayu. Why should I leave with you? Qing'er retreated as she queried in a low voice. Upon seeing this, the blood swordsman's heart dropped. Upon closer observation, what Qing'er asked was correct. He had yet to reveal his identity. Who knew what motives he had? Why should Qing'er put her trust in him? Although the Su family had several disciples in succession, and Su Huayu did not hold any high positions, ultimately, he was a son of Su Li Xiong, and his death had a great influence. If you don't come with me and stay here, you'll die. So why don't you trust me this time round? Su Yun, disguised as the blood swordsman, muttered. He would like to reveal his identity, but, if he did, he might bring endless worries to Qing'er. He had stolen the heavenly crystal, seized the everlasting stone, and even offended the Wuqianmei and Minging school. The immortal sword sect and the Minging school would not let him off so easily. All Qing'er needed to know about him was that he was the useless Su Yun of the Su family. There was no need for her to know about the ruthless Su Yun. But, just as she was about to make a decision, her expression changed and shouted, "Be careful!" Su Yun stood in shock, so Qing'er pushed him aside. Bang! A ray of blood sword dashed over and pierced through Qing'er's shoulder blade. She dropped to the ground and vomited fresh blood. Though not fatal, this attack had caused a serious injury to the girl. Su Yun was appalled. He ensured that Qing'er would not recognize him in this dressing, so why did she still save him? Looking at Qing'er, who was lying on the ground, Su Yun's boiling blood had become peaceful. He walked over and helped Qing'er up. From his storage ring, he retrieved a medicated bead and stuffed it into the girl's petite lips to stop the bleeding. He then turned around and walked towards the man who initiated the attack. And the man was no other than the man in the blood-red cloak. Madame Purple Star was held hostage by Zhou Zibu, and the man in the blood-red cloak left the fight. While he did not capture the stubborn Wu Feng, he instead came right after Su Yun. You want to kill me? Su Yun said. You have killed my people, why shouldn't I kill you? The man with the blood-red cloak laughed. Tell me who you are, why you are here, and maybe I will let you go. I only want to take her away. I'm afraid not. No one is leaving here today. The man with the blood-red cloak looked up. Under his cloak hid a pair of shimmering eyes that startled people. I see that you have a disposition of evilness and demonic chi on your body. Tell me who you are, where you stand, what's your power? And if you kowtow to me, I shall not kill you. If I kowtow to you, will you let me take her away? Qing'er overhead and was puzzled. This man was willing to put down his pride to ensure my safety? Who is he exactly? The man in the blood-red cloak shook his head. She is not demon. By saying so, she must die? I have to fake an accident, or else there'd be trouble and everyone here has to die. If you continue to resist me, you might not even stay alive. Su Yun fell silent after stating. Just as Zhou Zibu got distracted, Madam Headmaster threw a strike, leaving him with a huge hole on his chest. He fell from midair and landed straight on the ground, throwing up a few mouths of fresh blood before his eyes turned heavy. City Lord Master. The guards who served the City Lord Master cried in pain. Blood Soul. Master. Remember. Please. Please revive my daughter by all means. Using his last breath, he shouted weakly, in a cold and hoarse voice. The sentences were broken and, once he finished his last sentence, he laid motionlessly on the floor and died. He's so gullible. Though I am well cultivated, I don't hold such powers. It isn't an easy job to bring back a dead person. This idiot, how can you believe my words? He died with wishful thinking. Dumb. He is so dumb. The Blood Soul Master, worshipped by Zhou Zibu, laughed in ridicule. You are a ridiculously cunning bastard. Madam Headmaster yelled. She had killed Zhou Zibu, but she felt remorseful. She had a thing with Zhou Zibu, but she never thought there would be a day like this where she had to kill him with her own hands. Ah! Madam Headmaster held on to her magic staff and rushed over with her body full of injuries. As she was in the air, her wrinkly, thin palms changed a total of 13 poses all in succession. It was as though she was drawing stars with her hands. She created a profound mysterious energy like rippling waves. But the Blood Soul Master had no fear. He stared at Madame Purple Star, who was dashing towards him, and, with a sudden burst of movement, he turned into a ray of blood that crashed towards Madam Headmaster. Hurriedly, Madam Headmaster created more techniques, and a series of purple-colored stars covered the blood ray like a universe. A thick and overbearing power burst out in all directions, causing tremors. The floor broke into pieces and the destructive chi, like the after-event of the ripples of the waves, floated in the air. No one dared to go close to the fighting area. Mu Feng was still fighting with the almighty demonic chi cultivators. The bodies of the demonic chi cultivators, humans, were lying all around, piling up like mountains. It was as though the fresh blood was going to drown the entire academy's plaza. Su Yun noted and dared not interrupt. He picked Xing Er up and left without considering if she would mind it or not. Even with the blood dye array's help, if he was capable enough to control 100 swords to kill, they were ultimately just be ordinary swords. While their power to destroy had increased several folds, it was not powerful enough. The swords could easily kill the normal demonic chi cultivators before arriving at the Spurt Core disciple realm. However, if they were to encounter higher-class blood spirits or the elite demonic chi cultivators, it would be considered as sending himself to his grave. So what could be done now, was only to run. Face pale and sweating, Xing Er pressed onto her wound, and wanted to say something. But she saw the man in blood fighting so hard to save her, so she did not resist. "Who are you exactly?" Xing Er asked. "This silhouette, this spirit chi, it was so familiar, why did he come and save me?" Roar! Su Yun heard the loud roars and set his gaze forward. A group of demonic chi cultivators and demons were heading straight over. They either held axes or pikes. Each and every one of the demons had thick fresh blood covering their body, each eye drowned in a desire for war. "Su family!" Su Yun shouted loudly. The disciples of the Su family ran over, but none dared to venture close to Su Yun. After all, he was a man covered in fresh blood, and he had a spirit chi so vicious. Even though he saved Xing Er, but that did not mean anything. Instead he said, "Take your lady away, I'll handle the situation here." "Okay." Everyone replied. Su Yun handed Xing Er over to a female Su family member and used the 100 swords to kill the demons. The blood-red swords spun at a very fast speed just like they were a churner. Approaching the demons, they sliced each and every demon into 1,000,000 pieces and, in return, about 7 to 8 swords were destroyed for each demon killed. At this rate, there would not be enough blood swords to kill the demons. He had no one to blame for not cultivating a level high enough, so he could not control higher-grade swords. If he had managed to do so, the ending would not have come to this. Once this matter is over, I need to practice properly. Su Yun clenched his teeth. Very quickly, the demons were all killed, but Su Yun was only left with 4 blood-red swords. He took out the 1,000 deep from his sword sheath and left with Xing Er and the Su family. Once they crossed the path of fresh blood, they would be near to the outskirts. "Stop! Who are you?" A group of demonic chi cultivators guarding the Purple Star Academy rushed over and yelled. Su Yun's demonic chi was so strong and thick, the elderly amongst the demons roared in a demonic language mainly to test Su Yun. If he could not answer, then the elderly would send people to kill him. "It's me. I'm tasked by the Blood Soul Master to bring these people out. Open the door quickly and let me leave." Su Yun answered in a demonic language calmly. Xing Er and the people surround him seemed frightened listening to them chatter one sentence after another in a demonic language. So actually, this man is a demon. How could humans understand the demon language? The elderly saw that the man could speak the demon language fluently, and let out a relief. But he was always vigilant, and he stared at the people of Su family. All of them are the normal spirit core disciples? Where does the blood soul master want you to bring them to? The invincible cultivators from the elemental fire city are all rushing here. Once you get out of this place, you'll be dead. Don't you know that? I know, but this is the orders I got from Blood Soul Master. Suyun replied in a demonic language, but he already had his hands in the sword sheath and was holding on to the shaft of Thousand Deep Sword. Qing'er seemed to understand Suyun's intention and quickly said, "Please stop, they have a lot of people and they have at least a rank of 10 in the Spirit Core Disciple cultivation. You are no match for them. Stop it now. Let's retreat back to the plaza." But it was too late. This was the last line of defense. Suyun could not give up. Moreover, all he had to do was to create a pitfall. As long as he could bring Qing'er away from this place. No matter how strong the opponent was, he had to fight. "Let's go!" Suyun bellowed and dashed out like a savage shadow. He landed right in front of the elderly in a defenseless position and pulled his sword in the direction. Hon! The Thousand Deep Sword set off a magnificent light. The first of the 3 explosive strikes resounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87. Limitless Sword God, Part 7, 4/5. Swish! With a sudden attack, Suyun's massive and ferocious sword slashed over towards the elder. There was no time for the old demon to defend. The sword chopped its way through the elder's frail shoulder, and on the sword emitted true divine spirit chi, blowing up the elderly, who fell backwards to the demons. A riot broke out amongst the demons. One by one, they threw their stares over and, without saying a word, dashed over. There was a gap in between the defense line. "Let's go!" Suyun spoke. Qing'er's pupil dilated and looked at the disfigured blood swordsman in amusement, as if wanting to say something. But every time the words were almost spilling out, she could not say anything. Eventually, she just gritted her teeth and brought her people away as well. The elderly flew with the attack of the sword, but it was nothing much. The strength of the sword was not fake, but, though he looked frail, Qing'er could not determine his cultivation. According to the thick aura he was emitting, profound spirit chi, she knew the elderly's cultivation was not simple. What cultivation rank did Suyun hold? The 4th stage of Spirit Intermediate Realm. Even if he used the limitless sword arts to control 100 swords, or the blood dye array to increase his spirit chi's power, and so what does he have the divine sword and limitless sword sheath to amplify his power? How much could he amplify his strength? Maybe, if he met up with the 5th or 6th rank of the profound spirit cultivators, he could easily defeat them. But if there was a cultivator that possessed 5th or 6th stage of spirit core realm, then it was a given that he could not claim victory. Even if the Su family's talent, Qing'er, was used for the fight, there was not a chance for them to win. It was impossible to rely on magical weapons and profound techniques to make up for their deficiency in cultivation. The demons flooded in like water. Suyun ordered the 4 blood swords over while the people retreated quickly, scanning around to see if there was a place to hide. Little rascal, to have the audacity to resist so many demons. Are you looking for death? Quickly run already. The sword elder felt the surrounding dense demonic chi, flew out and shouted. Not yet. With a fixed expression, he stared ahead. After chopping down the commander of the demons, these demons scrambled over. The gap had yet to be loosened, and so the people who came along with Qing'er had went over to attack furiously, which was near to the walls of the Purple Star Academy. The energy barrier surrounding Purple Star Academy suffered several blows. When the time was right, all that was required was to tear down the walls and the people could enter from the outside. The rest was dependent on Qing Air. Su Yun sighed in relief and pierced his last 4 blood swords into the demonic Qi cultivators. Pu Qi. The 4 blood swords disintegrated in rays of blood-like light, piercing through the chest of the demonic Qi cultivator. But, in the next second, a huge hammer chopped from the side and crushed the 4 blood swords into small pieces. The 100 swords he had prepared for this had all been destroyed. Su Yun's eyes opened wide as he looked at the demon who destroyed the blood swords in shock. It was another demon pig guard. Though I don't know who you are, since you hurt the commander, you should be dead. Everyone, tear him into pieces. The demon pig guard waved his huge axe and yelled. Su Yun turned green after hearing what he said and retreated quickly. The heavenly crystal was still recovering, and could not be used. To come face to face with so many demons was practically to stand at death's door. Bring this rascal to me. All of you, go to the region to defend, don't let out a gap. If we can't even contain the few that manage to escape, once the people outside attack, we all have to die. Instantly, the demon elder stood and patted on the shoulder that was slashed by Su Yun and howled. Yes, esteemed commander. The demonic Qi cultivators did not dare to disobey the elderly's commands, and so they shouted in respect, followed by heavy footsteps as they marched towards the walls behind Purple Star Academy. Using their demonic Qi, they maintained the demonic array. Once the demonic array was formed, the gap was sealed. Nobody could enter or leave Purple Star Academy. At least Qing Air and the Su family had left. Su Yun sighed. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran away. But how could the demon elder let him off the hook so easily? Swish! A ray of black Qi came over, striking Su Yun's back. He stumbled for a few steps, before rolling onto the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His power depleted tremendously. Your power is so weak, yet you have the guts to challenge me. You have no idea what death tastes like. Wait till I eat your flesh, suck your blood, and draw out your soul, then you'll understand what's powerful. And you'll see what kind of people you should never, ever mess with. The demon elder clenched his fist and walked over to him. Red specks of light flickered in his sunset-hued eyes, blood vessels started to bulge around his eyes, and his teeth came loose and started to change into razor-sharp fangs. He extended his hand and pierced right through Su Yun's heart, wanting to dig out his viscera to devour. This elderly must have evolved from the lowest level of corpse-eating demon. Once again, Su Yun kept a calm expression and threw Thousand Deep Sword towards the demon elder. But just as the sword flew out, Ba-ta! A wrinkled hand lightly pinched the edge of the Thousand Deep Sword, stopping it in its tracks. The demonic Qi exploded. The demonic Qi and the pure divine spirit Qi had disappeared into thin air. Su Yun stared blankly. What a powerful cultivator! His power is so much higher than you, Su Yun. What audacity you have, to challenge such a powerful cultivator. The anxious sword elder anxiously articulated. To save my family, what do I dare not do? Su Yun replied. Never mind. I'll help you this time round. The sword elder sighed, as he was about to strike to eradicate the commander of the demons. Not needed. Su Yun expressed anxiously. Twisting his wrist, the Thousand Deep emitted a strong, true divine spirit Qi. Unable to defend in time, the ferocious true divine spirit Qi blew him away. Su Yun crawled up as quickly as he could, and sprinted while holding onto his chest. The 3 strokes of Thousand Deep's true divine spirit Qi get stronger with each stroke, hence it could force the bastard to retreat. However, this is only temporary. Once the 3 strokes are used, it will become an ordinary sword. What else do you have to go up against him? For as long as we can hold on, we will hold on. Qing Air and the Su clan have left Purple Star Academy, so the people outside can arrive anytime. By that time, the demon army will be utterly defeated, then I will survive. All we have to do now is delay. Su Yun panted and said. Survive? The Sword Elder shook his head. Have you forgotten how you look like now? Not a human nor a demon, and you reek of demonic chi. How will you explain that to them? How will the people attacking from outside believe you are a human? How can they not kill you? I think it's better you think of a way out of this place. Suyun took a deep breath and expressed, to remove the blood dye array is no difficult task, so Senior doesn't have to worry about this. What's important now is... Bang! Suyun had yet to complete his sentence when he was attacked from behind again. He fell forward and knocked into a few big trees before landing on the ground. He screamed in pain before shouting, the most important thing now is to eradicate this old bastard. Okay. The Sword Elder nodded and replied. Die. The commander of the demons jumped up suddenly and turned into a herd of black clouds, covering Suyun. Everything that the black clouds covered, be it stone, grass, fake mountains, or even bodies, all dissolved into pieces. Seeing the black cloud charging over, Suyun's heart dropped. He flipped and dodged the black clouds, landing on the area where all the trees had dissolved into small pieces. He sprinted as the black clouds chased behind him. Almost. Little rascal, you can reach the Academy's plaza soon. Once you join hands with them, you can also survive. After all, you saved Qing Air, so they will not see you as a demonic chi cultivator. As Suyun was nearing the Academy's plaza, and the Sword Elder stated elatedly. With the injuries on his body, Suyun tolerated the pain without making a sound. He swallowed the blood that was in his throat and moved forward. The elderly knew that he could not catch up, and so he turned back into his original form and chased. When he came near to Suyun, he threw a fist out. With the intention to kill. But as though Suyun had eyes grown on the back of his head, he turned just at the moment the wrinkled, yet vicious fist was speeding through and hacked downwards. Thousand Deep's third sword. A resounding sound rang through. The rays of the Thousand Deep sword were set free. Like fireworks, it was only beautiful for a split second. A burst of energy as heavy as 100,000 kilograms took the form of chi, emerged from the sword, and landed ruthlessly on the demon elder's palm. The chi absorbed into the skin and to other parts of the body and was charging around violently. The demon elder knew there was something odd about Suyun's sword, but he never thought that each sword was more powerful than the previous one. He took note of it and waited for the sword to come closer to turn into a defense position where his demonic chi exploded from his fists and very quickly lined up to form a line of defense. But the situation remained the same. Bang! The demon elder took a blow and flew back, knocking into a pillar at the side. This attack was abnormally vicious, and his demonic chi was turning in turmoil. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the pillar collapsed, burying him beneath the rubble. Suyun was delighted. Quick, let's go! The Sword Elder cheered. Suyun nodded. Who in the right mind would hesitate? He turned around and ran for his life. Nearing the Academy's plaza, they saw endless number of the corpse of the demons, yet saw very few demons. The demons must have been sent to the plaza to help out. I'm unsure of what the situation was like at the plaza, but hopefully it will be better at Madam Headmaster's side. Suyun thought. In his memory, this crisis was enormous for Purple Star Academy, but not many knew the specific details, thinking there was a higher-up trying to cover up the truth and it would be hard to dig it out. But there was one thing everyone knew: the Purple Star Academy would not decline just from this. No matter how bad the situation was, no matter how many students or representatives died. Voila! The entrance was turned into a blood river. Suyun crossed over it and entered the plaza. The moment he stepped into the plaza, a vigorous wind hit on his face. Stunned, he looked up and was shocked to see what stood in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88. Title at bottom of page. Half of the disciples who attended the conference had lost their lives at the hands of the demons. Many elders and their representatives were also badly injured. And the main character of this incident was Mufong, the one the demonic chi cultivators came specifically for, was left all alone in this world. There were no survivors of the Mu clan left, as they had all fought and sacrificed their lives for Mufong. At that moment, everyone gathered up as they were already surrounded by the demons. When the ambush happened, the majority of the people in the academy either fled, or were killed off by the demons. The people on the plaza had no reinforcements. On top of that, Zhou Zibu became a spy and manipulated the academy's power. In essence, the people in the academy were forced to a corner. A few of the elders held up and were still able to support Madam Headmaster because they had sat right in the front. She had wanted to use her spirit chi to heal her wounds, but, as soon as she moved, she immediately vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood continuously. With a pale and white complexion, her gaze turned dull, as though she was losing her life chi and was nearing death. The Blood Soul Master's side did fare any better. In the midst of the demons, they gasped for air as though they were about to die from suffocation. Madam Headmaster is a scholar. She is very knowledgeable about the profound spirit chi, and has a high level of cultivation. It was obvious Zhou Zibu had planned this all along in the dark, yet she could fight till now. Brilliant. She is brilliant, the Blood Soul Master stated. Though his words were filled with awe, his tone was arrogant. No matter how powerful you were, didn't you die in my hands? A strong build with a thick aura of profound spirit chi and a sturdy spirit will be able to increase the powers of us, demons. The target is Mufong, but if we can destroy all of you, and draw your bodies, then the demons will be able to break through and become stronger. In the near future, it will be easy for us to destroy all those demon blood sect worms, which is also one of the reasons why I will attack you. The Blood Soul Master laughed sinisterly. Now, which one of you will be willing to submit to me? I promise, when I suck your flesh and soul, I will let you die peacefully. What a despicable demon! How can he still stand there and torture the hearts of people? Madam Headmaster supported her body and stood up. With a resolute face, if you want to kill, so be it. If you don't, then get out now. Why are you wasting your time here saying things that aren't important? We will never bow to you. Yes. We will never bow to such despicable demons like you. Worst come to worst, this battle will come to an end. An elder from the Purple Star Academy stood up and yelled. With his raging eyes, people who knew him were well aware that half of his students died in the hands of the demons. Seeing how determined Madam Headmaster was, several other representatives also shouted out. If you want to kill, then come straight at us. Why are you still talking so much? Don't tell me you're starting to be scared of us, yeah? Come on. At worst, we'd all be dead. What's there to fear? Bastard! Even when they were at wits' ends, they yelled continuously without any fear. Being able to fight till the last moment, how many would fear death? The Blood Soul Master frowned, as he never thought these guys would not be afraid of death. Roar! Right at that moment, the demons at the side let out an alarming roar. The Blood Soul Master turned curiously towards the plaza and saw a man drenched in fresh blood. He was carrying a blood sword and a blood-red sheath as he ran over. Ha! The Blood Soul Master laughed. Didn't you run away? Why are you back again? Suyun was shocked, but he did not say a word. He looked around for an escape road. It was obvious that Madam Headmaster could not hold on any longer. This bunch of demons were well prepared, and, in addition to that, they had Zhou Zibu working as a spy to help them. This attack was so sudden that Madam Headmaster and her people were caught unprepared, but it seemed like going against her still resulted in the crushing of some demon practitioners. Scanning around, there was no escape road. The commander of the demon clan was catching up. If he did not come up with a plan soon enough, he might die here. In days, he noticed an alley suddenly. The alley could lead to the blood dye array. He could not care less. Madam Headmaster might not be able to hold on any longer. What was more important at that point was to keep his life safe. The moment he was about to make a move, two demons ran out of the alley. Shocked, Su-Yun retreated quickly. Su-Yun did not have much strength left. How could the Blood Soul Master not see through this? The aura of this person was not strong, and his cultivation was considered low, so he would not last long. The people outside should be attacking soon, but we still have enough time to enjoy a feast. Waving both hands like sticks, the Blood Soul screeched in laughter and shouted, "Okay. My slaves, let's begin feasting now." With that, the bloody aura around the Blood Soul Master grew and his eyes was becoming increasingly filled with evil. He looked at Madam Headmaster greedily as he licked his dried lips. In his eyes, there was only hunger. It was not just him, the demons around him started to drool and stared at the group of people impatiently. A shiver went down Su-Yun's spine. The two demons that ran out from the alley was glaring ferociously at him. "Rascal, you've got nowhere else to go, eh?" Su-Yun did not give up. The Sword Elder inside could only sigh. These two monsters ain't scary. What's scary is the commander that is chasing us. The plaza is filled with demonic Chi cultivators demons, and the red fog array has yet to subside. There is no way I can escape. Tightening his fists, Su-Yun was filled with hatred and discontent. He never even thought he would land himself in such a plight. He must not die. He had yet to finish the plan he started, so he could not die here. Su-Yun stared at the small alley with determination as though his heart was filled with ice. If he rushed into the small alley, there might be a chance of survival. "Kid, in this situation, you only have one way to save yourself, but you'll have to use its help," the Sword Elder suddenly said. Hearing that, Su-Yun became calmer and asked, "What method could that be? Please enlighten me." "On your back." The Sword Elder merely said this two words. "Back?" Confused, Su-Yun turned and as if he thought of something, his face brightened up. "Senior, do you mean the Death Sword?" The Blood Soul Master has a high level of cultivation, but when he fought with Madam Headmaster, he used up a huge portion of his energy. You can use this Death Sword to exterminate him. But it is impossible to pull out the Death Sword. What's all the meaning in saying these? Su-Yun gritted his teeth. If you can't pull it out, it's because it isn't content with you. Since it isn't content with you, you can try and persuade it, and ask of it to help you temporarily. The Sword Elder muttered. Convince it? Is it that simple? It all depends on one's action. This is the only way to save yourself. If heaven isn't able to move it promptly, what else do you have in mind? The Sword Elder sighed again, though I still have some strength, but that wouldn't be enough to resist the Blood Soul Master. The only thing that can save you right now is the Death Sword, and that solely depends on you. Su-Yun fell silent after hearing his piece. Immediately, a fierce determination plastered over his face. What other ideas did he have at that moment? No, as such, there was only one way to try. He reached out for the Death Sword behind his back and held on to the sword sheath. But the sword did not move an inch no matter how hard he tried to pull it out of the sheath. In anger, Su-Yun lashed out, I know my powers are weak, but I need your help right now. Quick, come out of the sheath and help me. Su-Yun mustered all his strength and tried again after his pleading, but the Death Sword stayed completely still in the sheath. Fuck your mother. Are you coming out or not? Su-Yun could not help but cursed. Rascal, don't curse. Beware, it might get angry. Besides, it does not have a mother for you to fuck. Woo. Right then, a woo rang through. The two monsters that emerged from the small alley rushed over, clapping their foreclaws towards his brain. Su-Yun did a flip and parried the attack. As he got up, he placed the 1,000-deep sword back into the sword sheath and clasped his hand on the shaft of the sword, pulling with all his might. You better fucking get out. Come out. Su-Yun pulled with his might but the Death Sword would not budge. Swish! The demon claws attacked once again. The color on Suyun's face drained, but he still managed to avoid the attack. Bang! The humongous claws crashed onto the floor, and in that split second, the ground exploded. The demonic chi surged, splashing in all directions. Swiftly, Suyun pulled out Thousand Deep and sliced one of the demons. But when the sword sliced through, it merely caused a superficial wound on it. The three-sword strike had been used and the sword itself had no energy anymore. It was equivalent to an ordinary sword, with no powers at all. Bug-eyed, Suyun picked himself up and ran. Little rascal! A snarl rang throughout the plaza. Suyun lifted his gaze to look and saw that the demon who was sliced by the Thousand Deep was chasing after him again. His face twisted and eyes raging in fire. It could be seen that he could not wait to gnaw Suyun's bones, chew his flesh off, and skin him. The commander of the demonic clan. Suyun's heart trembled. If the death sword still did not help, it was a definite he would lose his life. Suyun clenched his teeth and his heart sunk. A horrible scene was painted in his head. The rain at night was heavy, and the grave that sat at the peak of the mountain looked so lonely. It was that hopeless and despaired eyes. It was the face that spoke the exhaustion from hoping. If I die, nothing would be changed, everything would return back to how it was. God has given me one chance. Am I to waste it like this? Death sword! He shouted with his hoarse voice. Is your existence merely for a massacre? The words fell as though the rocks were rubbing against one another, causing friction that pierced the ears of others, but each word tugged the strings of one's heart. The existence of the sword is not merely just for massacring, but it is for protection. A sword is between the heavens and earth. The true purpose of its existence is definitely not for the sake of being created as a tool of death. I, Suyun, have made several mistakes and lost loved ones. When I awoke, I regretted everything. I can turn myself into a demon to protect the ones I have lost. I can do anything for the things I care about. I can also forsake my state of mind, abandon my soul, and use the dirtiest method to handle this situation. Maybe I am a despicable person, maybe what I'm doing is not noble. But I don't care because I have a clear conscience in all the things I've done. As long as the people that I care about are living well. That is the only thing that I want. What about you? Do you only admit to the powerful ones? Do you only care about the existence of power? Do you think that the only people that can realize your potential are the ones with the greatest power? Do you think the weaklings ain't good enough for you? If that's the case, then you are so wrong. I, Suyun, will admit that I'm weak. I only possess the 4th stage spirit intermediate realm, but so what? Will I always remain at the 4th stage spirit intermediate realm? Will I always be the weakling? No, maybe in the next second, I can be a powerful one. Now, I need your help, not your empathy. This is not a request, but an order. Whether or not you will unsheath, and if you'd help or not, I will attack. Though I have no way out, I'm not afraid of battle, even if the opponent is 100 times stronger than me. I'm not afraid. And you, are you afraid? Suyun muttered, but he did not pull the sword this time round. He stared at the commander of the demon clan and the other 2 monsters who were running towards him. He stored up all his true divine spirit chi, and held it in his hands. He had decided. There was no second thoughts. Even if he was unarmed, he would fight with all his life. Because he was unwilling to die. His soul was unwilling to give up. Kong Chang. Tien, a deep and ringing sound came out. At that moment, a ray of black light shone from the black sword sheath. A long black sword flew out and circled in the air, and stabbed steadily into the ground, right in front of Suyun. Chie! A shrilling sound rang in all 4 directions. The Death Sword. Title: Unleashing the Sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89. The Power of the 100 Swords. Die. A sinister word appeared on the black sword in a blood-red color. The sword trembled while everyone stood in shock. Like a stormy sea, its intention to kill engulfed everything in all four directions. The temperature in the plaza dropped tremendously. Even Madam Headmaster, who was preparing to attack the Blood Soul Master, stopped to look over. What is this weapon? The commander of the demonic clan quivered uncontrollably. With his sunset-like eyes filled with surprise, he looked over at the sword. The two demons stopped in their tracks as well, hesitating. Granted that their powers were not considered strong, but they were smart enough to know that this sword held extraordinary powers. But their hesitation did not stop Su Yun. At this moment, the sword and the person feared nothing at all. Ka-cha! He rushed towards the two demons and raised the black sword. The blood-red word kill written on the black sword was ominous and magnificent at the same time. The sword whistled, just like how waves collided with one another. How reckless. Do you think owning a pretty good weapon means you can resist us? Our cultivation realms are so different, you will never be able to fill up this gap between us. The commander roared. In the next second, Su Yun dashed across. Unknowingly, his speed seemed to increase by a fold and, like a tornado, he got near to a monster and pierced the death sword through him. Da! The demon was not in time to dodge and was stabbed. Only, a weird sound emerged. The people fixed their gaze and looked. The death sword did not pierce through the thick skin of the demon. Many seen it and was shocked. The sword had such great powers, could it be that it just was a reputation but had no substance? The commander laughed, ha ha ha, now that we know this sword is worthless. This is unimpressive. Ha ha ha. His piercing laughter sounded throughout. But, the death sword was obviously agitated. At once, the death sword emitted a great amount of death chi, the kind that could wither all flowers and plants at once, and cause the bluestone to overgrow. It reached out towards the monster as though it had many hands. Straight away, the demon shriveled at a rapid speed. His flesh was drying up, and his sockets turned hollow. The skin dried and, within a few breaths, he turned into a shriveled corpse. This abnormal scene was not inferior to the Thousand Fox Charms red sword, which had the ability to feed on the energy of corpses. The commander stopped his laughter and was stunned by this odd phenomenon. Demon. Evil. This is the sword of demons and evil. It can actually feed off the enemy's energy and turn it into its own gain. This is the sword of demon and evil. The sword elder yelled, how can the ancestors keep such a sword? Impossible. The ancestors would not do such a thing. Su Yun did not understand why Sword Elder was so agitated, but at the moment, he felt relaxed. When the death sword emitted the death chi, it was as though it used up a big portion of its pure divine spirit chi. In fact, it was feeding off the enemy's blood and flesh, and so, the pure divine spirit chi was filled up and moisturized. Everyone would be infatuated by such feelings. The commander's hair stood as he saw such a strange sword. Su Yun was not polite at all. He turned his body immediately and charged towards the other demon. This is too evil. It actually made use of the sword holder's pure divine spirit chi to turn it into death chi. Then, it would feed on the life of the enemy and turned it into the sword holder's pure divine spirit chi. Utilizing this method, there will be no chance of death. The sword holder will have an unlimited pure divine spirit chi, but in the long run, Su Yun's body will not be able to handle the evil energy and break down. Even though the death sword was known for its iniquitous disposition, but no one expected it to be so demonic. Even if I can't take it, I have to bear with it. This is my only chance, and also, the only time it will trust in me. Just let me go wild this time round to kill incessantly. Suyan muttered and another death chi was released, drawing life from the demon's body, and advanced towards the commander. The life was drawn from and turned into pure divine spirit chi to fill up Suyan's body. Whatever Suyan's had ever felt before, all his pain, fatigue, and helplessness, was being swept away as his shriveled body was being filled with such intense power. It was as though Suyan's will to fight was ignited. The death sword trembled vigorously and, with intention to scare others, it pierced towards the commander. But the commander stood still and stared at the incoming black sword. Looking at its power, this sword probably holds a purple rank in the heavenly weapon. Though it is powerful, but to me, it is just a toy. Hey, Ant, do you think you can rely on this sword to kill me? You're too naive. I'll give you a taste of true ultimate power. With that, the commander extended one of his finger and clamped the edge of the death sword with ultimate precision. The death chi rippled. But the commander was someone that was well known for his power. With such great demonic chi gushing over like the rushing waters, it blocked off the death chi to prevent it from taking its effect on the commander's body. Whilst the death sword was powerful, the commander was not weak either. With Suyan's cultivation so low, the viciousness in the death sword might not be released. The death sword was being suppressed. With all his might, Suyan tried to push the sword forward. But the commander's shriveled fingers were like steel, clamping steadily on the edge of the sword. It was hard to move an inch. Suddenly, the commander lifted his leg. At the sole of his feet were 5 bony spikes, and these were the commander's toenails. They were encircled by the demonic chi, and it attacked Suyan's abdomen. So vicious. Suyan loosened his grip on the death sword and retreated to dodge this attack. The commander missed, but between his fingers, he was still clamping on to the black sword. He then laughed again. Such an ignorant ant, did I scare you so much that you have abandoned your sword? Ah, just like trash. Trash? Suyan murmured, and stared at the death sword. A sonorous sound was heard. Promptly, the death sword shone a ray of black light, followed by a thick black chi that overflowed the sword sheath like a dragon. Very quickly, it coiled itself around the sword. Wong. The sword let out a cry which rang so loud it was as though the vessels were launched in the sky and the magnificent weapons were triggered. The suppression, violence, and the desire to wreak havoc were all untamable. It flowed in all directions. Stunned, the commander looked around. With a suspicious green eye, he looked at the sword sheath behind Suyan's back. This unsettling sound seemed to come from the sword sheath. Also, the cries from the sword were getting louder and louder. The force was astonishing. As though the blood soul had sensed something, he yelled, "Ho you, get away quickly!" What? The commander asked. Swish, 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 swish. At the speed of light, the sword sheath opened and released a multicolored heaven swords to wreak havoc. All of them were rushing towards the commander. A tinted and brightly colored ancient color sword. As heavy as the mountains, the stone heart sword. A boundless sword intentions, the inexhaustible sword. A majestic heaven spirit sword. A calm and quiet, soul leaf sword. And the intangible invisible sword. These swords flew out with each of its intention, engulfing the entire place like a stormy. A sword like a dragon, and with 100 swords, it was inexhaustible. At this moment, no one could stand an advantage, no one was able to match up with such powers. Instantly, there was only one thing in the commander's vision. Swords. Swish, 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 swish. They rushed towards him like heavenly dragons. In a split second, they pierced through the commander's body. Circling in the air, the swords pierced again and again in a crazy manner. The commander's body was minced alive. A pool of fresh blood and minced flesh, even the bones were chopped into pieces. And all this happened in a split second. Madam Headmaster was shocked. Mu Feng was stunned. Even the untamable blood soul master was stupefied. No one had ever seen such an odd sword technique. In terms of techniques, this sword by itself was definitely superior to any techniques of the immortal sword sect. It possessed extreme viciousness. With the inexhaustible 100 swords, it connects the heaven and earth like 100 lightnings. Panting, Suyun held on tightly to the death sword in his right hand. With the edge of the sword supporting on the ground, it was as though he had lost all his energy and was sweating profusely. The 100 swords cried animously above his head, and each sword was drenched in fresh blood. They were all cruel and violent, not a single one of them had calmed down. Each and every sword had the word death. This was the mark that the death sword left when it conquered them. What a ferocious sword! The Blood Soul Master was dumbfounded. He looked at Suyun, and under his cloak, his eyes was filled with greed and desire. It's such a waste that a person like you, with such low power, is using this formidable sword. Why don't you let me take it instead? With that, the Blood Soul Master rushed towards Suyun. Madam Headmaster had lost her will to fight, and had resigned her fate to anyone who wanted to kill, but it was different for Suyun. In addition to that, this odd sword actually made Suyun stronger than several of the other sword masters. This was enough to show that this sword was extraordinary. Everyone would desire to own this sword, especially the demons. Ha! Suyun moaned, and holding on this fatigued body, he pounced onto the Blood Soul Master. Looking for death. Without avoiding nor retreating, Suyun barged forward. The Blood Soul Master raged, and with both fists, he pushed a bundle of blood fog at Suyun. The 100 swords flew once again, arranging themselves right in front of Suyun, forming a line of defense. Clank! The blood fog dispersed the moment it touches the swords. Suyun felt a strong and thick energy in his body, and his blood was boiling as his blood vessels were about to burst towards the blood fog. At the back of his throat, he felt that he was about to vomit out blood. Restraining himself, he stared at the Blood Soul Master with his red eyes. In the air, the death sword struck. The 100 heaven swords separated and flew up high. Upon landing on the ground, the swords arranged themselves nicely. A shrilling sound resounded through. Blood Demon Shield. The Blood Soul Master yelled, and used his hands to resist it. Clang! His hands were spewing fresh blood, and immediately, there was a blood shield forming on his brain as thick as 3 inches, congealing like ice. Dang 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 dang. The 100 swords crashed against it, forming large amount of spirit chi ripples. The blood walls shook but was hardly breached. Suyun glared and tightened his grip on the death sword. Once again, he steered the 100 heaven swords in the air, splitting them into 2 groups, and attacked the Blood Soul from both sides. The Blood Soul smirked. You think I am at wit's ends after fighting with Madam Headmaster? You have guessed right, but your own powers are too weak. The sword is formidable, but the person holding onto the sword is not. I do not fear you. He waved both his hands, and suddenly, the blood shield broke into 2 pieces, and flew to his left and right sides. Clank 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 clank. The 100 swords were once again blocked. Suyun turned sullen and his face tightened. This Blood Soul Master was definitely a tough match. The next move is mine then. With a roar, the Blood Soul opened his move and spitted out regiments of blood pillars. Swoosh! The blood pillars flew out from the mouth and dispersed, turning into innumerable blood red souls. The souls screamed in pain as they surrounded Suyun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Title withheld. Don't want to spoil chapter. Suyun looked startled, a look of astonishment plastered on his face, but quickly, the shock disappeared as a look of steadiness quickly replaced it. Onlookers were secretly astonished. Why does he not fear anything? He raised his black sword, aimed at one of the 100,000s of blood red souls and attacked. Not holding back anything, the pure divine spirit chi attacked like a shooting star. The blood-red souls that were near to Su-Yun started to bite on him, tearing apart the flesh on his shoulder and leg. But he did not change his move. He beared the bitings of the souls and advanced. The edge of the sword approached nearer and nearer. Chie! The blood-red soul which had been locked down was struck by the sword, piercing through it completely. The pure divine spirit chi exploded within and tore it into a million pieces. As the blood-red soul was being torn apart, the surrounding blood-red souls also burst into red fog, disappearing into thin air. What? The blood soul was shocked. Was it that easy to break my technique? How was that possible? 100,000 blood demon technique. You are part of the blood demon heaven Dao. Still holding tightly to the death sword, Su-Yun glared at the blood soul and said, "Who are you? How do you know about the 100,000's blood demon technique?" The blood soul quivered as he asked, "You're obviously a demon, why do you want to help the human?" "You're a demon. You have everything about the demon clan at your fingertips. Why do you help these people?" "Why? You demon." "I am not a demon," Su-Yun murmured. But in fact, his soul was already infected with demon chi, and would never be purified. The 100,000 blood demon technique was the highest technique in the blood demon heaven Dao. Su-Yun, who entered the demon sect, had once carried out a mission to protect a strong blood demon heaven Dao cultivator. He had used 3 of his lower demon souls in exchange for this technique. The cultivator then sucked in these 3 souls and was comfortably executed by the demon. Although he knew the 100,000 blood demon technique, Su-Yun did not have sufficient demonic chi, and could not cultivate it. To know the methods, but not allowed to utilize it, was truly regretful. When the blood soul utilized this skill, Su-Yun relaxingly dispelled it as he knew the spell inside out. Despicable. I don't care if you're a human or demon, since you have chosen your side to be against the blood demon heaven Dao, then you shall die. The blood soul was enraged. His body emitted a blood chi, and dashed towards Su-Yun. Su-Yun stayed calm. Even when a flying sword landed near his feet, he casually retreated and dodged it. At the same time, the 2 flying swords by his side flew towards the blood soul. Each of the 100 swords started to fly, pulling the sky and the ground. This made people look up in awe, and it was an unforgettable feeling. Su-Yun maneuvered the flying swords back and forth across the plaza in the air. Then, the flying swords separated and attacked crazily at the blood soul. Rays of brilliant light scrapped through the sky. The blood soul then turned himself into several pieces in a split second, dispersing into all directions to resist this attack by the blood sword. Clang! 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 The sounds was never ending as the flying swords continuously clashed onto the blood shield. The flying swords were fast, but the blood shield's frame could block even faster, and even with 100 flying swords, they were unable to cut the blood soul even half an inch. Ha ha ha! Your ability only amounts to this much? Seeing that Su-Yun was powerless, the blood soul laughed heartily, pleased with himself. Suddenly, the cloak behind him flew up by itself. A ray of blood light flew out, shooting towards the sky. A blood eye appeared in the sky and stared directly at Su-Yun. In a blink of an eye, the blood eye shot out a ray of bloodlight with a profound deathly chi towards Su-Yun. Su-Yun escaped quickly. The blood ray landed on the ground instead and exploded, creating a pit of black hole. This scene shocked everyone. Chirp! 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 The blood eye attacked ferociously, with an increasing speed. The entire plaza was scattered and smashed. Many demonic chi cultivators and students were affected. At this rate, we definitely can't hold on. Young rascal, let me lend you a helping hand. The sword elder shouted. No, senior, you are a soul. You have already used your soul power several times, and your soul will only get thinner and thinner. Let me handle this person, please don't interfere. Su-Yun said quickly. With his icy cold eyes, he looked over at the demonic chi cultivators and charged towards them. Swish! The evil charm of the death sword followed the movements of the arm and pierced through a demonic chi cultivator's body. The death chi was released, and immediately, the life of the demonic chi cultivator was drawn and converted into the pure divine spirit chi to nourish Suyun's shriveled body. The demonic chi cultivator then died. Suyun moved again, and attacked on another demonic chi cultivator. Then, the third demonic chi cultivator. The fourth demonic chi cultivator. The demonic chi cultivators were turned into a dried-up corpse one by one, and a huge pure divine spirit chi complemented Suyun's body. Ha! The blood soul frowned as he studied the situation. Intertwining his fingers, he controlled the blood eye in the sky and elicited a stronger attack on Suyun. Suyun seemed to have absorbed sufficient pure divine spirit chi. He fended off the flying sword and maneuvered another 100 swords towards the blood soul. Heh, you're still unwilling to give up? The blood soul shouted in a low voice, everyone here retreat. Do not let this man absorb profound spirit chi anymore. I want to see how much chi he has before I kill him. Yes, master. The demonic cultivators and demons all retreated one after another, disappearing inside the blood mist, not letting Suyun kill anymore, to absorb their life energy and transform into profound spirit chi. But at that moment Suyun no longer needed to change the chi, with the 100 swords shuddering in the sky, approaching to kill the blood soul. But during his movement, the blood shield was equally fast in moving. As the second in command of the blood demon Heaven Dao, the skills of the blood soul were not odd, and the treasures on his body were considered surly and abnormal. Even if he had fought with Madam Headmaster, and had to face with the death sword in Suyun, he still did not waver. With no accidents occurring, all the 100 swords were blocked as per the previous bout, ping ling pang lang, the sounds were incessant. Suyun took a breath in and stepped on his flying sword underneath his feet and flew over. Ha ha ha. Okay, since you're so eager to die, then I shan't play with you any longer. Die then. The blood soul master raged and raised both his palms to incite the blood fog. Very quickly, the blood fog turned into a mouth as big as a great white shark and swallowed Suyun. But at that very moment, another change occurred. Seeing Suyun leaping suddenly, jumping off his flying sword, at the same time flinging out the death sword in his hands, aimed at the blood soul. The blood soul was slightly startled, seeing that Suyun's hand movement quickly changed, one after another different mysterious hand gestures forming with his hands, and in an instant, all of the absorbed profound spirit chi spurted out from Suyun's body like a fountain, seeping out of his skin, all being released out. The spirit essence opened. The chi channels opened? Young rascal, what are you doing? The sword elder called out. To stake all on one throw, dot. Suyun grit his teeth and muttered, if this continues, I will die for sure. I can only stake it all in this one throw now. To stake all in one throw? The sword elder was surprised and shouted quickly, but you opened the spirit essence and the chi channels, so you'll put everyone here in danger. You will get heavily injured as well. Previously, you used the blood dye array to increase your true power, to increase the demonic chi around your body, and everybody treated you as a demon, and the demons saw you as their own. If you open the spirit essence and the chi channels, you will use all of your pure divine spirit chi, and there will be none left in your body. You won't be able to create any pure divine spirit chi within a day. As such, you will never walk out of Elemental Fire City. These people will never let you off. If I don't do this, I will die at the hands of the Blood Soul Master sooner or later. From this point, isn't the ending all the same? Suyun's complexion was increasingly pale, and the voice that came out of his mouth was increasingly weaker. Only to see the blood-red color sword sheath suddenly tremble open, in addition the blood-dyed hair, floating without wind, all these were due to the profound spirit chi releasing from the body. They quickly turned into pure divine spirit chi and rushed toward the blood soul's 100 swords, forming an interconnected chain. Ha! The blood soul was slightly startled, feeling that something was amiss. It was just in that instant. Voila! All of the swords flying towards the blood soul suddenly burst forth sword shadows, resulting in all the swords seemingly splitting into two. One shadow sword, one real sword. Heaven-splitting sword technique. That was a total of 200 divine swords. How much pure divine spirit chi was used since they used on 200 divine swords? In a split second, Su Yun had no chi left. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He was already losing all his energy. At the same time, all the 200 mystical swords, when the real sword clashed onto the blood shield, the shadow sword followed through and completely smashed through the blood shield towards the blood soul. What? The blood soul master widened his eyes and hurriedly defended. But it was too late, the change was too sudden. The sword split to surround him for an attack. This sudden change left him defenseless. Poochie. The chi swords multiplied, the blood soul master trembled frantically as his skin and flesh were pierced through in a moment. But his cloak finally showed its use. The chi swords could only slice superficially and not deeply. It was not enough to injure the viscera. Don't even think of killing me with that. The blood soul clenched his teeth and glared at the motionless Su Yun. With his face twisted, he shouted. Just as he finished his sentence, a black sword suddenly pierced through his chest, Pu-chi. Similarly, with the cloak acting as his line of defense, the sword did not manage to pierce deeply. But the deathy chi was emitted strongly from the sword as though like a mouth of a ghost, it engulfed the blood soul master. The blood soul master's face was deathly pale with not a bit of blood anymore, as his whole being was stuck in astonishment. Chi, hu, chi, chu. The death chi inside the blood soul master was intruded. His blood and muscles started to atrophy, while the bones started to shake. As though time was slipping by very quickly, his life also disappeared quickly. The blood soul master hurriedly resisted this deathly chi by inciting his inner demonic chi, but just as he incited the demonic chi which was holding up the blood shield was taken away. The blood shield disappeared and the 100 swords pierced right at him. Poochie. The 100 swords pierced through the blood soul master, making him a honeycomb, as the figure in the sword shivered, with both eyes pierced by the swords. Every inch of the body had a sword in it, resembling a hedgehog, looking alarmingly sinister and making people who saw the scene tremble in fear. The death sword took the chance to draw the huge amount of life. Within seconds, the life in the blood soul master was completely drawn out and his chi dissipated rapidly. He died right away. Pudong. The blood soul master's body scattered and smashed as his body fell on the floor, making a depressing sound. The plaza fell silent. Madam Headmaster, Mu Fon, Mu Con, and the others stared speechlessly. Chapter 90, Profound Spirit Essence opened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91. Limitless Sword God, Finale. So. Ancient Color Sword, Stone Heart Sword, Inexhaustible Sword, Heaven Spirit Sword, Soul Leaf Sword, Intangible Invisible Sword, the 100 mythical swords pulled out of the blood soul master's lifeless body and independently flew out, toward the everlasting sword sheath. Shwa. The 100 swords flew back into the sheath. Everything was silent. What sorcery! Madame Purple Star, who was heavily injured, slowly supported herself strongly with care, opening her old eyes and watching the scene unfold. She majored in spirit cultivation for so many years, and was thorough with the studies of magic treasures, yet she had never seen such a weird scene ever before. What was this mysterious technique? Or was it a magic treasure? Who was this person? What was in the sword sheath? How did he manage to rely only on a 4th stage of spirit intermediate realm and manage to kill a spirit soul realm cultivator? Since this power was the highest one could attain, how did he manage such a skill? Her curiosity grew crazily, but she could never understand. Madam Purple Star. Just what is this technique? The teacher beside her swallowed his saliva, asked in astonishment. I do not know. Madam Purple Star shook her head, bitterly replied, even I do not know who is this person, looks like it, my knowledge is still too shallow. He is called Limitless Sword God. Just then, a weak voice sounded from behind. Everybody looked over to see that the man who was drenched in blood was no other than Mufong, who was injured pretty badly. Mufong stood up with much difficulty. Pressing onto the fresh wound on his abdomen, he stared at the disfigured man who had just crawled up. He is called Limitless Sword God, he saved me before. But his body is so rich in devil chi. He is man from the devil race. He is definitely someone who came from the demonic continent. Wukong, who was standing aside, shouted. No! Mufong yelled and kept a straight face. He gazed at Wukong. I don't care if he is a demon or not. He saved my life once and killed the Blood Soul Master. To avenge the Mu clan who died protecting me, he saved all of us. So what if he is a demon? He is still Mu Feng's benefactor. Wukong's lower lip stammered, and he was at a loss for words. Madam Purple Star did not speak. He was not someone they were willing to be grateful to, and it was the truth that he was somehow related to the demons, but it was something that can never be let go, even after 100 years. The disfigured man who donned on a blade master cloth and carried a sword sheath on his back stood up, slowly. He limped and his body swayed, as though he was a drunkard. The disfigured man looked extremely pale. He strived towards the place where the Blood Soul Master had died and walked towards the black sword. Each step was heavier than the previous step, as if each step was taking up his life. Finally, he arrived in front of the corpse of the Blood Soul Master. This process seemed to take a century. He reached out his hand and grabbed for the death sword. His 5 fingers trembled as he moved. Finally, he held onto the sword hilt. With one breath, a strong aura slipped out of the hilt of the black sword and extended to all parts of his body. The death sword had sucked the life out of the blood sword. At this moment, he bestowed him the power again. The sword elder sensed it and suddenly realized it. No wonder this rascal dared to open the spirit essence and the chi channels to push his profound spirit chi to its limits. The death sword had made use of the death chi to draw out life and turned it into profound spirit chi to nourish his body once again. Because of this, he was so daring. This little rascal had greater vision than me, and that was impressive. He was courageous and was strategic. The sword elder felt inferior. Holding on to the death sword, it bestowed him the profound spirit chi. Su Yun's body was replenished and he had some life in his face again. Not saying a word, he took a deep breath in and placed the death sword back into the sword sheath behind his back. He then looked over at Madam Headmaster, Mufong, and the others before he left. Clang! 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 At this moment, a series of explosions sounded through. In the midst of the blood fog, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Innumerable of demons and demonic chi cultivators were burnt. Intense fighting and screams were heard. Everybody, go to the plaza. Rescue Madam Headmaster. Quick! Kill all these despicable demonic chi cultivators. Kill them all. The shoutings were endless, while turmoiled profound spirit chi flew towards them continuously. Su Yun's face changed color, yet he just stood there, quietly watching the scene unfold. The blood fog started to disperse, and one by one, shadows started running over. There were shadows coming from all directions. On each face was filled with anger and hatred. This was the hatred towards the demons. Young rascal, be careful. The sword elder muttered. Su Yun nodded and reached out for his back. There was no escape route. But when the time comes, Su Yun would not mind using his last breath to fight his way out. He did not care if the person was upright or evil, as long as it posed a threat to him. then they were all evil to him. What a thick demonic chi aura. There is one more demonic chi cultivator. Right at this moment, a vigorous young lad found Su Yun and shouted out loud. Kill! Kill this demonic chi cultivator, kill them all. Let these bastards return back to their demonic continent. They shouted in unison continuously. Tightening his grip around his sword, Su Yun was prepared to attack. But a faint and determined voice rang through. Stop! Do not hurt the limitless sword god. Though the voice was weak, but the person obviously was using all his energy to voice out. Everybody looked toward and was shocked to see the person who said this was the Madam Headmaster. The commander of Elemental Fire City stood up and rushed forward to pay his respects to Madam Headmaster, Academy Master. This person reeks of demonic chi cultivator. It's for sure he is a demonic chi cultivator. Why can't we hurt him? He killed the Blood Soul Master and saved all our lives. He is no ordinary demonic chi cultivator. Madam Headmaster pressed onto the wound on her chest and said weakly. What? Nobody understood and their faces were filled with surprise. This man saved Madam Headmaster and the others? He killed the demonic chi cultivators? Who is the Blood Soul Master? A disorderly sound rang. It was obvious though, Su Yun was not willing to stay any longer. He took a few steps back and pulled out Thousand Deep from the sword sheath and threw it into the air. Then he leaped onto the sword and flew away. He's going to run. We can't just let him go. Another yelled. Don't you dare make a move. If anyone hurts him, then you are going against the Mu clan. Seeing there were some who did not heed the advice, Mu Feng panicked and yelled in anger. The Limitless Sword Lord had saved him several times, so how could he let others hurt him? Whether he was a human or demon, it did not matter. In Mu Feng's heart, he was one that bestowed him with 2 lives. He was Mu Feng's benefactor. Who was Mu Feng? What was the Mu clan's standing? As long as the people had some sort of spirit cultivation in Mystical Mountain Range, they all knew about him and the Mu clan. When Mu Feng shouted, it startled many of them and, at the same time, it also stopped the people who were killing the demons to retrieve awards. Nobody dared to make any trouble. They all looked upon Su Yun as he left the place. The city's commander of defense saw and was confused. There were many people acting weirdly just for the sake of that demon chi cultivator, whom everybody just stared with their eyes open as he flew away. Very soon, the man disappeared. May I ask Madam Headmaster, do you know this man? Promptly, a young lady donning a white Blademaster outfit walked out from the crowd. The young lady looked pale with one hand holding onto a sword and her shoulder armor still on. She was stained with demonic blood. Behind her were the people of Su family who were also injured. Chang Er. Madam Headmaster had some impression of this young lady. It was also the first time they had met earlier. Madam Headmaster swallowed the recovering wound bead passed down for the side and asked. Did you just call him? Senior Limitless Sword God? Yes. Without waiting for Madam Headmaster to say anything, Mu Feng started blabbering. When I was rushing to Purple Star Academy earlier on, I ran into some thieves. This man appeared out of nowhere to help me out. If this person did not help me, I, Mu Feng, would have died. This man is Limitless Sword Lord. Though he has an aura of demonic chi, he has a chivalrous heart. Limitless Sword God? Ching Er murmured these words, but her heart was empty. Why did this man save me? Unless he really had a chivalrous heart? What happened in the Purple Star Academy traveled across the entire Mystical Mountain Range, and also the surrounding regions. The reputation of Limitless Sword God also started to spread. As he was injured, and had an aura of demonic chi, his identity was not revealed. No one knew where he came from, who his master was, and nobody knew what his surname was, or where he was located as of now. People only remembered that pair of blood-red eyes, the injured man, and that odd black sword, the sword that startled the world. Was he an upright person? Or was he evil? Was he human? Or was he a demon? Nobody could give a clear explanation. But following the rumors, a new champion had emerged. Senior Limitless Sword God. This name was known in several regions. The commotion at Purple Star Academy attracted the attention of many powers, sects, and clans. People started investigating the places where there was a possibility that demonic chi cultivators would appear, and there were others who started investigating who the Blood Soul Master was, and how he managed to enter the Sky Martial continent. Though there were times the demons would harass the Sky Martial continent, attacks like the Blood Soul Masters, who brought an entire army to attack, were very rare. When this happened, representatives were sent from each region and clans to investigate. Because Su Huayu died in this, Qing Er dared not delay any longer. She swallowed the pearl bead pill the Limitless Sword God gave her. The bead entered her abdomen and, as though she had been drugged by the demonic poison, she could not get up. The disease attacked her lungs and internal organs. She was then sent to the Su family to recuperate. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Su family, Su Weili, did not blame Qing Er. Besides, this was nothing anybody could stop from happening. The other representatives were also injured badly. It was not just Qing Er. And at this moment, within the Immortal Sword sect, in the Heavens Palace, a magic chi floated. A lady, whose skin was as fair as snow, and eyebrows that looked like mountains from afar, stood in front of a circle mirror. The circle mirror was flickering with different images, but very quickly, these images disappeared. The young lady seemed calm, but there was something weird in her eyes. Hua! A shadow flew out into the palace. The young lady inclined and walked towards the person to pay her respects. Xianli pay her respects to Grand Elder. Her voice was gentle and graceful as though the summer's wind. Please rise, Xianli. She was a middle-aged woman. Taking a good look at Xianli, she nodded. Now, Limitless Sword God is known, and he even used the heavenly crystal to kill the Blood Soul Master. He has become the hero in everybody's heart. I'm afraid everyone is leaning towards him now. But evil will forever be evil. This man is cunning and despicable. His methods are vicious. He massacred the whole Guxie sect, stole my heavenly crystal and my everlasting stone. He is guilty as charged. It is a must to bring them back the Immortal Sword sect. Long Xianli muttered, I will act upon it now, and move towards Elemental Fire City to find out the whereabouts of Limitless Sword God and capture him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92. Minging School. Leaving? The middle-aged woman shook her head. Elder Xianli, why do you desire to personally track down the Limitless Sword God? Limitless Sword God appeared at Purple Star Academy, where I myself originated. Long Xianli sentimentally thought back, saying indifferently. News stated that Limitless Sword God killed the Blood Soul Master, saved the Purple Star Academy as well as Mystical Mountain Range's numerous sex representatives, and are in their graces. If you wish to obtain information from their people, it seems highly impossible, and even our own Immortal Sword sect will be suspected. The middle-aged woman reasoned out. Be suspected? Long Xianli lowered eyebrows slightly frowned. Grand Elder thinks that, since our Immortal Sword sect did not partake in this year's exchange event, suddenly appearing at Elemental Fire City to investigate on Limitless Sword God's whereabouts will let the people's imaginations run wild? Correct. For the sake of the heavenly crystal, you will blow up the matter. This will not be good for our mission to retrieve the heavenly crystal. Then, Grand Elder's meaning is? Long Xianli raised her starry and beautiful eyes and lightly asked. There is no need to go to Fire Elemental City anymore. Everyone will be thinking of looking into and investigating Limitless Sword God's whereabouts, so going there will be useless. I think it would be better to start elsewhere. The Grand Elder lowered her head and thought for a while. then promptly asked, Xianli, the last time you talked with me, you suspected one of the Su family's persons, yes? Yes. Long Xianli nodded her head. Then you can go to Su family to take a look. The Grand Elder said softly. Su family, why? Long Xianli did not understand. There are people who previously saw Limitless Sword God at Purple Star Academy saving the Su family representative Su Qing'er, and protected her to leave the academy. Oh? Once Long Xianli heard, her heart sunk slightly. She moaned lowly and replied, but, I suspect that the one who can most likely be Limitless Sword Lord, has already died in the Su family's clan refinement event. Died in the Su family's clan refinement event? The Grand Elder brows frowned slightly. You saw that with your own eyes? Although I did not see it with my own eyes, the Su family had people who witnessed it. Is that so? The Grand Elder shook her head. And you believed it? Grand Elder, what are you saying? What if the Su family lied to you, and Limitless Sword God was really one of theirs? That means Limitless was definitely the one you were suspicious about. There is definitely something fishy about this, the matter between Limitless and the Su family's young miss. I feel that there are clues there that we can start from. You cannot go to Elemental Fire City. If you want to go, you should go to Su family. Go to the Su family? That cannot be done. Long Xianli shook her head. Last time, I abruptly intruded on the Su family and aroused their suspicion. If I were to go again, I will definitely be investigated by them. You just need to find an excuse to go there. Find an excuse? Long Xianli frowned. What excuse? To investigate Limitless Sword God. The Grand Elder softly said, the heavenly crystal is a treasure that everyone desires, but whether or not it will be our immortal sword sex item is based on chance. If anyone finds out that Limitless Sword God has the heavenly crystal, they will definitely think of a way to try and get it. Initially, it was due to the heavenly crystal that we could not investigate Limitless Sword God, but now it is different. Limitless has something that we can openly investigate about. We can completely use that as an excuse, and proceed to Su family. What is that something? Long Li Xian asked. The sword. Grand Elder continued, it is exactly that special sword technique of his. It was said that Limitless Sword God killed the blood spirit with 100 swords exploding into him. 100. That is a really high-level special sword technique. My immortal sword sex sword technique is used to aid martial artists to fly, and not to murder. To use magic swords to kill their enemy, I am afraid only the sex leader can do that, but even our sect leader is unable to control so many flying swords. So, you can act as a diplomat on a mission to the Su family, and find the Su family miss to interrogate her. If she does indeed keep in contact with Limitless Sword God, then we will see if Limitless Sword God's divine sword techniques are similar to our immortal sword sex technique, and we need to determine if he is our immortal sword sex disciple. Long Xianli heard and fell silent. She extended her jaded fingers and caressed the circular mirror and whispered, if that's the case, then Grand Elder need not send me to the Su family. You can find someone else to do it and I will sneak into the Su family to conduct the investigation. This should be better. The Grand Elder nodded. Elder Xianli's idea is good. You are the third elder of my sword sect. You control the martial swords, and hold a high status. If I send you out, you'll only attract attention from the others. That was something I have neglected. Having said that, the Grand Elder pondered and said, then, Xianli, who do you think is the best choice? Yan Shan. Long Xianli thought for a while and stated. Zoom. A ray of red light beam rushed out from the mountain range into the clouds. It landed on a dark mountain range, and the people there looked up into the sky where it came from. A breakthrough. Everybody knew the meaning of this red light beam. Only. Such a ferocious light beam, who could have cultivated such a breakthrough? In front of a huge red door on a mountain embedded with a cave. The people donned a variety of clothings and wore masks over their face. They then rushed over. The leader had 2 sabers hung around his waist. On his body, he also had several long black needles hung onto him. Following him around, the needles did not stop moving. They collided into one another, creating a slight sound like the mosquitoes buzzing. The people following behind all had their heads down. Nobody dared to make a move, neither did they dare to look around. The red door was massive, with a height of at least 10 meters. At the top, there was a blood-red python engraved on it. It seemed powerful, and in front of the door stood 2 young ladies wearing red clothes, their faces covered in red mesh. Seeing this person, the 2 ladies lined up and rapped their fists to say in unison, "We pay respects to Protector you." Yes. The man who was coming forward nodded. The black needles around his waist all drooped, and the people behind him looked up. His lifeless eyes seemed to regain some colors as well. The man lifted his sword lightly and looked at the red door to ask, "How long has Protector Qian Mei stayed behind closed doors to train?" Reporting to Protector Yu, Tian, the Chinese is actually Zhua, right, but the following name changes to Yu, left, so I shall stick to Yu. Master had been isolating herself for 17 days. 17 days? Just 17 days? The masked man seemed surprised. He bit his lower lip, thought and said, "Inform Protector Qian Mei, let me see her." Reporting to Protector Yu, the master is undergoing closed door training, no one can disturb her. The 2 ladies kneeled and voiced in unison and in fear, "If you don't go, then I shall kill you." The man's voice was very calm, as though he was talking about something that was very ordinary. With that, the 2 ladies trembled even more, and dared not stand up. Without saying a second word, he waved his hand and a ray of blue light exploded, killing the 2 of them. Simply killing after saying it, and not in the least bit sloppy. "Stop!" A voice rang through and the heavy red doors opened suddenly. A ray of red lightning rushed out and collided with the blue light. The man observed the situation and quickly kept his blue light, dodging the collision with the red lightning. But the red lightning circled in front of the man and retreated back into the red doors. The man locked his gaze. Looking inside the red door, a girl who looked roughly 23 years of age stood there smartly in a red dress. The girl looked like she came from heaven, born with fine and detailed body features, enchantingly charming, especially her ears, a pair of cute fluffy fox ears trembling slightly, and a white fluffy foxtail constantly moving at her buttocks. Star. This was the real Protector Hu Qian Mei from the prestigious Minging school. Oh! The man tried to dodge her line of sight, and suddenly raised his arms, blue light bursting forth, chopping into both girls' arms. Shi La! The 2 ladies lost one of their arms and fell to the ground in pain. They screamed in pain as their beady sweat dripped down profusely. "Forget the death penalty, let you 2 taste this punishment instead," the man said. Hu Qian Mei saw what he did. Her face changed as she got so angry that her chest was violently moving up and down. She moved quickly, landing in front of the 2 ladies, did not say anything, and vertically sliced her red sword with an intent to kill. But the man did not seem like he had the intention to fight. He retreated continuously and raised his left hand to form a mysterious hand sign. A ray of black light was emitted and he fended Hu Qian Mei's attack. "Master Protector Hu, I am just helping you teach these few fearless slaves a lesson. Why are you getting so angry?" The man stated his piece and with another mysterious hand sign, he sent Hu Qian Mei back. Protector Hu just got a breakthrough. The body's still weak. Please do not try and spar with me or else you might get injured. I wouldn't be able to answer to the sect leader. Hu Qian Mei's face was black with rage, tightly clenching the red sword in her hand. She secretly clenched her teeth, and took a flash of medicinal pills from her storage ring, threw it to the 2 ladies and said, "Take it, grab your arms and get out of here." Yes, master." The 2 ladies stood up hurriedly. Bearing the pain, they accepted the medicinal pills and walked towards the red door. The man's expression changed a little. "Replenishing bone and tendon pill? This is a spirit-level medicine pill. And you gave it to the 2 slaves? So what if it is?" Hu Qianmei retorted, even if they are slaves, they are still my people. They had their limbs broken for me, so why shouldn't I help them to recover? The man looked in disbelief and shook his head. What a waste. Hu Qianmei kept the sword in the sword sheath hung around her waist and stated blandly, I wonder why Protector Yu has come to find me. If there's nothing else, please go back. I don't have much energy to entertain you. Protector Hu sure is cold. The man produced a smile, which was covered by a mask, where ordinary people would not be able to see. As I looked towards the red door, I saw the red clouds gushing in the sky, and immediately knew that Protector Hu had broken through once again. You are close to entering the Spirit Star Disciple realm already, right? He asked with excitement. You came here just to ask for this? I'm just curious. Protector Hu was promoted to the 9th rank just a few years ago. I never thought you can get into the 10th rank so soon. I'm afraid that I'm not your opponent. This talent, I'm so envious of it. Envious? Hu Qianmei grinned. She sat on the rock at the side and crossed her leg. Laughing, she said, since you know that your powers aren't a match for me, then you better know your limits from today onwards. Or else, there was a killing intention behind those innocent eyes. I will kill all 8 of your precious spirit masters. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed out loud for a long while before stopping. If you want to kill, go ahead. I don't mind. Hu Qianmei knitted her brows and she became serious. Protector Hu, you are so gifted, and the level of your cultivation is not low. I have been staying in the 9th rank realm for so long. If I don't have a breakthrough soon, this will affect my cultivation in the future. I will cultivate for 2 more years, and if there's no news from me, I want to propose a marriage for the sect leader. You want to marry the sect leader? No, I want to marry you. Then you have to bring up the marriage to me. Hu Qianmei smiled. You won't agree to it. The boy shook his head. Do you think the sect leader will make me agree to it? Hu Qianmei smirked as though she was a fox. The man did not say a word, smiled, and turned to leave. A moment later, a voice sounded out from the silence. All right. Hu Qianmei's face sunk after hearing that. She started worrying as she sat on the rock, watching the man leave. It was only long after then she regained her smile. However, there was still a tinge of suffering written on her face. All TN and editor comments will be at the bottom. TN, so kinky? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93. Seen through? Who? A heavy sound of breathing was released. In the deserted grass field, Suyun sat in the lotus position and started tuning his qi. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Young rascal, your luck is pretty good. The death sword drew the life of the blood soul master and converted it into profound spirit qi to nourish your shriveled body. But unexpectedly, the blood soul's life contained such a thick essence of death qi. Once you've finished absorbing them, your body will recover at an astonishing speed. You will also get to increase your power tremendously. The sword elder was elated as he chirped. I didn't expect it either. Suyun opened his eyes gradually and laughed. I owe it to the death sword. Though opening the essence of the spirit had caused me to be injured badly, but the death sword converted the death chi power to provide me with energy and allowed me to recover so rapidly. In a few days' time, my body has healed completely. This is considered a blessing in disguise. Young rascal, your luck is so good. You managed to become a hero after saving one person and still benefited from it. Zaziz, this is definitely genuine dog shit-ass luck. Suyun gasped for air and took off his Blademaster outfit, which was drenched in fresh blood, and changed into a white robe, which he had prepared earlier on and stored in the storage ring. He removed his metal mask and hung his sword sheath over. Carrying the death sword, he continued on his journey. Young rascal, you need to focus on cultivating with the everlasting stone for assistance, and your body being strengthened by so many treasures. Within 10 years, you will make a name for yourself. Sword Elder said. I know. Suyin stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. Senior, I crave for power more than anyone else. Without Death Sword's help, I might have lost my life at the hands of Madam Headmaster. Can you still pull it out? The Sword Elder asked. Suyin leaned slightly to his right to look at the black sword hilt, which was also covered in devilish patterns. He took a deep breath and shook his head. The Sword Elder did not say another word. It had been a week since she got back to the Su family. Xing Er was back in the Su family earlier than Su Yun. Xing Er was also sent to be mended for her injuries, but, thankfully, the demon poison was not too serious. After a few days, Xing Er recovered. The patriarch of the Su family did not look into the case of Su Huayu. This incident was too sudden, and each sect took a huge loss. The Su family's losses were considered minimal. Hearing that Xing Er was safe and sound, Su Yin sighed in relief and went back to the outer sect to hand over his mission. As the mission was not complete, he was fined 1,000 spirit coins. It was fortunate that Su Yun had gained 600,000 spirit coins from Su Huayu, so this little money was nothing to him. Once everything was over, Su Yun went into a little wooden hut and started cultivating, not caring about a thing in the world. When he cultivated, he made use of profound spirit chi. Together with the help of the everlasting stone, Su Yun was able to grasp and comprehend the profound spirit chi, and he improved daily. Complementing cultivation was the limitless sword art and the heaven-splitting sword technique. In the past, Su Yun would only cultivate the limitless sword art, but after he fought with the Blood Soul Master, he found out that the heaven-splitting sword art had showed an unexpected effect and made him focus on it as well. Without the heaven-splitting sword art, he could have been the one to die. Behind the mountains and forests, Su Yun held on to Thousand Deep, recalling the initial fight with the Blood Soul Master, and followed the traces and uses of the demonic chi. During a fight between profound martial artists, half of the matter was the profound techniques and the other was the chi. The so-called limb skills were very rare. Of course, there were many in the Sky Martial continent who used their body to kill as a method to achieve great powers, but they too were rare. The preservation of the everlasting stone cleared the heart like a mirror, and emptied the mind such that he could remember the very first moments vividly. Su Yun slowly enjoyed the first massacre, and drew experience from the fight. The profound spirit chi seemed to have received some sort of orders, and the memories started to revolve in Su Yun's mind. The chi leaked out from the spirit essence and through the chi channels into other parts of his body, and lastly, out of his skin. They circled around Su Yun continuously. This pure divine spirit chi was part of the profound spirit chi. First, they would circle around, then they would blend together like small teeths before overlapping with another, forming groups. Lastly, they would twist and turn into a ray of snow-white light, rushing into the clouds. The light started to dim after it was far away. It was impossible to sense it, but this was a disciple of the spirit intermediate realm of at least a 4th or 5th stage. Su Yun opened his eyes gradually, with a crystal-clear vision and a charming appeal. The spirit essence grew and there were at least 20 earth spirit essences. The profound spirit chi grew thicker. To learn the principles and traces of the profound spirit chi from the Blood Soul Master is a breakthrough. I have to say, the Blood Soul Master is an expert. Su Yun lamented and stood up, feeling fresh. He reached out for Thousand Deep and released its profound spirit chi before putting it into his bag. He then took off. Following the limitless sword art, first sword, Su Yun was able to manage the sword after practicing it. Speaking of which, the Immortal Sword Sex sword arts and the Limitless Sword Sex sword arts seemed to pale into insignificance after comparison. Flying on the sword did not seem too difficult. Promoted to the 5th stage of Spirit Intermediate Realm, Su Yun could not help but reminiscence the time when he was with the Heavenly Crystal and the Sprite Shadow. If he did not receive help from the Death Sword during the fight at Purple Star Academy, then, with the help of the sprite's shadow, the Blood Soul Master would be killed on the spot, while he was not injured at all. But obtaining the sprite's shadow was not an easy task. The preparation was troublesome. It would take at least a month to prepare. Returning to the small house, the spring crystal furnace was almost done with boiling the medicine. Suyun sat beside the furnace and waited for strengthening muscle cultivation pill to be ready. At noontime, the sun was scorching hot. Other than the spirit cultivators, there was no one to be seen outside. Suddenly, a series of drums and gongs were heard from afar. Alongside with that were heavy steps of a group of single-horned bulls. Suspicious, Suyun looked over only to see a group of people donned in luxurious clothes crossing the bronze street. A huge purple horned beast cart stood in the middle of the people. The outer sect people ran out of the house to watch this spectacular view. This group of people had luxurious Blademaster clothes, with a sword mark hung over their waists. In their hands, they held a long sword, and rode on strong white horn bulls, walking around the streets arrogantly. Right in front, there were 10 spirit stallions leading the way. They were rode by the disciples of the Su family, and beside them were the outer sect's elite disciples from holding umbrellas, sheltering them from the sun. Obviously, these were Su family's welcoming troop. Suyun fixed his gaze over at the flag in the middle. On the flag etched a gold sword, floating with the wind. Immortal Sword Sect. Suyun knew about them. Why did the Immortal Sword Sect come to the Su family? This power held an imposing aura. He wondered which expert from the Immortal Sword Sect would come over. Deep in his thoughts, his eyes unknowingly fell onto the eye-catching purple horn cart in the middle. Noticing this, his face started to drain of colors. This looks like Bai Yen Shan's cart? Could it be that Bai Yen Shan was coming over to the Su family as part of the Immortal Sword Sect? But what was she doing here? Never mind, why was he thinking so much? He and her were just human, Tien, saying that humans can do whatever they want. He would not let himself meddle into her matters. Suyun shook his head and turned back to his ruined hut. Ka-cha! Right at this moment, the spring crystal furnace made a crisp sound. Suyun was happy. He ran over quickly and turned off the cultivating pill array underneath the furnace. When he opened the lid, a fragrant aroma filled the house. He looked into the furnace to see the jade green pills sitting quietly. Such a great aroma. The pills look moist. I think this is big enough. 90 marks. Suyun smiled ears to ears and reached out to bring the pills out. What is this pill? At the moment, a crisp and clear voice sounded through from the side. Startled, Suyun turned quickly to see a lady wearing a white gown, with a gorgeous face standing by his side. The girl had no makeup on, yet she was still so beautiful. She was tall and graceful, with skin as white as snow. It was hard to estimate how soft or how exquisite it was, but just by the looks of it, it could steal someone's heart away. She also had a pure and holy temperament, as though, if you desired for her, you'd be scared of ruining her. She was as beautiful as a fairy meant to be looked at from afar, and not to be touched. Long Xianli? Why was she here? Seeing this person, Suyun was surprised. He also began to panic. As though sensing the anxiety in Suyun, Long Xianli turned icy cold. Limitless Sword God, it's been long since I last saw you. She stated coldly, her voice filled with a murderous tone. Could she recognize me? No. How could she recognize Limitless Sword God so easily? I have covered myself up, unless all these were her guessings. Suyun's heart beat fast, but he kept his cool. He dared not admit it. After all, he left no trace that he was limitless. He would not confess to that, not a chance. Furthermore, she was not like Hu Qianmei, the fox spirit, whose methods are cunning. She was an upright person. If she had evidence, she would not kill me. Thinking of that, Suyun acted quickly. Are you Elder Long? What did you just say? Limitless sword god? Who is this limitless sword god? Are you talking to me? You don't have to maintain your act. Limitless sword lord. Long Stanley moved her finger and a ray of white light appeared. By the time the light dispersed, a dazzling sword was pushed against his neck. Previously, I cast 1,000 tracking technique on your metal mask and followed you from Blossom Heart Valley to the Sioux family. Coincidentally, you appeared in both places. If you aren't Limitless Sword Lord, then who else is? How could it be? Just because of that she thought I was Limitless Sword Lord? Should I say her sixth sense was too good, or her thinking was great? Elder Long, you need to think through carefully. This word is so huge, anything can happen. You can't act just based on that. Whatever technique you used, it may lead you to killing the wrong person. Su Yun exclaimed. Oh? So you think this is coincidental? That's right. How dare you act like this? Long Xianli maintained her icy cold expression. When I went over to the Sioux family to investigate, and asked about you, the Sioux family all claimed you died in the Marshall Bone Mountain. But, as of now, you are standing right in front of me, cultivating a pill. Your Sioux family ganged up to lie to me, and you lied to me too. You must have some relationship with the Sioux family and you must be Limitless Sword Lord. If you don't hand out the heavenly crystal and the everlasting stone, then don't blame me. You want to kill me? Do you think I won't dare? With that, Long Xianli raged with a murderous intention and waved her long sword and slashed towards Su Yun's shoulder. Without hesitation, she went for the kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94. A Fairy's Emotions. The sword tip revealed was very ruthless, and the power of the sword cheese seemed like it was possible to directly sever a person's throat. This sword had no hesitation at all. But Su Yun still did not move an inch, instantly closing his eyes, allowing her to go for the kill. Hua! The sword, which was instantly on the verge of pressing onto his neck, suddenly stopped, with the sword tip producing an impression like a tornado blowing, causing Su Yun's hair and clothes to blow up. Long Xianli noted and frowned. Why didn't you make a move? Su Yun opened his eyes slowly, and stared at the surrounding in shock. He quickly stated in a frightened voice, make a move? Make what move? Long Xianli groaned sarcastically, stop pretending. Limitless Sword God, you think that by acting dumb and shocked, I will just let you off? Pull out your sword at once and fight me. Elder Long, do you have a problem? Su Yun continued to offend. You, Long Xianli was angry. Her face was all red. I am but a spirit intermediate disciple realm. How can I even fight with you? If you want to kill me, just do it. I am not capable of being your opponent. Why make things difficult for a small fry like me? Long Xianli's eyes moved swiftly after she heard him. The reason why she attacked him was just to force Su Yun to make a move. If Su Yun was Limitless Sword God, he should be exposed with this move. But it seemed like I had found the wrong person. This person would rather die than make a move. Could it be he was telling the truth? He thought that his powers were weaker than mine and he was no match for me? Was it all just a coincidence and he was not Limitless Sword God? Thinking of this, Long Xianli felt relief and emptiness at the same time. She was confused and anxious. Let me ask you another question. Long Xianli puffed a breath, her voice remained graceful and crisp. Please ask away, fairy. Su Yun sneakily extended his hands, pushed the sword against his neck away. Fairy? Long Xianli thought, this person's personality seemed stable. Previously, he was not afraid to die. Now that he saw some hope in getting to live, he would also sprout some words that were soothing to the ear? He was no different than a normal person. Shrugging the thought off, Long Xianli stated, previously at the Blossom Heart Valley, you were only just broke through Spirit Intermediate Realm. Why do you hold a 5th stage Spirit Intermediate Realm today? How many days has it been only? Can you explain why your cultivation speed is so fast? Speaking of which, Long Xianli turned serious. Is it, with the help of Everlasting Stone? Suyin trembled slightly and his heart beat fast. He quickly refuted, no. If you can't give me a logical explanation, then I'll kill you. Long Xianli's voice turned cold again. Not doing anything and immediately threatening to kill? Suyin was frustrated, but he did not show at all. He said unhappily, if you want to kill me, then please do so now. Please don't use this to scare me again. You think I don't dare? Long Xianli's hands seemed to have accumulated the profound spirit qi. I can't believe the third elder of the Divine Sword sect, Long Xianli, is actually a person who abuses her authority to bully another who are weaker than her. If this news travels out, I wonder how the world would see you. You? Long Xianli was offended by this rascal, and her chest undulating due to the anger. Following the movements of her chest, slowly moving up and down, it was a scene that could make anyone's eyeballs drop out. Suyin secretly removed his eye contact from the twin peaks and looked back up, swallowed saliva, and replied, actually the reason is very simple, telling you won't hurt. But I wish you will not go out and spread this. Oh? You are really limitless sword god? Of course not. Suyin would take this secret with time to his grave. He then pointed to the spring crystal furnace and said, I'm a pill cultivating master and I'm good at it. The reason why I can increase in cultivation levels so fast is because of my magical pills. Do you take me as a 3-year-old kid? The highest rank of pill requires a powerful profound spirit qi to control and cultivate. You're merely a 5th rank of the profound spirit intermediate realm. How is it possible that you cultivate such high rank of pills? Long Xianli muttered. She obviously did not believe in that. With that, Suyin laughed sarcastically, you really are a person with long hair, but no knowledge. TL, person that grows old with a lack of knowledge. How dare you humiliate me? Long Xianli clenched her teeth so tightly that a few of them were crushed. She had always been calm and peaceful. She was not sure why she was so fidgety and anxious, like a demon, when she met him. Everything he said would agitate her. What happened to me? Long Xianli reflected, but the man opened his mouth to say something. You want to kill me again? Yes, you can, but before that, let me explain myself for a bit. Most of concocting high-level medicinal pills is dependent on the furnace and cultivating pill array, and to utilize these two things will definitely require thick and strong profound spirit qi. But it does not require you to use your own profound spirit qi. As long as you spend money, anyone can hire a cultivator to impart their profound spirit qi into your furnace and pill array, then you can use it to cultivate the pill. After that, it all depends on your individual skills in using the furnace and the pill array's fire already. The quantity, quality, and variety of the ingredients require thorough research, and the most important thing is the pill's recipe. Some pills have more than one recipe, and many pill recipes are constantly undergoing improvement and revision, until finally reaching the perfect existing recipe. All in all, everything that I said, it is not possible to explain it to you in a short time. To sum it all up in one sentence, I am skilled in concocting pills, and my level of cultivation speed is so fast due to eating many pills, understand? Long Xianli was shocked. Had she ever embarrassed herself so much? After deliberate consideration, inside Broken Rush City, he could differentiate between the real and fake 9-stalk spirit grass, so surely his understanding in medicinal pills and ingredients was profound. It was clearly at a high level of attainment. And even at Blossom Heart Valley, Pill King Zhang Mo was super hospitable to him, reckoning that this person was someone with genuine talent, therefore being deemed important to Zhang Mo. Thinking about this, Long Xianli could not help but begin believing in his words. She turned her gaze towards the few emerald jade pills at the spring crystal furnace and unexpectedly asked, "What is that?" Absolute Foundation Pill. Su-Yun replied, "This is a fortification male-type pill. Any man who uses it will have a sturdy body and strong blood vessels. It is very potent." Once Long Xianli heard that, she flushed red from her cheeks to her ears, and lightly said, "How can you concoct such a vulgar medicinal pill? Potent means it is vulgar?" Tian, potent can mean two things, one is very strong, second would mean like a Viagra, that can make a man last long. Su-Yun was ineffable, "I was just describing the effects of the pills to you. In the end, I merely just want to depend on it to grow my physique. It's you who is letting your imaginations run wild, okay?" Long Xianli looked at him with her beautiful eyes, coldly asked, "Since you say this is the male pill, there should be a female pill then?" "Of course." Su-Yun nodded his head. "The female pill smoothens the mind, allowing the girl to look very radiant, full of vigor and look even more sharp." "Oh? Isn't that just an ordinary beautifying pill?" Long Xianli asked. Su-Yun laughed, "That is just its normal efficacy. Although it cannot compare to beautifying pills' number of results, its best point can definitely be compared, which is that it allows the user to never look old." "Never look old?" Long Xianli stared blankly. "Yes, it means that your current looks will always remain, and will not change with the flow of time. If Fairy is able to follow my prescription to take this pill, it will allow your beauty to always be with you. Even when you pass away, you will still look as sweet and charming as ever, never looking old." Su-Yun acted like a salesman, using a voice that was filled with attraction as he said that. Long Xianli's beautiful eyes flitted with anticipation. To love one's own beauty, everyone was guilty, especially women, who cared more about their appearance. Everyone would wish that they themselves could be forever young, to be beautiful forever. But, this only lasted for a moment and disappeared quickly. She breathed in and coldly said, "Appearance for us is just a mortal skin in the end. Even if you remain young forever, even if you grow old with wrinkled skin, so what? Upon death, everyone will still be dried up bones, so why bother?" Fairy is definitely unaffected by this. Su-Yun held up a good sign with his thumb, Tian, the OK sign we modern people use with our clenched fist and raised thumb, and said, "I was still planning on gifting Fairy a bottle of the female pill, but since Fairy put it this way, then that means I can save it for later on." Once Long Xianli heard that, her eyes showed traces of disappointment, but she did not make a sound. Su-Yun could not help but laugh in his heart when he saw her. This male and female yin yang pill was also taken from Blossom Heart Valley's secret manual. It was also an unused secret manual covered in dust, hidden deep inside Blossom Heart Valley's 100 ingredients chamber, where no one ever browsed through. Though many words in the book were blurred with age, Su-Yun spent countless nights mending up the badly damaged parts, so only he knew of the recipe. Since Fairy is not willing, then there is no need for me to be reluctant. After all, what Fairy said is right. Regarding outer beauty, it is just mortal skin, it does not matter. This person. Long Xianli knew Su-Yun's heart was like a mirror, instantly seeing through her own intent. She put down her sword and snorted, "You already knew, but still acted dumb. Don't tell me you really wanted to expose me to clarify everything, then you're contented? This person, am really a rectum." Tian, that is its literal translation. What he really meant to imply was that he is a dumb and slow-witted person. "I don't think so," Long Xianli said, but she herself would not persist to demand. Since she said she did not want it, if she were to change her mind, it would not portray a good image. Su-Yun did not speak. But after Long Xianli hesitated for a while, she said, "Since you are not Limitless Sword God, it means I have wronged you." After finishing, she took out a secret manual from her cloth bag and placed it on the table. "You can concoct your male pills, and have a sturdy build, but merely depending on pills to assist in cultivation will have its repercussions. This is my immortal sword sex cultivating method for a strong physique, you can take a look to learn it. Treat it as my apology to you." Finishing her sentence, she turned and prepared to leave. "Oh." Su-Yun took up the blue-leathered secret manual and swept the dust and read. 3-body induction method. A heart-ranked high-level body cultivating secret skill. Secret skills were commonly split into the ordinary, heart, spirit, earth, profound, core, sky, noble and master ranks. Each rank had 3 levels: low, medium, high. This cultivation technique, if I learnt this secret skill it would be very good, a heart rank 3rd level technique, as it is an uncommon item. Although this woman is rude and unreasonable, but her reasoning, her ability to admit her mistakes and her attitude is not too bad. Su-Yun thought hard. Since this brat is definitely limitless sword god, but still goes on lying to other people. But just as Long Xianli almost reached the door, she abruptly stopped in her tracks. Oh yes, Su-Yun. What is it? That day at Broken Rush City, Senior here has yet to thank you. That's small matter. Moreover, you're a fairy who is concurrently the 3rd elder of Immortal Sword Sect. Being able to help fairy is my honor. You, this person, have such a dishonest mouth. Long Xianli shook her head and was about to leave. Just then in a flash, her body turned haggard, almost falling down. Seeing that, Su-Yun was startled. What's wrong with you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95. Every day. Long Xianli stabilized herself and took out a shimmering blue pill from her storage ring and stuffed it into her petite mouth. Closing her mouth slightly, she stood still and started accumulating profound spirit chi and looked slightly better. Curious, Su-Yun got closer and sniffed. Are you poisoned? You sure are capable of some things. Long Xianli could not deny. Su-Yun closed his eyes and sniffed once again, this time with more seriousness. In his nose, he sniffed a tinge of sourness, and the rest was an aroma that could freshen one's mind. This was not a perfume, it was her natural smell. Seeing this rascal kept sniffing, Long Xianli frowned. What are you doing? Su-Yun came back to his senses. Nothing much. With that, he did not care about Long Xianli. Instead, he walked back to the spring crystal furnace, took out a few pills and transferred them into a bottle. He left 1 pill for himself, which he swallowed, sat himself down, and started revolving his chi. Long Xianli saw this and thought of something. She took a few steps forward and asked, You're so good with medicated pills, do you know what I am poisoned with? Su-Yun opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at Long Xianli. Fairy, you are the elder of the Immortal Sword Sect. How could you not know what poison you have in your body when you've been poisoned so long ago? This poison is unusual, huh? How did you know I've been poisoned for a long time? I can smell it from your scent. Su-Yun chuckled, and what you just ate was not the regular healing pill. Though this pill is said to be able to cure all poisons, but to cure that poison in your body, you need to eat this for at least 3 to 5 years before you can remove the poison completely from your body. After hearing that, Long Xianli stammered, biting on her lower, pink lip and sighed, This poison was done by one of my seniors. She wanted to kill me, so she cultivated this poison specially for me. I was distracted and fell for the trap. Su-Yun, do you have the method to cure this? No, Su-Yun replied frankly. While he had some relations with Long Xianli, Su-Yun did not want to interfere with her matters so much. After all, he was limitless sword god. If she found that out, he would be dead. Therefore, the earlier he cast her aside, the better it would be. Long Xianli knitted her brows after hearing him. Are you always this petty? Haven't I apologized already? They are 2 separate things. You have wronged me, and apologized, that's what you should do, but I'm not obliged to cure the poison in you. Su-Yun's eyes remained closed, and he started nursing himself. Long Xianli stared at him quietly for a pretty long time before she nodded head, and left without saying a word. She came quietly and left hastily. For people like her, she could not possibly beg. The ruined hut regained its peacefulness. Su-Yun then continued to cultivate, but he was not polite either. He made full use of three-body induction method that he shamelessly took, yet he cultivated it justly and with honor. He must admit that Long Xianli was generous with her attacks. Using this secret recipe of the stamina pill, male and female yin yang pill, the body would strengthen quickly and the person would gain energy. A person's health would also get strong. Even though the appearance would look skinny and usual, the muscle and bone content would increase in power. In the following days, he woke up, cultivated, and slept. He would practice the martial arts behind the mountains, then gather the ingredients he needed to cultivate a pill. After which, he would consume the pill. There did not seem to have any twists and turns. After consuming the stamina pill, there was a window period. If he continuously consumed the same pill, the body would develop a resistance towards it and would not be able to absorb the benefits of the pill. The Su family shop offered a limited variety of ingredients. It was not easy to cultivate a high-rank pill. In addition to that, to purchase all of Sprite Shadow's ingredients was difficult. Now that Long Xianli was in the Su family, but Su family had yet to announce the arrival of the third elder of Immortal Sword sect, it was clear that between Long Xianli and Bai Yen Shan, one was dark, the other was bright. Tian, to say that one came in as a disguise or an ulterior motive. Both of them seemed to come to investigate the case of Limitless. If I leave the Su family now, and went out to purchase the ingredients, I would attract the attention of Long Xianli. If she took a step further and investigated the ingredients I had bought, I might not be able to clear my name. Wait a minute. If I used the reason of cultivating a pill to buy something, maybe I could lie my way out. Time was running out, and there was a need to make full use of each second. As he was cultivating, he was preparing, too. Every day he would wake up to the sunrise, then cultivate and head back to sleep. This continued. The green smoke spiraled out of the stained chimney on top of the ruined hut. As Su Yun rushed an array, his nose sniffed the aroma coming from the furnace. Right at that moment, he stopped rushing the array and stood up happily, opening up the lid of the furnace. A purple ray of light lit up, then two shimmering and fragrant beads stared back at Su Yun. They lay quietly in the furnace and resonated as like purple gems. The color looks good. Su Yun lifted them up to study them. Though it was not as beautiful as they were before, they were considered good enough for a cultivating pill. Oh? What is this pill? The aroma is tempting. A clear and graceful voice rose once again behind Su Yun. Shocked, Su Yun turned around to see that Long Xianli had reappeared quietly behind his back. Could you at least knock before you enter? Su Yun said grudgingly. Why do I have to knock? The door's not closed. Long Xianli stated blandly. Defeated, by one sentence. Su Yun shook his head and turned to place the two purple pill on the table. He then took out the spirit pen he purchased earlier to expedite his body's profound spirit chi to cover the head of the pen, and wrote something in the book that was on the table. The profound spirit chi on the head of the pen started to distribute alongside the writings of the pen. What are you doing? Long Xianli was curious, she asked oddly. Control array. Su Yun explained simply. Control array? Yes. Control array. One that can increase the efficacy of the absorption of the pill, like 9-stalked spirit grass. But this would be inferior to the 9-stalked spirit grass. As Su Yun drew, he explained. Oh. Long Xianli replied blandly but stood aside to watch in silence. After about 2 joss sticks later, Tian, the time taken to burn the joss stick was how the Chinese estimated the time. Each joss stick takes about half an hour to burn. The completion of holding the array was done. He casually extended his finger to touch the array and it immediately emitted a ray of light that was mellow and full. The light revolved around the two purple pill and slowly drew closer to surround the purple pills. Lastly, it penetrated into the purple pills. Immediately, Su Yun dispersed the holding array and picked up the pills to study it carefully. Since the holding array can increase the absorption of the pill, then why can't you use this holding array on the other pill? Long Xianli asked again. Not every pill needs to increase its absorption. Gazing at the purple pills, Suyun said, the simple pills are easy to absorb and so, it does not require the control array. But the emptiness spirit pill I'm holding on to now is made up of very complex components. It's unusually dense on the inside of the pill, and the human body can't dissect it, so there's a need to use a control array. Do you understand? Long Xianli remained quiet. Observing this, Suyun handed one pill to Long Xianli. Fancy giving it a try? This pill's contents have been completely dissected and harmonized, so it's very easy to absorb. Long Xianli raised her eyebrows. What pill is this? Didn't I already say it? It's called the emptiness spirit pill. Regarding its effects, eat it and you'll know, but. Suyun smiled, but a weird look flashed across his eyes. If Long Xianli dared not accept this pill, then it would prove that she was still suspicious of me. If she courageously accepted this pill, then it would prove that she no longer suspects me. I guess she will not take it. Suyun's heart turned solemn. But not waiting for Suyun to think, a white and gentle hand reached out and took the purple pill. Shocked, Suyun saw Long Xianli staring at the pill before she pushed it in between her pink lips and swallowed it. That pose was so tempting. You're not afraid it's poison? Suyun came back to his sense and asked weirdly. Though you are full of shit, and you're dishonest, I think you're still a good person. Long Xianli said as she closed her eyes slightly. Could a person be dishonest, full of bullshit, and still be a good person? Suyun could not catch up with this woman's thinking. Also, I can smell the winter heartfish chi, dried chrysanthemum, and moonlight stone powder in this pill. There's no poison in it since these are all ordinary ingredients. Oh, Suyun realized, this must be the main point. Without saying anything, he swallowed the other emptiness spirit pill, sat down with knees crossed and started absorbing the benefits of the pill. Long Xianli did not need this pill as her cultivation level was high. Even though the emptiness spirit pill was considered higher than Suyun, he could not absorb that easily, but Long Xianli could easily dissect it and absorb it. Ha! Instantly, Long Xianli shocked, she quickly sat with her knees bent and started nursing herself. Within a few breaths, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, this pill actually has the effect of curing the poison in my body? The effect isn't huge, it merely just stabilizes the injuries in your body so you won't eat so many of the panacea pills. Suyun said with his eyes closed. Long Xianli fell silent. Not knowing how long time had passed, the sun started to set. Suyun then opened his eyes. He stretched his body and his bones started cracking. So invigorating. Suyun groaned incessantly. When he fully opened his eyes, the woman who was like a fairy was still standing in front of him. Why haven't you left? Suyun did not understand. I'm just curious. Long Xianli bit on her lower pink lip. What are you curious about? If people like you decided to invest in one power, you'll be famous. Even if your cultivation is not high, based on your understanding of pills and arrays, they will guarantee your wealth and rank. You need not worry about shelter or food. Why do you still stay in the Su family as a foreigner? Other than the four walls, there was nothing else. Even the wooden window was broken, how sad. Suyun had and let out a bitter smile. I once thought of leaving. Then why didn't you? The time's not ripe. Time's not ripe? Long Xianli did not understand what he just said. There's one person in this prison that I must take with me. If she doesn't leave with me, then it's meaningless for me to leave alone. Is it Qing Air? Long Xianli asked suddenly. Suyun looked at her and nodded. Suyun and Chang Er's relationship was known to everyone. There was nothing to hide. I've heard a lot about you during my stay in the Su family. Why is it so different from what I heard and what I see? You're so weird. How can you believe in what you heard? Most of them are just rumors. Su-Yun said and stood up promptly to clean the furnace. That's right. Long Xianli nodded and said nothing again. The moonlight shone like frost. Su-Yun fished up all the residue in the furnace. By the time he turned around, Long Xianli was gone without a sign. She really was a mystery. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96. What's wrong with you? It had become a routine these few days when he woke up. When it was close to evening, Long Xianli would appear in the small hut without a sound and discuss with Su-Yun about pills and the reasoning in medicine. Of course, as a cultivator, Su-Yun would also ask about things regarding profound spirit qi, but Long Xianli had no answers to those questions. In his previous life, Su-Yun could not cultivate because of his gift. But he learned something from the evil religious sect. The profound divine cultivation usually depended on oneself to figure out. Though there was help from the everlasting stone, he had no guidance. With the guidance from Long Xianli, he was enlightened. Sudden flash of insight and all is clear. There was something unclear between the two of them. When midnight struck, Long Xianli would also leave without a sound. Su-Yun knew that she probably went on investigating Limitless Sword God. Even though he had tried testing her the other day, and was sure Long Xianli had no doubts about him, he was still worried. And that was because of Qing Air. When he appeared as Limitless Sword God to save Qing Air at Purple Star Academy, there was a crowd. And though it was chaotic and many might have not seen that scene clearly, the Su family who were saved saw it clearly. But Qing Air only cared about him when she was in Su family. If Long Xianli attacked Qing Air, she might be suspicious again. Never mind, as long as he did not admit that he was Limitless Sword God, hiding the everlasting stone and heavenly crystal properly should do. Su-Yun sighed as he thought. Although Long Xianli could guide him in cultivating profound spirit qi, there were many things he could not do when she was around. After all, he was limitless. If he let the cat out of the bag, then things might take a turn. But Long Xianli seemed to be interested in the pills, so it was not convenient to banish her. With regards to power, she could easily strangle him with one hand, and even if he used the heavenly crystal, it would be hard to defeat her. Every day, when he cultivated, he used it with the pill, and his cultivation level increased enormously. To break through into the realm of the 6th rank was unusually easy. The sun was setting. Ka-cha! A gentle sound rang in the hut. The spirit pen in Su-Yun's hand started to fly. What are you doing? Long Xianli turned with her beautiful eyes and stared curiously at the paper on the table. Writing a list of ingredients. Lifting his head, Su-Yun tapped the spirit pen on his chin and thought for a while and started to write on the paper. Done. He threw the spirit pen aside and picked up the spirit paper to look at. The list of ingredients? Long Xianli extended her gentle and soft hands and stated blandly, "Is this regarding the ingredients?" "Let me see." "You won't understand." "Is there anything in this world I don't understand?" Long Xianli groaned. Su-Yun glanced at her with his doubtful eyes and passed the list over. Long Xianli grabbed the list lightly and swung it slightly before putting them in front of her eyes. In a split second, her beautiful eyebrows tensed up. After a while, Long Xianli opened her mouth and asked grudgingly, "What's all these?" "Ingredients." Su-Yun laughed. "I intend to cultivate a pill you've never seen nor heard before. But as of now, I'm still lacking in ingredients. These are the ones the Su family does not have and I have to get out of the town to buy." "Then, why are you still standing here?" Long Xianli did not understand. "Because cultivating a pill requires a lot of preparation. I don't have the time to leave the Su family, so I need you to help me." After hearing it, Long Xianli's fair face turned dull. "How dare you send me on an errand?" While both Su-Yun and Long Xianli had spent the past few days discussing about pills and cultivation, the relationship between them was unique. But this would not change anything. Long Xianli was ultimately the third elder of the Immortal Sword sect and her status was noble. It was something Su Yun could not match to. Oh? You're still keeping your status as the third elder of the Immortal Sword sect over here? Su Yun asked. Long Xianli promptly kept her silence, but she then kept her angry face away and stayed silent, only to moan coldly before she turned and left. She left early today. It could be because she was offended by Su Yun, but he did not care about it. What he wanted to do, he would do it. Peaceful days like these continued for a while. In the next few days, Long Xianli did not drop by. It did make Su Yun feel a tad lonelier. Xinu and Xing Yang were both stationed within the house, so, when things got busy, there was no one he could talk to. But, this silence was broken quickly. News that caused chaos traveled to Su Yun's ears. Xing Er and Bai Yan Shan had set out to spar on the 7th month. 7 months later, the southern continents and all other regions would hold a massive meeting. This meeting happened triennially. All the sects would gather to form this massive meeting. Xing Er had strongly asked to spar with Bai Yan Shan, but was rejected by her. Xing Er did not give up. Instead, she forced her way through to make Bai Yan Shan give in, but alas, she was stopped by the patriarch of the Su family, Su Li Xiong. Because of this, Xing Er was grounded. As the news spread, doubt grew in Su Yun's heart. Xing Er was always careful. Why was she so reckless this time round? He was worried something might happen, so he did not think so much and rushed towards the patriarch of the Su family. The patriarch was no stranger to Su Yun. After contacting Xinu and Xing Yang, they both planned for him to slowly and carefully enter the premises. Remaining still in this small premise. 2 ladies with sabers stood right in front of the door of the small premise. In the night, Su Yun glanced over at the slaves guarding the small premise at the door. He considered his surroundings and noticed the defense for the small premise was not strict, and so, he climbed the wall and went straight over. Xing Er's disposition was gentle and calm. For Su Yun, she would listen to the patriarch. Su Li Xiong would not reckon Xing Er would escape from the prison and so he did not set up a strict power to oversee her. Su Yun entered the small premise very carefully and went into the house. Ka-cha! The door opened lightly. Who? A voice sounded through, and together a sonorous sound rang. The treasure sword was pulled out of its sheath, shining in the dark. Xing Er, it's me. Su Yun went in straight away and whispered. In this dark house, Xing Er donned in a blade master outfit, with one hand holding onto the treasure sword. She was shocked when she saw Su Yun entering. Young master, why are you here? I heard you are being punished by the patriarch and are put behind bars, so I came here immediately. Su Yun explained. Xing Er heard his explanation and felt a tinge of warmth in her heart. Ever since the incident where the young master was beaten up by the people inside, he had changed unknowingly. He no longer caused any trouble, and he knew how to care about others. Did old master and madam's soul have some effect on it? Deep in her thoughts, Xing Er smiled. Young master, I'm fine. Seeing a young lady so delicate and safe and sound, Su Yun finally could let go off the burden in his heart. Xing Er, you've always been calm. Why are you so reckless this time round to agitate Bai Yan Shan? What's this for? Su Yun asked. Xing Er sighed. Young master, Xing Er was forced. Being forced? Why do you say that? Bai Yan Shan came to the Su family as a representative of the Immortal Sword sect with the intention to investigate Limitless Sword God. They heard that the Limitless Sword God had once saved the people of Su family and thought the Limitless Sword God had something to do with Su family. Therefore, there was a dispute. Even if Bai Yan Shan did not open her mouth, the people of Immortal Sword sect would interrogate me relentlessly about Limitless Sword God. In addition to that, they will spy on me. Hence, I challenged Bai Shan Yan despite the patriarch so he'll ground me. This way, things will be a lot more peaceful. That is all? Su Yun asked again. Xing shook her head. Yes, young master. Xing dares not hide anything from you. It's one thing to achieve peacefulness, but, on the other hand, the limitless sword god did save my life once. Xing would never betray him, even if Bai Shanyan cancelled the wedding she had with young master. It will be a humiliation to you, young master. It'll be difficult for young master to return to the Su family. If she doesn't want to accept the fight, that's fine too. But, if Bai Shanyan accepted the invitation to fight with me, then Xing will definitely return the justice to young master. After hearing this, Su Yun was filled with gratitude. Speaking of intentions, he was no match for Xing. This fight, whether it would happen or not, she was hoping for either. But Bai Yanshan rejected my invitation to spar. Xing sighed again and said, "This girl is proud and arrogant. She never asks about people who had a lower power than her. To confront me and spar is something she can never understand. I'm afraid she only sees me as someone who does not qualify to fight with her." It seemed as though Xing wanted to stand up for Su Yun badly and not ask for peacefulness. Su Yun chuckled nonchalantly. Don't care about her. It's her issue that she's proud. But you have to be on your toes when you're here with the patriarch. Pay attention to the things you're doing daily, and plan each step and move. Always be careful. Xing heard and was shocked. Young master, aren't these the words I told you? Is it? I must have heard it so many times. Su Yun laughed embarrassedly. Previously, Su Yun would cause all sorts of troubles in the house, and Xing would always say the same thing to him. Xing did not say anything, but she studied Su Yun carefully with her bright eyes. After a long time, she then sighed, "Young master, I don't know why, but Xing feels that you're no longer the young master I know. Did something happen?" Su Yun was surprised at how intuitive Xing was. Ever since he woke up, he never went back to who he was before. How could she sense this? But if he explained the reincarnation and time travel, she might not be able to accept the fact and would be confused. It was better to wait till she had escaped the Su family before he told her everything. Xing, I will say something I will do in the future. I will take you away from the Su family. Su Yun sighed and said. Leave the Su family? Xing shook her head. Young master, why are you thinking like this? Let's not talk about why we're leaving the Su family, but about the power the Su family holds, and the influence the Su family can bring. These are things we could never imagine. If we leave right now, we will be killed and there will be no chance of surviving. Su Yun remained silent, but he let out an assuring smile. As long as you're safe, I'll settle everything else. With that, Su Yun stood up and left the small premise. Looking at young master's shadow leaving the compound, Xing trembled in shock. What is wrong with young master? When he arrived home, it was already midnight. There was something bothering Su Yun's heart, and so, he did not rest. He then immediately sat with his knees bent to cultivate. Long Xianli most probably would not drop by in the middle of the night, so he could use this time to cultivate limitless sword art. A swift flying sword crashed chaotically in the air. The sharp chi was like knives slicing everything it touches. The sky started to paint with white colors. Su Yun then left the back of the mountains panting heavily. When he returned to the small hut, he sat down to nurse himself. But in an instant, a sound Luo Dang landed and a series of footsteps rang by his earside. Su Yun opened his eyes and looked over to see Long Xianli breathing lightly. She was sweating slightly and she just stood beside him. A gush of aroma rushed into his nose. It was a scent so intoxicating. What is up with you? Seeing Long Xianli, Su Yun chuckled. Fairy, your cultivation is so high, how is it that you seem to just finish a fight? Have you lost your energy? Long Xianli kept her silence and sighed lightly. She glanced over at him and brought out a pile of ingredient from her spatial ring on her jaded fingers and laid it across the table. Su Yun looked over and was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97. The Troublesome Poison. There was a dazzling lineup of items on the table, at least more than 10 different types. There were bright smooth gems, magical wood-emitting chi, and different types of sparkling shiny threads. All these things could be found in the list of ingredients Suyun previously wrote. You went to buy all these ingredients for me? Suyun tilted his head and asked in surprise. I am interested in everything about that medicinal pill I've talked to you about, so I bought these for you. You take these medical ingredients and, when you're concocting the pill, just let me watch at the side, and that will do. Long Xianli lightly said. If Fairy wants to watch, it will definitely be allowed. Suyun laughed. Never would I think that Fairy would actually immediately rush 1,000 miles to gather all these ingredients for me, thank you. There is no need for thanks. 1,000 miles, in my eyes, is just a small issue, but it was because along the journey I met a few hooligans, and consumed some energy when dealing with them, that's all. Long Xianli said. Fairy is strong, and has my respects. Suyun laughed, feeling a bit of happiness. Before, he was feeling worried over obtaining these ingredients. Little did he expect that Long Xianli would surprise him, and everything was settled. He sorted out the items properly, and had to admit that Long Xianli really did have skills. If it was Suyun personally retrieving these ingredients, it would have taken at least a month. But, coming back, are all these items really ingredients for concocting pills? Long Xianli suddenly asked. I saw 5 silkworm threads, gold and jade leaves, and etc. I have never heard about these things to be of relevance to concocting pills, more like making cloth arrays. Suyun heard this and jumped a little, but laughed it off and said, You just have not seen its usage in concocting pills. That does not mean they cannot be used to cultivate pills, and what's more, all these items are not just meant to cultivate pills. Most of these are assisting materials to help cultivate pills. Really? Long Xianli nodded her head, felt that it made sense. She was suspicious before, but thinking about how Suyun was knowledgeable towards medicinal pills, and the pills that he made were monstrous and multicolored, she left the suspicion at the back of her mind. Suddenly, Long Xianli's face turned white, with her chest undulating slightly, pain flitting across her eyes, and body suddenly felt very light. She struggled to stand straight, almost falling. Looking again, her soft and supple lips was overflowing of dark red blood. What's wrong with you? Suyun was shocked, and immediately asked. Not a big deal. Long Xianli lightly breathed in a mouthful of air, and took out a panacea pill from her storage ring, and was going to swallow it. But before the pill entered the mouth, it was snatched away by Suyun. Suyun, what are you doing? Long Xianli did not understand. Suyun shook his head. Although this 1,000 poison pill dispels poison, it is actually counteracting poison with another poison. Frequent dosage of this pill would lead to it integrating with your poison wound, and it would leave behind poison arteries. When it really reacts, the consequences will be very dire and incurable. Long Xianli's long eyelashes trembled, and fear filled her eyes. Suyun then threw the 1,000 poison pill, and questioned her, Where is your injury? Can you let me take a look? Previously when I killed those hooligans, I did not suffer any wound. I am talking about the place you were poisoned at. Suyun said, Previously the emptiness spirit pill that I gave you could control the poison in your body, but you had to ruin your luck, and cause the poison to act up. That is why this will happen. If you do not dispel the poison in your body quickly, sooner or later, your cultivation will be affected. Long Xianli's complexion turned white after hearing that. She heavily said, Never before would I have thought that senior sister actually hated me to the bones, to actually use this poison on me. Immortal Sword Sect has been passed down for thousands of years, but it does not have any antidotes against poisons. Looks like I have to seek help from the powerhouses of Blossom Heart Valley. Powerhouses from Blossom Heart Valley? Suyun opened wide his eyes and laughed. Blossom Heart Valley only has a handful of powerhouse, but you are lucky to be standing in front of one now. You know how to concoct pills, and know how to cure poison as well? How would people who know how to concoct pills not know about its polar opposite? This doesn't amount to much. Suyun laughed. You painstakingly helped me to retrieve all these ingredients, so I should help treat you until you are well. In this way, there is no loss. Suyun did not like to owe anybody, and, leaving aside the matter of limitless sword god, Long Xianli brought herself across as someone who was honest and serious, with no false words. Regarding limitless sword god, there was nothing else to attract attention to it. Since their current position was different, there was no need to mention anything. At this moment in time, she knew that her own cultivation path was important, and Suyun felt that he was not far from the 6th level of the spirit intermediate disciple realm already. Moreover, Long Xianli repeatedly hastened her travels to purchase the ingredients, resulting in the suppressed poison acting up again. In any case, he felt guilty. One sentence from Suyun led Long Xianli's eyes to dim. So after this, you wish to cut off all ties with me? Hearing this, Suyun was caught in a trance. Did this sound like anything that the warm, simple, and elegant fairy would say? Long Xianli felt that something was off, and her cheeks turned slightly rosy. She lightly inhaled one breath, recovering her senses back to normal, and changed her facial expression rather quickly. Suyun was used to seeing this, laughed. It is not cutting off ties, just helping out each other. All these ingredients are very important to me, and you managed to help me get them. I naturally want to return this favor to you, since we can be considered as friends, right? Friends? Long Xianli thought for a moment before nodding her head. Then where are you injured at? Taking a look, since someone with your strength is barely able to take the pain, the poison must be really potent. We must not delay. Suyun was serious. Long Xianli heard, went into deep thoughts and did not say a word. Suyun was slightly suspicious. Fairy? Xianli, what's wrong? Where are you injured? Can I take a look? Males and females have differences. You have good intentions, Xianli knows, but regarding this, I think it is better to let it go. Long Xianli wavered for a moment. If you're not going to treat it, then what are you going to do? Leave it there? In the coming few days I'll go to Blossom Heart Valley to find some cure. Ah, I know Blossom Heart Valley very well. Your cultivation is very strong. Honestly, other than those old elders, Valley Lord, and the Pill King, no one can cure your poison. Other than the Valley Lord, all of them are males. Isn't it wrong if you went to find them too? Seems like the wound on fairy is more shady than it looks. I'd rather that I gain the advantage than those old geezers. Suyun thought. If Long Xianli knew of his ill intentions, it would not be known if she would stab him to death. But to say he was cunning was merely subsidiary. Suyun still wanted to repay Long Xianli for helping him buy the ingredients. Long Xianli was still hesitating. Suyun smiled. Without forcing her, he said, Xianli, it's totally up to you whether you want to seek a cure or hide from medical treatments. Consider it carefully. After saying his piece, he started tidying up the ingredients on the table. Long Xianli stood one side in silence for a long time before she said something with her graceful voice. Suyun, maybe. I'm too constrained. She said lightly. Suyun lifted his head and looked at her. He found Long Xianli nibbling her lips, seemingly like she had made her decision. This poison my senior put in me sure is suffocating. As I'm chasing for my ultimate sword Dao, with this poison in my body, I won't be able to cultivate smoothly. Since you have a method, then please help me cure it. She sounded determined, as though she went through a lot of thinking before coming to this decision. Suyun noticed and chuckled. If you eat this 1,000 poison pill to treat the poison with poison, it may succeed. Then you can think of how to treat the side effects of this 1,000 poison pill later. If you're worried about the man and woman problems, it's better if I don't treat them. But just note, the 1,000 poison pill take a longer time to cure you. You might have to suffer for a bit. It's all right. Long Xianli sighed a fragrant breath and said, It's decided. Su Yun, just do it. Looks like she made her decision. Su Yun nodded his head, did not reject, and walked over. Long Stanley walked towards the side of the ruined bed and extended her jaded hands, grasping her satin-like clothes and gently pulling it downwards. The satin-like clothes draped down her flawless, smooth skin. That wonderful, curvy silhouette was etched into Su Yun's eyes. She was as beautiful as a jade, so delicate and elegant that she was practically a work of God. It might seem too much if there was something more on her, yet it felt like something would be missing if she was lacking anything. In addition, she was noble and pure, and had a temperament that could not be intruded. Her disposition was as calm as the water. All these things could excite men's desire to conquer her greatly. If he could get this partner to cultivate with him, then, no matter how tough the journey was, he would still feel blissful. Su Yun looked straight and felt remorseful. To be placed on par with this woman, only Hu Qianmei's fox charm can be comparable. The white satin-like clothes continued to slide down, and Su Yun could sense his mind trembling even greater. Could it be that the wound? Long Stanley took off the satin-like clothes right above her right breast, and a small part of her bosom was exposed. Anyone who saw her pure white, smooth skin would lose their soul. The lady remained calm and tranquil, but her face was blushing red. A tinge of panic flashed through her eyes, then a tinge of complexity. It was hard to know what she was thinking. But the one thing that caught Su Yun's eyes was a long scar just on top of her right breast and below her shoulder blade, caused by a long sword. The scar was black. Even though the bleeding had stopped, the black scar stood out on her fair skin. It was unusually eye-catching. "You, take a look at this poison. What poison is it?" Long Xianli's trembling voice said. "Oh, okay." Su Yun secretly swallowed some saliva, his voice going dry, feeling that his entire being was feeling weird. He pinched his own body, and regained some of his senses. "What's wrong with me? Why is my state of mind wavering? Long Xianli believes in me, and in this way, if I harbor these kind of evil thoughts, how can I live up to her trust in me? Moreover, Qing Er was still being bullied in the Patriarch, how could I even think about such things?" Su Yun swallowed his breath hardly, and the fire in his eyes faded. Soon enough, he resumed clarity. Long Xianli quietly looked over, and, seeing how quickly he regained his composure, her own shyness went down by half. Quietly, admired Su Yun. "Does it hurt here?" Su Yun stretched out his hand, and gently pressed on the wound. Long Xianli's tender body slightly trembled, as her pure white neck gave rise to a spot of rosy red. She lightly shook her head, and used a breath to reply, "It's not the pain, there is just some numbness there." "Numb?" Su Yun frowned, thought for a while. Suddenly, he inched his head forward, pressing close to the wound, and took a sniff. The distance of his head was extremely close to her soft breasts, and was welcomed by a full fragrance of her sweet body scent. This intimacy would immediately cause someone to be extremely ashamed. "What are you doing?" Long Xianli was taken aback. Face turning pale, her hand trembled, and a slender and snow-white sword appeared, piercing towards Su Yun. She was astonished, as there was no reaction at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98. 100 Demon Extermination God Array. Whoosh! The glowing snow sword shot forward like lightning towards Su Yun's head, its speed so fast that it was off the charts. If people with cultivation levels like Long Xianli suddenly made a move, with Su Yun's current level then, he could not even react to it at all. But when the sword edge flew close to Su Yun's head, it took a turn and pierced to the table beside him. The table then immediately shattered into a million pieces. Su Yun's heart dropped and his expression changed. "What are you doing?" "I should be asking that." Long Xianli's face was red, and she was gasping for breath. "You wastrel, how can you be so frivolous? What the fuck?" Su Yun could not help but cursed, you're my patient and I'm your spirit doctor. Now that you're poisoned, I have to analyze the makeup of the poison in your body before I can cultivate an antidote pill for you. Unless you expect me to use my naked eyes to differentiate what poison it is. Long Stanley heard this and her anger dropped by half, but with a cold expression she asked, "Is there no other ways? Though I do know some silver needle techniques, I also need one good one ready." This was already difficult. If an ordinary silver needle penetrates your skin, your profound spirit chi underneath your skin would break it. Hence, the using needles for the medical technique would not work for you. Other than that, there's no other methods? Oh, there's still one. Su-Yun exclaimed. What is it? This, Su-Yun hesitated, you probably won't agree to it. Long Xianli heard and said blandly, tell me about it. Su-Yun opened his mouth abruptly, revealing his big tongue, and shook it. He then said, lick my tongue so that I can analyze the makeup of the poison. Such actions and behavior were downright vulgar. I'll kill you, wastrel. Long Xianli's chest rose up and down and she pulled out her sword. With another moment, the satin-like clothes flowed down from her smooth skin and exposed an inner garment with a pair of mandarin ducks sewn onto it. Her perky breast held the inner garment high. Two soft bosoms perked like a summit through the inner garment. Su-Yun was shocked. Long Xianli was stunned too. But never had he thought that Long Xianli, a person as noble and elegant as a fairy, would wear an undergarment with a pair of mandarin ducks. That, Su-Yun opened his dried mouth and felt his abdomen burning. Instantly, there was a reaction below from eating the male and female yin-yang pill, causing it to erect as hard as a metal pillar. If there was no reaction at this point, then it would not be a mind issue, but a man's issue. Long Xianli quickly came back to reality and hurriedly covered her chest with her hands and pulled up her clothes. Her face was pale. She bit hard on her pink lips and her beautiful eyes started swelling with tears. Have you seen enough? A voice as cold as a knife rang through. No, this is an accident. Su-Yun coughed and said. Long Xianli kept quiet and blushed, but her eyes was sparkling more than ever. To make such a strong person like her feel so wronged, Su-Yun felt proud of himself. But this lady's method was too strong. He must know his limits, or else she might lose control of herself and kill him. Then that would be a great loss. Su-Yun took a deep breath and walked over. What are you doing? Let go of me. Long Xianli paused and loosened her trembling small hands. Su-Yun went past her head and sniffed the wound. He then turned around and walked towards the crystal spring furnace. Is that all? Long Xianli asked in shocked. Do you want me to lick it? No way, wastrel. Yeah, right. Even if you're willing to, I won't be. You think you're high in demand? That everyone would want a bite of you? What if you didn't shower for days and your body is covered in sweat? Su-Yun said as he took out the ingredients from the storage ring. Long Xianli felt she was going to explode in anger. Her hands and the sword shook uncontrollably. After she had cultivated her temperament for so many years, it was broken by this shameless man. She gritted her teeth and moaned. The door of the ruined hut opened suddenly and a ray of light shone through. She then disappeared without a trace. Just like that she has left? Didn't she say she wanted to see me cultivate the pill? Su-Yun glanced outside and shouted, yet no one replied. This poison in Long Xianli could not be classified as simple, but could not be considered as complex either. It could only be labeled as rare because the process of injecting the poison was complemented by the usage of profound spirit chi. This kind of gas poison was unlike the serum poison and the nature of ordinary poison. This poison could pretend to be profound spirit chi, and be undetected by people during the process. The most powerful thing about this poison was that it could easily penetrate all profound spirit chi, so when the poison was released it could seep through like the water. Even though Long Xianli was strong, her protection she could not fend off this poison and thus, she was poisoned. The person who cultivated this poison definitely did not have a low level of cultivation. After blending the ingredients, Suyun placed them aside and took the ingredients Long Xianli had purchased to start preparing. There were many ingredients. A few of them were exquisite ingredients which could be bought from the market, but most of them were rare ingredients. These rare ingredients were at least at the spirit level. They could not be bought by money, as they needed at least a month to spend on these rare ingredients. But Long Xianli managed to get all of them. Where could she even get them from? Hopefully she did not borrow by using her name as an elder of the Immortal Sword sect. Blood Potion Pen, Bone Scroll Rope, Flying Moon Sky Mirror, Star Pearl and the 9 Jaded Heart Needles set. These things were monstrous and multicolored. They did not look like ingredients, but like tools. In fact, they were tools to set up an array and had nothing to do with cultivating a pill. He felt guilty for Long Xianli, as these things were to be used for obtaining the sprite's shadow. If she knew about this, then it would be a disaster. Suyun put the ginormous Flying Sky Moon Mirror away. Flying Sky Moon Mirror was just like a piece of thin grass paper, but it was crystal jade in color. This Flying Sky Moon Mirror was 50 feet tall and wide, and was made up of the rare sun and moon turquoise, which experts obtain from the heaven and earth. They specifically used a carving knife to carve out inch by inch. The Flying Sky Moon Mirror could not be bought by money. To obtain this item, one could only wait for auction news at the Sun Auction. Once he laid the Flying Sky Moon Mirror on the floor, Suyun picked up the Blood Potion Pen and started drawing carefully on the Flying Sky Moon Mirror. Pictures of devilish images started appearing on the Flying Sky Moon Mirror. 100 Demon Extermination God Array. This array was equally famous to the Heavenly Demon Big Array. The 100 Demon Extermination God, the ancestor of the demon sect, created this extreme array. It used the massacre of immortals by 100 demons in the name of God in the demonic continent as the portrait of the array. Then, it would conduct an arrangement that made this array incredibly powerful and vicious. It was not easy to build this array. Although Suyun practiced setting up this array a few times, only 60% of the time did he manage to set up the array completely and successfully because, if there was a mess up in between, the entire array would fail and the process was very complicated. It must not be disrupted. The portrait was drawn and the star pearl was placed right in front of the array. After ensuring the origin of the array, he used a 9 jaded star needles set to prick his finger. His fresh blood dripped and penetrated the origin of the array, breathing in profound spirit chi. He continued this for 49 days straight to bring this array to life. This big array must ensure that a free space was saved, or else the big array would come to life automatically when it was completed. When the time was near, and the spirit chi was gushing into the sky, the Su family, including the patriarch and his servants, all felt it. When it was completed, he used the bony scroll rope to tie up the 100 Demon Extermination God array on the Flying Sky Moon Mirror, as it can stabilize the array in the mirror and seal off the energy for a while, so it would not cause any injury or harm. The Flying Sky Moon Mirror could satisfy all the requirements of the array. When two of the items were placed together, it could form a movable array, a gigantic scroll. Of course, even when he had placed all ingredients, Suyun was stalled at the cycle where his blood was dripping down into the origin of the array. This would take a while. He dared not choose to carry this forward in the daylight. If he met up with Long Xianli, it would be hard to explain it to her. Therefore, he only started doing this every night. Long Xianli didn't come for the next few days. He did not know what happened either, but it was yesterday that he saw Bai Yen Shan and her people from the Immortal Sword sect raise their flags, leaving the place as though she did not manage to retrieve any intel. Suyun thought and looked at the blue bottle on his new table, then shook his head lightly. Do you not get in contact with the outsiders of the Su family? At this moment, a familiar crisp voice sounded like a bell through his ears. Suyun turned and saw the beautiful silhouette standing there again without any signs. You're finally here. Suyun smiled. I'm here to bid farewell. Long Xianli leaned to one side and said lightly. Farewell? Yes, I'm going back to Immortal Sword Sect. Oh yeah, you've been here for a while already. There's no news from Limitless Sword God? There's nothing, maybe we will go to the Purple Star Academy to look for some clues. Oh. Su Yun remained quiet. Long Xianli looked at him with her beautiful eyes and a tinge of hesitation flashed through them. Finally, she opened her mouth. Su Yun, are you willing to come with me to Immortal Sword Sect? Huh? Su Yun was startled and stared amusingly at the lady. When was Long Xianli so open-minded? Probably feeling that his words seemed too ambiguous, Long Xianli started blushing. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down before saying, "Don't misunderstand. I just don't wish to let such a talent go to waste. You're very knowledgeable about arrays and medicine pills, but if you just stay here at the Su family and they don't recognize your abilities, it's such a waste. If you're willing to serve the Immortal Sword Sect, then I can help you bring Qing Er away and let the both of you join Immortal Sword Sect, and be protected by them. I believe the Su family will not turn their back on us regarding this. A powerful pill cultivator is of the utmost importance to any sect or powerful cultivators. The Blossom Heart Valley was not powerful, yet no one dared to offend was because they had a master of pill cultivation, and seeing that Su Yun had such knowledge about the pills, this was the obvious move. It seemed like, comparing him with the Pill King and the rest, he was a lot more important. So this was Long Xianli's intention. Su Yun sighed a breath of relief and was moved. But he shook his head instead. Are you rejecting me? Actually, I would very much like to say yes, but you won't be able to do it. Su Yun smiled bitterly. Unable to do what? Long Xianli knitted her brows. Yes, what you're seeing is just the facade. Firstly, Qing Er is very important to the Su family. The Su family will never let Qing Er leave even if it's the Immortal Sword Sect requesting for it. That's to no avail. Oh? Long Xianli asked blandly, why is that so? Because Qing Er is the one that the Profound Sky Sect wants. Su Yun muttered. Profound Sky Sect? In Long Xianli's eyes, there was shock. Instantly, as if she thought of something, her face lit up. Are you trying to say that the Su family has intentions to climb over Profound Sky Sect's head? Maybe things aren't as simple as we thought, but it's up to them. I just want to take Qing Er away from this place. Su Yun shrugged his hands tiredly. Long Xianli looked at Su Yun quietly, and there was a tinge of sadness written on her beautiful face. Do you like Qing Er a lot? She asked lightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99. Heavenly Scales Fish King. Hearing Long Xianli's question, Su Yun stood there like a monk, and kept on rubbing his head. Tian, monks have bald heads, it's fun to rub the head, meaning he did not know what to reply. Do I like her? He thought for a bit, unsure if he liked her or not. He wanted to say that he did not like her, but could not say it at all. She is the last of the family I love, and is very important to me. Although we do not have any blood relations, in this world, the one I care about the most is her, and the one she cares about most is me. After thinking for a long time, Su Yun spoke up. Long Xianli heard what he said and, with a flicker of light in her eyes, nodded her head, but did not say a word. She took out a few pearl bead pills from her bosom and placed them on the table. This period of time, interacting with you, has led me to benefit in my knowledge of pills and medicines, and you can be considered my teacher. The Su family has many complicated affairs, so you must definitely be more careful. Although you have a secretive mind, your cultivation level is too low, and you cannot stick your head out for everything. If you can avoid danger, then avoid it, as people will usually aim for the head. You must not show off your power, and lead people to worry. If you have any troubles, you must definitely come to the Immortal Sword Sect to look for me. This is my Immortal Sword Sect personal concoction of the sprouting bud pill, which requires uncommon materials to be refined. No matter how good you are in concocting pills, you might not be able to get it. It will aid you to easily break into the 6th stage of Spirit Intermediate Realm, which you can only take once per level. You don't have to be anxious or worry about anything regarding cultivation. You have to be steady. To act with undue haste would only produce the opposite of your desired result. Long Xianli slowly advised, with her voice softly floating into his ear like the spring wind, bewitching anyone that hears it. Suyin quietly watched her soft and supple face, and his heart raced, a feeling he'd never felt before. I have probably said too much. Long Xianli started to blush and ended abruptly with a few sentences. After putting the pill bottle and her fingers down, she turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Suyin somehow mysteriously reached out his hand, and held her own soft, boneless, and small, tender hand. Long Xianli trembled from head to toe, and looked at him with her beautiful yet completely astonished eyes. But strangely, she did not struggle, and just turned her smooth face to one side, not looking at him. Suyin did not let go, but mockingly laughed. Then, can I ask you a question? Speak. Do you treat everyone like this? You? Long Xianli's beautiful eyes had a look of worry and, with an angry expression, she retracted her soft and boneless small hands, heavily sighed, and turned her body. In a blink of an eye, she was out of the wooden house, and had already disappeared. Eh? Suyin scratched his head, looking a bit confused. He only wanted to understand more. After all, when he confronted Long Xianli previously, he was limitless and he always felt that she was a very cold woman. Now that he had seen her, it seemed that he was wrong about it. Exactly what kind of person is she? Don't tell me this little girl from the Immortal Sword Sect has fallen for me? Suyin examined himself closely, feeling that it was highly likely. After Long Xianli left, the small ruined hut turned peaceful again. But Suyin did not rest. Once he finished cultivating for the day, he started some preparation work. After eating Long Xianli's sprouting bud pill, his profound spirit chi acted up quickly, with some signs of breakthrough. Suyin did not delay any further. He sat down with his legs crossed and started tuning his chi and comprehending. But with just a week's worth of work, he rose from the Spirit Intermediate Disciple 5th stage to the 6th stage. In a month's time, he had ascended another stage. This speed was astonishing. Suyin was beyond happy. The amount of profound spirit chi that Suyin managed to cultivate awoke the Sword Elder, who was in deep sleep for half a month. Knowing Suyin had another breakthrough, the Sword Elder seemed to be speechless and shocked. Of course, the Everlasting Stone and Sprouting Bud Pill exhibited a lot of effects. After the breakthrough, he could not slack on his cultivation, but time was tight. He needed to make full use of the time for preparation work. Today, Suyin stayed in the ruined hut and used the 9 jaded heart needles set. Drips of fresh blood containing profound spirit energy fell onto the 100 demon extermination god array, painting the array bloody red. Do! At this time, a series of hastened knocks came from the door. Shocked, Suyin immediately dismantled the 9 jaded heart needles set and rolled up the flying sky moon mirror, then went to open the door. But without waiting for him to open it, the tottering door was kicked open by somebody else. Who is that? Suyun's expression sunk and shouted in anger. Intersect disciple Su Xianjin. The person arrogantly and angrily shouted back, "Where is Suyun?" "I am here." A soft mutter came out. Su Xianjin raised his eyes to look, did not see any human figure. Only a massive iron fist flying towards his face. The iron fist was very fast, producing winds behind it with a strong chi. He did not even have the chance to dodge and got hit by the iron fist. His entire body flew backwards, thrown out the door, and fell to the ground. Only after being pushed into 2 rolls did he manage to climb back up, with a massive nosebleed. Xianjun. Are you okay? How dare you touch us disciples of the inner sect? Are you tired of staying in the Su family? Two other inner sect disciples ran over to help Su Xianjun up. One of them grit his teeth and stared at Su Yun. His eyes were filled with anger. These are the three disciples of the inner sect. They wore luxurious clothes and had a token ring hung around their waist. All of their chi seemed strong and were profound spirit disciples of the first-level cultivation. At the outer sect, they seemed friendly. But in front of Su Yun, they were not worth mentioning. Staying in the Su family? Su Yun smiled slyly and said, "Didn't the Su family set rules that the inner sect disciples are not to beat up the outer sect disciples? What can all of you do even if I beat him up?" The regulations of the Su family stated that the disciples of the inner sect should not bully the disciples of the outer sect. But this regulation did not have its effects. The disciples of the outer sect hindered the power of the disciples of the inner sect and were bullied. They dared not let anyone know, and, amongst the regulations, there was not one that stated that the disciples of the outer family should not bully the disciples of the inner sect. Because of that, the patriarch thought that such regulation was not impossible. Are the ones who had the power to bully the disciples of the inner sect fit to be disciples of the outer sect? But there was one exception, and that was this freak. Su Yun. You're crazy. I'll teach you a lesson today on how to be a person. Su Sanfeng rushed to Su Yun in a fit of anger, with his fist accumulating the profound spirit chi. As compared to the disciples of the outer sect, this fist was fast and fierce, and the fingers between the fist wiggled continuously. The speed at which the fist changed direction was quick, and it was covered in bursts of meticulous skills. But Su Yun restrained all his chi within his body. This group of people assumed that Su Yun was only a profound spirit disciple with only a rank of 10th in the realm. To let these disciples of the inner sect know what his cultivation realm was like now was as easy as ABC and would humiliate them at the same time. The fist had yet come close to Su Yun before, suddenly, a hand extended out and stopped the fist quickly. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. The fist, which was traveling at such a fast speed, was brought down. The inner sect disciple Su Sanfeng was distracted and, as he looked towards Su Yun, he received a ferocious kick to his abdomen. Boom! Su Sanfeng was immediately kicked and flew out, hitting the back of his head on a large rock. When he dropped onto the floor, he had already fainted, not moving at all. One kick caused an inner sect disciple to fall unconscious. Was this fellow still an outer sect disciple? Su Xianjun and the other guy was stunned. You guys should have heard of my name, Su Yun, right? Su Yun patted himself, walked over and coldly stared at the two guys. So what if I slaughtered Su Quang? Have you guys forgotten? Do you need me to slaughter a few more inner sect disciples, so that you all will have a better impression of me? As his voice came down, a domineering and dense baleful aura flitted across his eyes. The both of them were scared out of their wits, and finally Su Xianjun remembered the inner sect disciple who competed at the competition and died a horrible death, creating a disturbance that no one could forget. You are the Su Yun that killed Su Quan? Su Xianjun, who was trembling, asked. Does the outer sect still have another Su Yun? They were so intimidated that they were completely unable to say anything. No one could expect that this outer sect disciple could be so ruthless. Su Yun frowned, and asked, Say, what are you looking for me for? The inner sect has released a command. 3 days later, they want those who have been chosen, to go to Tai Ching Lakeside to destroy a monster. Su Xianjun found his courage to speak. 3 days later to head to Tai Ching Lakeside to destroy a monster? Su Yun heard what he said, lowered his head, and went into deep thought. After a short while, he raised his head and asked, What monster is it? It is said to be the Heavenly Scale Fish King. Heavenly Scale Fish King? That old monster that has been living for 500 over years? Su Yun was flabbergasted. It should be that. This time, how many people did Su family deploy? Roughly 60 or more. Who are they? 12 of the inner sect disciples. The others are the disciples of the outer sect. Did the Su family send such a team over to seek death? Su Yun laughed sarcastically. All the other teams there had an exceptional level of profound spirit chi to go against the heavenly scale Fish King. To send such a team over is basically to kill them. I heard the mission this time round was proposed by other sects in hope that we, the Su family, can help out with something. There are many sects going to kill the heavenly scale Fish King. The Su family is going only for show only. They are only required to pull off some profound techniques, and they need not fight for their lives. Su Xianjun wiped away the blood from his nose. Oh. Su Yun nodded his head, but he remembered about a particular treasure. The heavenly scale divine eyes. A treasure that would create a large disturbance in the world. Heavenly scale Fish King would only produce one every 500 years. The only thing was that many people still did not know that the heavenly scale Fish King's eyes could be refined into a treasure, and, if one could attain the divine eyes, it would provide over 100,000 beneficial uses. The two inner sect disciples carefully stole a look at him, thinking of when they would be able to leave. But what they saw was a twinkle in Su Yun's eyes, like he was considering some things. Is it mandatory to attend this mission? Su Yun suddenly asked. Yes, everyone has to attend. The attendees will receive a supply provided by the Su family. If they do not attend, then they would be dealt with according to the Su family regulations. Su Xianjun exclaimed hurriedly. Su Yun nodded his head. I understand, I will participate. That's great, then we will meet 3 days later. Su Yun, we are leaving. Su Xianjun stood up in a hurry, smiled and said. Then he quickly ran to the unconscious Su Sanfeng and left. Hold up. Suddenly, Su Yun yelled. The two trembled and turned to look at Su Yun in fear. Is there anything else? Pay for the repairing of the door before you can leave. Su Yun pointed at the broken door on the floor. About that, how much money? How much money do you all have? I only have 400 spirit coins with me. What about you? Su Yun looked to the other one. I have 511 spirit coins, the person trembled as he said. Su Yun pointed at Su Sanfeng, who was in coma. First, throw out all the spirit coins on him first. Su Xianjun dared not delay any further. He quickly disrobed the spirit coin bag around Su Sanfeng's waist and threw it hastily at Su Yun. Su Yun caught it and studied it. He then said, to repair the door, I still need 911 spirit coins. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100. The first to take action gains the advantage, 1/4. Within the elegant courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang within the courtyard. From afar, a loud voice broke the silence and all the slaves working in the courtyard got a shock. One of the slave who was carrying firewood in his arms even dropped them to the ground and darted his eyes in all directions in fear. But nothing happened in the surrounding. Not only that, nothing in the courtyard moved. Not even a speck of dust was lifted up. A person who wore a jade crown and donned with a jaded green robe. On one hand, he held a sword. The edge of the sword pierced through a pseudo-rock. The sword shimmered like the spring waters without piercing the inside of the pseudo-rock. Instead, it just touched it lightly. Then, voila! The wind blew and the pseudo-rock immediately turned into powder and fell to the ground. The slaves who stood at the side stared in shock. Sword explosion technique. The profound spirit chi was suppressed within the sword. With the use of Qinggong, the chi was pushed out of the sword and into the target's body, resulting in the explosion of the profound spirit chi. But this explosion did not result in any wreckage, yet it had a shocking ability of slicing. Every kind of explosion could elicit 9,981 slices. TSK. This power is astonishing. A handsome man with a plaited hair clapped as he stood one side. He was smiling ear to ear as he complimented. Su Dongfang, who was wearing the jaded green robe, released the sword in his hand. Without changing his expression, this sword explosion technique may seem shocking, but to attack the bullseye is no easy task. If not used correctly, then it would be of little value. With Master Dongfang's power, why do you have to insult others? When your sword is aimed correctly, it's also enough to give a hard time to the opponent. I believe within a few years, Master Dongfang will be able to enter the main house and become the successor of the big clan elder. Su Huangming, the man in plate, stated. My father, the big clan elder, holds the duty as a patriarch with responsibilities, and it cannot be passed down. I know what I am capable of. Su Dongfang kept his sword and waved his hands at the slaves so that they could clean up the area in this place. After that, he walked to the pavilion and sat down to pour himself a cup of tea. Huangming, why have you come here? Oh, it's nothing big. Yesterday, I sent 3 outer sect disciples to announce the mission of the Taiching Lakeside, but they were all beaten up by an outer sect disciple. Su Huangming walked over and poured himself a tea as well. He drank up his tea before saying a word. Su Dongfang did not mind either. He said blandly, outer sect disciple? Do you know which gang did it? They are quite gutsy. Gang? Su Huangming shook his head. Not a gang, the opponent is only one person. One person? Su Dongfang was stunned. The cup in his hand trembled and the water spilled over. One outer sect disciple beat up 3 inner sect disciples? This was shocking. Yes. Just one person. Su Huangming smiled with his eyes. It is the one who killed Su Quan, Su Yun. Oh? Su Dongfang laughed. It's that person again? Sigh, I didn't expect he would offend our master Huangming this time round. How outrageous is he? I wonder how you, Huangming, would like to deal with him? It's not like as if you don't know how I work. But I'm a tad worried as this time it is a person from the Su family. Su Huangming said. What's there to worry about? Su Dongfang placed the cup down and waved his hand. Just do what you have to do. If anything happens, I'll deal it for you. If I kill that little rascal? Su Huangming asked slyly. Su Dongfang fell silent after hearing, after which he then laughed. That, I can settle too. Looks like I didn't waste my trip here. Su Huangming stood up, turned and left. Su Yun, you're too careless. You even dare to offend anyone. Su Dongfang shook his head, stared at Su Huangming who was leaving, stood up and left for his personal room. 3 days later. The Su family inner sect mission. Venue of the mission. It is located 1,300 miles from the Taiching city at the shore of the southern China Sea. This place is well loved and protected by the people of Taiching. The plaza at the outer sect of the Su family. All the chosen disciples came to the plaza and gathered together to wait for the inner sect disciples. Su Yun stood at the back of the crowd alone. Ever since he killed Su Quan, he was completely isolated. Everyone knew he offended Master Dongfang. Feared being dragged down, they kept a distance away from him. Even previously those who would greet Su Yun dared not speak a word with him. After half an hour, an uproar broke out within the crowd. The inner sect disciples led by Su Shilong walked towards the plaza. The outer sect saw the uproar and started gathering around the plaza. The scene was splendid and crowded. Su Shilong stood on the grandstand of the plaza and silence filled the plaza. The disciples of the inner sect wore bright clothes as they stood behind Su Shilong lined up. They looked impressive. As compared the outer sect disciples' simple living, they seemed like worlds apart. Su Yun studied the inner sect disciples and did not find Su Xianyu or Su Xingyang's presence. It seemed like they were on a mission. There was no peace in the inner sect since he got in. Neither was there time for him to cultivate. Most of the time was spent on carrying out the missions of the inner sect. Only after some time was he fully accepted and nurtured by the inner sect. Su Shilong scanned the plaza with dignity and his gaze fell on the Su Yun, who was standing behind the crowd. He snorted before opening his big mouth. I believe all of you know what the mission is for today, right? Yes, it is to help all the sects to exterminate the Heavenly Scale Fish King at Tai Ching Lakeside. Heavenly Scale Fish King is the ultimate demon at Tai Ching Lakeside and has a cultivation of at least 8th rank spirit soul disciple realm. It has been sleeping in the lake for close to 100 years. Recently, he has been stirring up some trouble. The protector of Tai Ching passed away close to 30 years ago, and the current protector lacks experience and the capabilities to deal with the Fish King. Thus, he had asked for help from everyone. The Fish King stirred up trouble and it cost the lives of many. Up till date, there are 3 cities and 7 counties that had been converted. Countless common people are missing. This is a chance to fight for honor for the Su family. All of you have to give your all in this fight, to ambush and kill the Fish King to gain honor for the Su family. Is that clear? Yes, Master. All of them shout unanimously. But everyone knew that this was all just talk. The Su family is only one out of the many households. Their main objective was to flourish and leave a legacy. Those knight-errant, emergency relief heroic acts to save the world were all done by the sections. The Su family merely wanted to be named after this time, otherwise, they would not send so many outer sect disciples out. The spirit intermediate disciples and spirit core disciples are fighting a spirit soul disciple? That would be a laughing joke of the world. Su Shilong nodded his head in satisfaction and, thereafter, he raised his hand to wave it slightly. A man with plate emerged from behind. The man had a yellowish-colored, long face. His gaze was powerful and, between his brows, emitted a strong qi, like an arrow ready to be shot out. Su Huangming! Su Shilong shouted. The man immediately wrapped one fist in his palm and saluted, Master, Huangming is here. This time, you will take care of leading the group. Remember, you have to ensure the safety of the Su family disciples. Do not disappoint the Su family. Su Shilong instructed. The man respectfully said, Huangming is determined to live up to Deacon Master's expectations, and will be responsible for my Su family's trust. Very good. Once you all have packed your supplies, immediately depart. Su Shilong nodded his head before turning to leave. We respectfully see off Deacon Master. Everyone shouted loudly. 10 outer sect disciples carried the mission in boxes and walked over to give one to everyone. The box mainly contained healing medicine, rejuvenating chi pills, and some other lower-ranked hidden talisman to help keep lives. Although it was no expensive but it was useful. The people who received the box all opened the box eagerly. The outer sect people gathered together and peeped at the inside of the box curiously. Only the inner sect people did not care. They had seen much pricier things in their daily living. Who has yet to receive the box? A disciple of the outer sect shouted. Me! Su Yun shouted at him. He saw Su Yun and brought a box over. Su Yun stretched his hands out, ready to receive the box. But at this point of time, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side, snatched the box, and took it away. Su Yun was startled, turned to look, only to see the owner of the hand was the man who was previously standing on the stage, the plate-haired Su Huangming. Ah, young Master Huangming! Someone hurriedly called. Su Huangming ignored him, his eyes carried a bit of laziness and arrogance, staring at Su Yun, the box in his hands continuously swaying. Su Yun frowned, wrinkling his brows, his eyes looking straight back at Huangming. Su Huangming had walked to confront Su Yun and set his gaze on Su Yun to study his body features. Su Yun's head was taller, leaving Su Huangming to be half a head shorter than him, and, adding on Su Yun's well-proportioned physique, gained a sense of prominent superiority. But Su Huangming had a group of inner sect disciples as followers behind him for backup, and practically all the inner sect disciples were under him. To talk about power, Su Yun was practically losing by 8,100 miles. "You are Su Yun?" Su Huangming opened his mouth. It was as if he was smiling on his face, but his eyes squinted. "Is there a problem?" Su Yun asked. 3 days ago, you beat up Su Xi and the other people. According to regulations, I cannot give you the supplies. Su Huangming said arrogantly. When did Su family have such a regulation? Su Yun asked with his brows knitted. There wasn't in the past. But now we do. Su Huangming threw the supply backwards and said, and this regulation is set by me. Why? Do you have any objections? As he was talking, the other 12 inner sect disciples gathered their power and encircled Su Yun. All of their faces were calm and their fists clenched tight. Were they trying to pick a fight? It did not seem so simple. These people all held anger in between their brows. If they only wanted to help Su Xi vent anger, it would not be like this. Su Yun thought. He knew Su Huangming was not friendly to him, and so he kept all the anger to himself and kept calm. No. Good. Su Huangming patted his shoulders and muttered, May you have a safe journey. After that, he patted Su Yun's shoulder again and left with his face beaming in a smile. Su Yun stared Su Huangming's back as he left, his heart turning cold. Don't tell me Su Huangming would really kill me for those people? They carried such great killing intent in them. I'm afraid they only wanted an eye for an eye. I couldn't care less. Whatever reason they have, at least. I have to be the first to take action to gain the advantage. Thinking to this point, Su Yun finalized the resolve to kill them in his heart. He then turned and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Chapter 101. Chapter 101 Vicious, 2/4. Yet again, he did not receive the help supplies, so Su Yun felt that he was thoroughly out of luck. But wasn't it the same when he entered Martial Bone Mountain? Looks like he has offended a great deal of people from the Su family. Although each time it was not him who initiated all the troubles that went his way, and he could not hide from it even if he tried. Half an hour later, the convoy went on their way. With a total of 65 men, the convoy consisted of 13 inner sect disciples, while the rest were outer sect disciples. Due to the disturbance caused by Su Huangming at the parade square, all of the outer sect disciples maintained a respectful distance from Su Yun, and no one dared to speak half a sentence to him. Everyone could see that Su Huangming had something against Su Yun. Although Su Yun became infamous due to the slaughter of Su Kuang, it could not justify the reason. Why should Su Huangming find trouble with him? Su Yun could kill somebody by himself. After all, it was just one person, and Su Huangming had so many inner sect experts around him. What's more, Su Huangming was not Su Kuang, he was a famous individual from the inner sect, and was one of the highest-ranking experts, who was not afraid of one-on-one combat, let alone Su Yun. Therefore, Su Yun followed behind the convoy alone, one man riding on his spirit stallion, and left the Su family. The journey was dull, uninteresting, and tedious. With the spirit stallion speed, to get to Taiching Lakeside would take at least 15 days of time. It was less than a day since he left the Su family, and Su Huangming had a piece to get off his chest again. As everyone got to a fork on the outskirts, Su Huangming got down off his spirit stallion and turned to indicate everyone to stop. Everyone pulled on their spirit stallion and the horseshoes bustled in chaos. Su Yun looked up to this scene and his heart was filled with suspicion. He saw Su Huangming pointed to the right side of the fork road and shouted in a high voice, This mission involves the reputation of my Su family. We need to rush to Taiching Lakeside as soon as possible. As such, we will be taking this road to arrive at the destination as soon as possible. This road? A disciple of the Su family outer sect was stunned. This road seems to lead to Jaded Claw's forest. I heard that Jaded Claw's forest homes several Jaded Claw's wolves. If we take this road, will we meet the herd of wolves, young master? Ha! The last time I heard the Jaded Claw's hungry wolves appearing was 3 years ago. How lucky can we get to meet such things? Don't fear, don't fear. Let's go. With that, Su Huangming rode towards the right side of the fork without considering the opinions of the majority. Su Yun noticed and, unknowingly, his brows knitted. Logically, those headed for Taiching Lakeside would all choose the road on the left, as the road was smoother, wider, and led straight to Taiching Lakeside. On the other hand, though the right side of the fork was a shortcut, this road was bumpy, and had many ferocious beasts. Adding up the time needed to fight the ferocious beasts, it might not be shorter than the time taken to travel the road on the left. Su Yun secretly kept it in mind, as he felt something was wrong. Very quickly, the Su family and the horses marched into the Jaded Claw's forest. This forest was no ordinary forest. All the trees were at least 100 feet tall and were dense as though they were the pillars of holding the sky. Little sunlight managed to shine through. The people who were hurrying on felt their vision field were dark and dim. Without looking carefully, they would not be able to make out the road in front. What is young Master Huangming doing? There's a road for us to walk smoothly, yet he chooses to walk such a difficult path? Who knows? Be careful, don't confront those Jaded Claw's wolves, or else we'll be dead. It's not that bad. There's so many of the inner sect disciples, and the team is led by young Master Huangming, so what do we have to be afraid of? I heard that young Master Huangming is an expert in the 7th level of the Spirit Intermediate Disciple realm. His power is considered mighty in the inner sect. He must not fear the Jaded Claw's wolves, and thus, he would lead us this way. 7th stage of the Spirit Intermediate realm? Geez, he is so strong. The inner sect disciples who were walking at the front gathered and gossiped softly. They continuously let out a series of gasps and sighs. Su Yun, who was riding on the horse with his eyes closed, heard the gossip and opened his eyes slowly. 7th stage of Spirit Intermediate realm? He was indeed an elite in the inner sect. He would not be easy to deal with. Ka-cha! This time, a low horseshoe sound rang from both sides. Su Yun looked over to see a few of the inner sect disciples whipping the horse to increase the speed to catch up to Su Huangming, who was right at the front. Su Huangming's face turned solemn and muttered something to them. After which the disciples of the inner sect dispersed. Amongst them, someone sneakily peeked over to Su Yun. Although it was just a fast peep, it was enough to let Su Yun sense that he was in danger. Could it be that Su Huangming is going to attack me? It was impossible. There were so many people here. If he dares make a move, he would definitely invite trouble for himself as well. He needs to find a reason to do so. Oh woo! At this time, a wolf cry sound filled the entire forest, one cry after another, leaving fear and panic in people's hearts. Jaded Claw's wolves! An outer sect disciple cried out in alarm. Unexpectedly, they had such bad luck as to encounter the hungry wolves. Everyone was trembling in fear, and panically packed their spirit stallions together, cautiously and carefully screening their surroundings. Su Yun saw what happened, and immediately shouted, "Everyone do not be afraid, I remember there is an exit in front, I will go ahead and check on the road." Once the voice was heard, he whipped his horse to dash forward. Su Yun! Quickly return! Without young Master Huangming's orders, you shouldn't act on your own. A inner sect disciple at the side hastily yelled, but he did not fall short, as Su Yun went out of control like a wild horse, fleeing deeper into the forest, very quickly disappearing. Did he catch on? Su Huangming was stumped, squinting both of his eyes. He waved his hands. He is but just one person. Wu Yang, you all continue forward. Once you're near him, then take action, do not let anyone find out. Ian, if you make it so goddamn obvious, anyone would figure out, dumbass. Yes. The inner sect disciple at his side responded in a low voice, increased his speed, and gave chase towards Su-Yun's direction. Horse galloping sounds. Heavy hoof beats from the horses running resounded through the forest. It was exceptionally ear-piercing. Once he fled into the forest, Su-Yun dismounted from his horse and hid behind a huge tree. Behind him were two inner sect disciples who had lost sight of Su-Yun and slowed down. The surroundings was extremely gloomy, as the tall trees blocked off the sunlight, and the forest was very cold. Where did this brat run off to? Did he find out about young Master Huang Ming's plans? How we are attracting the Jaded Claws wolves, and then are going to destroy him? I don't think so. But no worries, even if he found out, he is still going to die. No matter how he tries to rejoin the convoy, young Master Huang Ming can simply accuse him of desertion and kill him. So, no matter what, he is dead. The two inner sect disciples viciously discussed. As expected, they were planning to kill me. Hidden behind the big tree, Su-Yun's face tensed. Hey look, that spirit stallion. It is definitely Su-Yun's. Right at this moment, someone screamed in fear. The two who found the spirit stallion left behind by Su-Yun rushed over immediately. One of them sacrificed a piece of lotus green magical weapon and sent the profound spirit chi over. Instantly, with the spirit stallion as the core, its surrounding emerged a very subtle chi. This chi was very fine and thin. If they did not rely on this magical weapon, no ordinary man could sense it. The end of this chi was where Su-Yun stood. It was a tracking type of magical weapon. Su-Yun's face was concealed. He looked at his surroundings and saw that no one followed him before he took out the sword sheath and the death sword from his storage ring. He carried them on his back and stepped forward, walking out of the forest. The spirit stallion was stained with his chi, and the magical weapon would probably follow the chi emitted from the spirit stallion to track his whereabouts. It was pointless hiding. But right at this point, there was not a need to hide anymore. Jun-He. The disciple who was still instigating the green lotus magical weapon muttered to the person beside him. With a change in his gaze, he looked at Su-Yun who was walking over. The two set their gazes on him. Su-Yun actually had the guts to walk out. The two were confused and shocked. Their eyes met and they both took out their magical weapons stealthily and rode their horses towards Su-Yun. May I know what you seniors are looking for? Su-Yun asked nonchalantly as he took out Thousand Deep Sword from his sword sheath. His moves were blatant as he had no intention to hide it. Seeing his face solemn and without much anxiety, as if he had no fear, even when confronting two inner sect disciples, Su-Jin-He and the other one were confused and shocked. The two shivered when Su-Yun pulled out his sword. What was happening? Could it be he did not fear us? Su-Jin-He's heart was congealed. Su-Yun, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to return the group soon? Su-Yi said. The two stood, one on the left, the other on the right, and looked at Su-Yun carefully as they got nearer and nearer to him with the intention to kill Shon. Then, as they were not close to him yet, Su-Yun lightly tapped on both his feet and suddenly jumped forward. With the sword in his hand, he waved abruptly and threw it towards Su-Yi. Su-Yi hurriedly dodged the sword in shock. But the glimmering long sword changed its direction as it was nearing Su-Yi, and it was about to pierce through his heart. Su-Jin-He's reaction was not slow. He shouted in anger and pulled out the treasure blade from his waist and chopped towards the Thousand Deep, which was flying towards him. However, as his blade was nearing Thousand Deep, the pure divine spirit chi on top of the Thousand Deep sword shook and left the sword, forming a separate chi sword. Dang! The Thousand Deep sword flung the treasure blade away. The chi sword did not wait for Su-Jin-He to react and pierced through his chest straight. Although it was deviated from the heart's position, but it pierced him to the ground. Fresh blood was spewing from his sword wound and he was injured badly. What? Suyi glared with his eyes wide opened. He saw Su Junhee lying on the floor, unable to get up, and his expressions changed drastically. What is this weird profound technique? He saw Suyin take a few steps forward again and dash toward Suyi at a high speed. Suyin leaped into mid-air, jumping toward him. The flying sword, instigated by Su Junhee, spun in mid-air before it flew back towards Suyun and landed straight in his hands. It then followed Suyun's vicious movements and chopped viciously towards Suyi. Dang! Suyi raised his own weapon Red Leaf Wind Flintlock to withstand the sword. Utilizing his entire spirit chi, he was still incomparable to Suyun's power. With this sword, he clenched his teeth tightly and, with difficulty, received the attack. But Suyun's attack was not finished. He used one leg to step on the spirit stallion's head, using his hand as a fulcrum and plunging Thousand Deep Sword downwards. Thousand Deep Sword released yet another purplish chi body from its tip, with a powerful might pouring downwards. Boom! A violent sound from the Red Leaf Wind Flintlock fired off. The gun body blocked of the strike of the sword, but Suyi felt his both arms trembling like crazy, his whole body shivering. This sword strike had power amplified by a huge number of times as compared to the previous sword strike. The spirit stallion neighed, his four hooves randomly swaying, as it could not handle the power. Seeing that, Suyin used his leg to kick the spirit stallion in the head. Taking the attack, the spirit stallion immediately stood up and started to continuously sway. Suyin took this opportunity to drop down, while Suyi, who was still riding, could not. With his current arms being numb, he just could not control the reins of the spirit stallion. At that moment, the spirit stallion lifted its front hooves and straightened its body. Suyi could no longer control. He screamed badly and fell off the horse. Right at the moment he fell off from the horse, a ray of chilly light flashed. Frightened, Suyi subconsciously raised his pike. But it was all too late. A strong and formidable sword with an unbeatable force came through. Right when the sword slashed, he was sliced in half. Even the floor beneath him was sliced with a deep crevice. Suyi's blood gushed out from his internal body and into the deep wound. The third sword of Thousand Deep Sword. Su Junhee, who was holding onto his chest, was completely stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Small Cheap Tricks, 3/4. Ka-cha. The guy drew out the sword from the body in front of him, and looked straight at Su Junhee. Suyun, you dare to kill an inner sect disciple, you want to die? Su Junhee's whole body was shivering. Enduring the pain, both of his legs gave way. He could not stand, and used his four limbs to crawl away, wanting to keep a distance from this crazy guy. But he was clearly thinking too much. Su Huangming sent you two to come and kill me? Suyun walked slowly towards Su Junhee and asked. That's right. No, that's wrong, that's not it. Young Master Huangming did not plan to kill you. We are here to advise you to rejoin the convoy. Su Junhee frantically yelled nonsense. Fresh blood was sprayed on the floor. I will return to the convoy shortly. Suyun smirked, a hint of cold was seen in his eyes. He raised his sword and instantly struck at Su Junhee. Ah! A miserable yell rippled out. Far away on the main path of Jaded Claw's forest. The slowly advancing Su Huangming appeared to have heard something, hurriedly raised his hand to stop the advancing convoy. Young master, what was that sound? The person next to him asked. Not sure, but it was definitely a man-made sound. Jade Claw's forest is a desolated place with very few people entering. I'm afraid it was from one of our guys. One of ours? The surrounding people jumped in fright. Could it be? They met with the hungry Jaded Claw's wolves? Someone asked carefully. Hungry Jaded Claws wolves? Su Huangming lightly groaned. I just sent a few of the inner sect disciples to scan the surroundings. Even if they meet the Hungry Jaded Claws wolves, how can they not be able to fight them? Even if they cannot win, at least they can run away, right? I'm afraid. That sound was caused by a person harming them. Harmed by someone else? From the way he spoke, the rest of them knew who was Su Huangming hinting at. Other than Su Yun, who left without permission, there was no one else. But, was Su Yun that brave? Even if he was brave, did he have the capabilities? It was two inner sect disciples they were talking about. Listen. Su Huangming called the 8 of the inner sect disciples over, and softly said, I'm afraid Su Yun already knows what I plan to do. When he comes back later, immediately take action. I will bear all the consequences. Yes, young master. The convoy people shouted. Su Huangming squinted his eyes, with a sinister expression. Who do you think you are, Su Yun? Ha, I want to see your capabilities. Young master, do we then continue moving forward or wait here? Someone asked. Continue moving. Su Huangming waved his hands, and shouted, after we leave this Jaded Claws forest, if Su Yun has yet to return back to the convoy, he will be treated as deserting the mission, betraying the Su family rules, and will be treated as a traitor of the Su family, to be killed without discussion. Understand? Su family traitor? Isn't that going too far? A few of the outer sect disciples felt that it was too severe a punishment. I will bear the consequences. Su Huangming spoke indifferently. After hearing that, everyone knew what Su Huangming was doing, and did not dare to speak up, as no one dared to go against Su Huangming's decision. The convoy carried on moving forward. While all these were happening, a quiet man donning a pitch-black Blademaster robe and a broken mask, was staring down at the convoy from high up in the tall trees. Su Huangming is in the 7th stage of Spirit Intermediate Disciple Realm. While I am just barely into the 6th stage, I can only fight by relying on limitless sword arts, weird abilities. In addition to the spirit essence and its power, my profound spirit chi can catch up to his, and winning against him is not difficult. It's just that the number of inner sect disciples around him will be troublesome. Su Yun calculated, while striding on the branches, following the convoy. Oh! At this time, the melodious wolf howl sounded out again. The people in the convoy froze, and became cautious again. Su Yun was distracted by the sound. Hungry Jaded Claws wolves? If he could attract the Hungry Jaded Claws wolves to attack the convoy, he could seize an opportunity in the mess. Su Yun lowered his head and went into deep thought. Shortly after, he immediately jumped down the tree branches and ran towards the wolf howls. Hungry Jaded Claws wolves were in the 1st stage of the Spirit Intermediate Realm, and there were few who were of the 2nd stage, and existed in a vicious pack of at least 30 wolves. They only thrived deep in the forests of the Jaded Claws forest, and, if one was to stick on the main path of the Jaded Claws forest, it was hard to encounter any of the hungry wolves. But with just one encounter with a hungry wolf, it would attract countless wolves to gang up and attack. But how can he attract the wolves? That was the question. Since they were hungry wolves, they would naturally be famished and thirsty, thus being attracted by any smell of food. Su Yun suddenly remembered something, abruptly turning his body, and rushed back to where Su Zhenhe and Su Yi had died. Approaching the 2 corpses, he saw 2 spirit stallions who had lost their minds running towards him. Seeing that, Su Yun immediately took out Thousand Deep Sword and proceeded to slaughter them. The spirit stallions were easily killed, and fresh blood was everywhere. But Su Yun did not care about them, slowed his pace, and carefully walked towards the 2 corpses. Since the spirit stallions were scared, it meant that there were other animals nearing the corpses, and the fresh blood from the corpses could easily attract the hungry wolves. If he did not guess wrong, the 2 bodies were already surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Su Yun leaped upwards, before jumping to another tree, and carefully advanced towards Su Zhenhe and Su Ye's bodies from above the trees. After a short moment, the scene before him left Su Yun completely stunned. All he saw was a patch of bloodied grass, as head after head of skinny and bloodied hungry wolves fought over the two corpses. They were originally Su Jinhe and Su Yi, but their corpses were mutilated, broken, and mashed into smaller pieces by over 30 jaded claws wolves. The scene would only leave people numb in fear. This amount of meat, how could it satisfy the entire pack? Su Yin focused his heart and mind, eyed a limb being taken away by a large jaded claws wolf, and suddenly jumped down from the tree, with the posture of a flying kick. The jaded claws wolf was merely in the first stage of spirit intermediate realm, and as a sixth stage of spirit intermediate realm disciple, he did not use profound spirit chi. Simply using his strength and agility was already much stronger than the wolf. Adding the fact that Su Yin launched a sneak attack, the usually unmatched, vigilant, jaded claws wolf was too intoxicated with the food in its mouth, did not notice the figure that was flying down on it, and was immediately sent flying by a kick. Su Yin picked up the piece of meat from God knows what body part it was, and immediately turned to flee. With the food being forcibly taken away, the jaded claws wolf was naturally enraged, but once it saw a new, moving prey, its eyes turned from green to red. A woo-woo! A mournful howl resounded, and after that, a herd of wolves rushed forward and started chasing after Su Yun. Su Yun ran like mad. As he passed by the two spirit stallion corpses, he punctured the spirit stallion's arteries, drawing out a lot of fresh blood, and smeared the blood over his body, turning red. After that, he picked up the two spirit stallions' heads, sliced into them with his sword, and continued rushing towards Su Huangming. Seeing the two bloodied horse stallion bodies, the jaded claws wolves went crazy and started feasting. Being greedy creatures, and as they were famished, the two huge stallion bodies were quickly finished, but still could not satisfy the wolves even a little. Being so hungry and having a bit of the horses made the wolves feel even more intolerable, and one by one they went crazy, rushing after Su Yun. A trail of blood attracted many wolves, and in a short period of time, there were close to 100 hungry wolves chasing. Soon, Su Yun took a breath, and moved like an ape on the treetops. Very quickly, there were sounds of the spirit stallions galloping from a distance. Few and scattered conversations could be heard. They're near. Su Yun grasped the thousand deep sword tightly, his whole body releasing pure divine spirit chi. Who? A man rushed out from the thick and dense tree branches, and rushed forward, towards the main path. Hua la! The tree leaves rustled, the people in the convoy who were rushing, one after another, took a sidelong glance, towards the direction of the sound. Who's there? All they saw was a man dressed in black swordmaster clothes, and donning a half-broken mask. The inner sect disciples were scared, and one by one took out their weapons, warily staring at the man approaching. They saw the man rush to the exit of the main path, and throw the two spirit stallion heads on his sword towards them. Pudong Pudong Pudong. The spirit stallion heads dropped into the crowd, and rolled a few times on the floor, blood spilling everywhere. This caused everyone to panic and retreat, naturally afraid of the filth and the chance that it would get onto their bodies. It became a mess. Who are you? Looking at this man dressed in full black and wearing a mask, everyone was suspicious of him, and one of the inner sect disciples shouted. For no reason, this person suddenly appeared in front of them at a place like this, and even portrayed some weird actions. How does it not make people doubtful? Su Huangming had a gut feeling. Is he Su Yun? But that person did not have any thoughts of lingering, and as soon as he threw the heads of the spirit stallions, he immediately jumped upwards, hopped onto a branch, and turned to leave. Stand still! A shout was heard, but he did not stop. Su Huangming was stumped for words. He did not wait for a reaction, but heard, from a distance, a rumbling and rustling sound, and it was getting louder and louder, bigger and bigger. Everyone, do not panic. It is just two spirit stallion heads. An inner sect disciple shouted, trying to control and calm the convoy. The crowd, which was in a mess, became calmer, but those who were nearer to the spirit stallion heads were still grossed out. Everyone just calmed down for a bit. Su Huangming calmed his mind down. His face was dark, and he looked around, carefully scanning the surrounding. No one made a sound, and no one quarreled. Everyone felt that something was off, and took out their own weapons. The rustling sound caused Su Huangming to notice something. His face suddenly looked like he found out the reason, squinted his eyes and laughed. "Oh, so it's like that. What's wrong, young Master Huangming?" The inner sect disciple beside him saw and curiously asked. "It's just a small, cheap trick." Su Huangming laughed like he did not care, and then he waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone gather, prepare to fight." Prepare for a fight? Everyone was stunned, but they did not dare to doubt, and immediately huddled together, raising their body profound spirit chi, looking formidable, and prepared for a fight. So, sound of the wind. At this time, a huge wave of shadows dashed out from the forest, and when the Su family looked, they could not help but feel shivers going down their spine. It turned out to be a herd of hungry jaded claws wolves. Oh God! It's a wolf pack! Someone screamed in surprise, as his whole body trembled in fear. Su Huangming shouted, "Do not be scared, these are just level 1 spirit intermediate realm beasts, kill!" As the sound resounded, he kicked his spirit stallion, and spearheaded the assault, killing his way through. A long blade, as pure white as snow, was summoned from his storage ring as he slashed down on the closest hungry wolf's head in front of him. Poochie! The hungry wolf died. The massacre between the Su family and the hungry jaded claws wolves erupted. From a distance, Su Yun stood on a few branches and watched the scene unfold, took a deep breath, extended his hand, and caressed the jet black sword behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Kill or be killed, April 4th. To the absolute horror of the Su family's outer sect disciples, the wolf pack rushed forward. However, the courageous inner sect disciples faced the pack of 100 hungry wolves without a hint of fear. One by one, they sped to the forefront, beheading the starving pack of jaded claws wolves like they were mere fruits and vegetables. Although the wolves had the upper hand in terms of numbers, they were no match for the Su family when it came to strength. Many of the Su family outer sect disciples lacked the spirit cultivation of spirit intermediate disciples, but they had an abundance of bead pills and treasures that could be utilized. The knowledge of when to advance and retreat was not a concept that the wolves, which turned crazy and senseless for food, would be able to comprehend, and Su Huangming especially, whose potential radiated, finished off the wolves as easily as cattle, stunning everyone and boosting the troops' morale. The ground was awash with the blood of the wolves and their bodies were astrewn everywhere. Aowu! Wolf cry! The alpha male of the jaded claws wolves, upon seeing that they were losing the fight, let out a melodious and high-pitched howl. A call for reinforcements. Everyone was seized by terror. Looks like today is the day to rid and cleanse the jade claws forest of all the pests. Su Huangming was overcome with the ecstasy of killing, and the spark of it in his eyes grew more powerful. He had absolutely zero intention of leaving. Voila! Darting sound. At this moment, a shadow bolted out from the peripherals of the woods. His heart jumped as he looked around, only to discover Su Yun, who had left the team unauthorized. Didn't this fellow go ahead to scout? Why is he back? Su Yun! Hurry over and help. A few of the outer disciples could not fend off the wolves saw their hope, and immediately called out. Su Yun had a strong cultivation, and managed to kill the inner disciple Su Kuang. It could be seen that his strength was something else. If he lent a hand, the Su family would not have to fear these wolves. Please calm down, everyone. Su Yun shouted, and entered the battlefield. Young master, it's Su Yun. He's back. Seeing that Su Yun had suddenly appeared and joined in the fray, one of the inner disciples got close to Su Huangming, who was enjoying himself, and said in a low voice, "Oh." Su Huangming delivered a chop on a wolf, before directing his gaze, which had gone red, at Su Yun, his eyes squinting slightly. The initial plan was to enter the Jaded Claws forest to incite the attacks of the wolves, before making use of the chance to kill Su Yun. Who knew that halfway through, he suddenly bolted, and I thought he saw through our plan. He actually came back. Ha! Seems like he doesn't know what's about to befall him. Su Huangming licked his dry lips before leaving the front lines. Young master, shall we go over together? There is no need. Su Jinhe and Su Yi are not back yet. This time, the number of wolves are too large, and it is imperative that you all stay here to clear them. As for Su Yun, I alone am enough. If Su Yun were to die, we will be able to explain his death by wolves to the Su family. Then, even if accountability is sought, it would be to no avail. Your words may be true, but, young master, Su Yun's not an idiot. If he found out, and is back, he must have something prepared. So what? Even if he has ample preparations, I'm not afraid. Su Huangming replied. It was not arrogance, but utmost confidence. If one did not have the confidence, how can one speak of taking another's life? Leave this to us. Young master, you must be careful. The inner sect disciple said. Su Huangming was silent, and stepped immediately toward the direction Su Yun was. Ka-cha! Hacking sound. A lone hungry wolf was hacked till it bellied up. Su Yun exhaled, wiping the sweat off his face, retreated to the back to consume a bead pill, took a short break to let the outer sect/circle disciples hold the fort. Su Yun! Come follow me and help. Just then, a sound emerged from the back. Su Yun was slightly stunned as he turned his gaze, only to see Su Huangming, who was wielding a bloody blade, standing right behind him. Where should I help support? Su Yun questioned. Su Huangming pointed towards the depths of the forest. Are there any hungry wolves there? Su Yun asked. There seemed to be the howl of the leader there, and it definitely called for reinforcements. I believe there will be more wolves coming here soon. Su Huangming said. Is it? But it's only the two of us. Will it be enough to hold them off? Su Huangming gave a pan-cold look, and his eyes had a smug glint. As he smiled, the two of us will be enough. Su Jinhe and Su Yi have retreated, so we don't have enough manpower. They are needed here to clean up. If we can hold on and fend them off till reinforcements arrive, those who clear up the things here will be able to come and support us. We don't have much time. Are you coming or not? As he finished speaking, he stepped forward, grabbing his bloody blade tightly. If Su Yun declined, he would immediately act. Su Yun's gaze seemed to shake, as he hesitated, before nodding. Since it's like this, then fine, let us go. Very good. Su Huangming's eyes seemed to radiate more hostility, and his expression turning more grim. He squinted, before rushing forward, his speed picking up. Su Yun's steps were slower as he followed closely behind. Let's go on, there are not that many left. One of the inner disciples saw Su Huangming departing towards the direction of the forest, before he led the rest in a huge shout. The killing got more intense. In the depths of the forest, Su Yun looked everywhere, looking into the darkness, and he crept along cautiously. The depths of the forest was eerily quiet, not a sound could be heard for miles, even the sound of the wind blowing was absent. The sounds of breathings were as clear as anything. They had put quite a distance from the Su family and Jade Claw's wolves. Right here. Su Yun, who had been walking in front, suddenly turned his body, and took a look at Su Huangming behind him. Oh? Su Huangming lifted his head, as he looked at him and revealed a stunned expression. What do you mean, right here? Let's settle it here. Su Yun laughed. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you call me here to slaughter me? Taking my life in front of the rest wouldn't be so good, would it? Seems like you had already known. Su Huangming clutched his forehead and shook his head while laughing bitterly. And here I was thinking that you were still an idiot for not noticing. What a hoot. Ah, your acting is truly top-notch. Just so. Since you know I'm about to kill you, how come you've got the guts to follow me? Su Huangming's gaze was arrogant and lazy as ever, not masking his hostility as he spoke out unhurriedly. If I didn't, you would have acted then. Su Yun replied. What? Su Huangming was truly shocked this time. Su Yun managed to see through him? Walking through this Jade Claw's forest is all to kill me, right? Su Yun said, attracting the pack of wolves over, creating chaos, and then killing me, before heading back to report my death at the mouths of the wolves. You can push the blame on them, and it'll be a perfect plan, right? That's right. Su Huangming did not hold back and arrogantly admitted, as you are able to discern my intentions, how is it that you still dare to appear? Shouldn't you be running away? Run? Why should I run? Su Yun shook his head. I did not say I am afraid of you. Ah, what a joke, you may have been hiding your ability, but I can tell, you're at most a stage 4 spirit intermediate disciple, and definitely would not be at the stage 7, let me assume that you do have a stage 6 spirit cultivation then, in my eyes, you're still just a blade of grass, easy to trample on. You're not afraid of me? Pretty soon, I'll let you eat your words. Su Huangming narrowed his eyes, and his mouth broke into a vicious grin. Su Yun heard this, went silent for a moment before bursting out, Su Zhenhe and Su Yi are dead. Su Huangming, momentarily stunned, said, What? It is me who killed them. Su Yun said. What difference does it make? It was I who attracted the wolf pack. You said that before. Have you not realized? The numbers were twice of that of the Su family. What does that prove? Su Huangming's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, his heart feeling a rise of uneasiness. He saw Su Yun reaching into his storage ring, pulling out a black blade. The blade was sheathed, and the sheath had a lot of strange carvings, looking extremely terrifying, as a strong evil aura emitted from the sword. Su Huangming's hands gripped his blade tighter. If it was up to you to create chaos, there would at most be a dozen of those wolves. The outer disciples of the Su family had never seen the Jade Claw's wolves before, and the majority of their strength is only at the stage 1 spirit intermediate realm. They have only heard rumors about these wolves, and possess enough fear of them that, as long as you only attract a few, it would be enough to throw them into a mess, but could be quelled later. Like this, you would have enough people to come and deal with me. However, I have attracted over 100 over, and the entire Su family is embroiled in the fight. The inner disciples would also not sit by and watch, since the number of hands are too little. Furthermore, I have already killed Su Zhenhe and Su Yi, so the inner disciples have lost another 2 experts. Like this, there would be absolutely no one to come and join you in dealing with me, Su Yun spoke flatly. Su Huangming's face had turned ashen, so what? What does it prove? All this is for you to deal with me alone. Su Yun's gaze had turned incomparably sharp, as a trace of cold energy radiated from between his brows. You think that I can't kill you? Su Huangming finally understood Su Yun's intentions. He had done all these, just to let Su Huangming fight him alone. Only like this, will Su Yun have the chance. The chance to counter. I don't know. Su Yun shook his head, as he lifted that pitch-black sword, as he walked towards Su Huangming, step by step. I only know that. In a while, I will be reporting to the Su family that our squad leader Su Huangming has died tragically at the mouths of the Jade Claw's wolves. After those words, the entire aura around Su Yun seemed to change. His entire being seemed to radiate a fire, as his sword, which had not even been unsheathed, shot out from behind him, attacking Su Huangming. How preposterous! Let me take your life. Seeing that the sword was not even unsheathed, Su Huangming was enraged as he hoisted his long blade to meet the attack of the black sword. Dong! A blade and sword clashed, and both parties were forced back 10 steps. Su Huangming's face wore an expression of shock. He did not expect that this little outer sect disciple had managed to cultivate to such an extent. Wasn't he the trash that was chased out of the inner disciple circle? Isn't he the trash that had not even entered stage 7 spirit novice disciple even at the age of 18 years old? How is he so strong now? Su Huangming did not know, and he did not want to know. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to tear this asshole who did not know his limits apart. He roared in anger and activated his technique. The blade in his hand suddenly released a huge, oppressive aura that enveloped the blade, before it started turning in the skies. Following which, Su Huangming used all his strength to fling it. As the huge blade flew across the skies, it caused the trees along the way to be directly chopped in two, making its way towards Su Yun's waist. When the blade flew over, the black sword became vertical, with its sheath facing the blade. Su Huangming's eyes flashed with shock, as the corner of his mouth trembled. Both shoulders swinging in circles, he commanded the ferocious force and applied more spirit towards the blade, and it seemed to shudder and grow even more resplendent, before it suddenly grew bigger. That sharp aura seemed to pierce the skies. But... clang! When the blade came in contact with the sword, the outcome was not what Su Huangming expected, which was killing Su Yun where he stood. Instead, it was the loud sound of his attack being blocked. It was blocked? Su Huangming's expression froze, as he muttered, "Impossible." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. The Young Master, He Died. Heavenly Body Bright Spirit / This was Su Huangming's famous ultimate skill. It was a middle-level mystical technique his father personally passed down to him. With the chi compressed onto the edge of the blade, it took the form and became a chi blade edge, pushing out the edge to attack. The chi blade edge was not a randomized and reckless hit, but flew straight out and cut toward the opponent. It could be considered an unbeatable and deadly technique, able to cut gold and stones like cutting paper. But Su Yun still blocked it. Without a doubt. That sword was definitely not a normal sword. Su Huangming was astounded. Where and how did this brat Su Yun manage to obtain this kind of treasured sword? Its hardness is definitely top-notch, it must be at least purple level or more. Just as Su Huangming was considering its material rank, he suddenly saw the opponent's hand moving in an instant, left hand touching the sheath on his back, suddenly drawing out a green long sword, attacking Su Huangming's mentality. Dual blade. Su Huangming panicked and retreated, both legs accelerating and, with every step, splitting the ground that it landed on by a bit. Avoiding the range of the tips of the swords, Su Huangming once again raised his blade and sliced the air. Hong Dong. Explosion. A blade-edge chi, shaped like a crescent moon, burst forth, releasing condensed spirit chi. For an expert like Su Huangming, it was just a casual release of his mystical technique, and not considered brilliant. But, during the time it took for the blade-edge chi to reach, Su Huangming did not have the time to rest. He took a step forward, following the blade-edge chi, with the edge of the blade emitting a red light. Every step he took, the floor would shake, and each step became increasingly heavier and more vigorous in the shake. Seemingly every time he ran, his entire body's true dipper chi would increase, slowly building up. When he was near Su Yun, Su Huangming's strength was already so huge that it would lead anyone to be speechless. He raised up his blade, his red-hot gaze staring at Su Yun, who was attempting to block in front of the blade-edge chi, eyes with a hint of rashness. To Su Huangming, Su Quan and Su Nanyi were not worth much. Regardless of chi power, mystical techniques, fighting style, or aggressiveness, the two of them could not be compared with Su Huangming, who was a true elite of the Su family. Pooh! The blade-edge chi was sliced open by Su Yun. Chance! Su Huangming grabbed the opportunity. With his eyes wide open, he bellowed and aimed the blade with red light towards Su Yun's head. The energy he stored felt like it could chop him the hua in half. Like he could cut the earth in half. Su Yun raised his head, looked down at the blade below him, but was unable to dodge. Feeling the immense chi pressure from the blade, his expression suddenly turned sinister. He crossed his swords into a cross shape, aiming straight at the blade. Green and black both slanted. Boom! The edge of the blade landed on the dual swords, and the astonishingly immense stored-up power exploded. With them as the center, the exploding chi boomed, spreading outwards in all four directions, causing the earth around them to shake and spider-web crevices to appear in the earth as the surrounding earth and soil flew. The trees trembled, and the closer trees instantly broke. Su Yun's legs sunk into the ground. His blood and chi roiled as the muscles on his arms and his green vessels bulged. Although it was tough, he could hold on. This is impossible. Su Huangming was stunned. He gave his all for this strike, yet it was being blocked by him. Was his cultivation lower than myself? I gave everything in this strike, so how could he withstand it directly? This is impossible. Definitely impossible. Su Huangming pondered as he pressed on his arms crazily. The quality of these two swords were not inferior. The tip of the blade showed its ability that it could crush anything it touched. Needless to say, it was not difficult for the blade to cause something to collapse. The two were caught in deadlock. Right at this moment, Su Yun suddenly dropped the green sword in his hands and flung it into the air. After which, he held the black sword in both of his hands to block of Su Huangming's blade. Without waiting for Su Huangming's to think, the green sword that he threw away turned in mid-air and floated. It spun a few rounds before it was being covered by a layer of supreme chi. It then flew pierced towards Su Huangming's back like a fire arrow. What? Su Huangming was frightened. He quickly dispersed his energy and dodged it. As he retreated, he had no power, and it was hard for him to change to defense quickly. Hence, Su Yun got the upper hand. He pierced at Huangming's chest ferociously with the black sword in the sword sheath. Though there was a sword sheath, it was covered with a thick pure divine spirit chi and pierced a bloody hole right through Su Huangming's chest. The green sword missed its target, but did not rest. Once again, it turned its body and dashed towards Su Huangming. Su Yun then followed closely with the black sword, not giving Su Huangming a chance to take a breather. Su Huangming retreated hastily, keeping his eyes on the green sword flying in mid-air before turning back to stare at Su Yun, who was holding onto the black sword. He was utterly confused. A thought flashed through his mind. This flying sword can actually kill the enemy. Are you limitless sword god? Su Huangming asked, frightened, as his pupils restricted. Su Yun did not mutter a word, but his silhouette burst and, once again, he dashed across. The green sword spinning in mid-air took a turn and attacked from behind, like a pincer attack. To manage a sword to kill was almost a godly technique. The only ones that could control the divine sword would be the Immortal Sword Sect, but not many people from the Immortal Sword Sect could control the swords, so why did Su Yun manage to do so? The black sword sheath, as well as the controlling of the swords to launch an attack, did all these things just point towards limitless sword god? Also, the man in a black blade master outfit hiding behind the ruined mask luring the wolves was limitless sword god's way of dressing. It's him. It's definitely him. Su Huangming confirmed after pondering this. He finally understood everything. Little did he expect that the rubbish who was chased out of the outer sect would actually have such capabilities. Thinking of the scene at the Purple Star Academy, where Limitless Sword God killed the demonic blood spirit, Su Huangming's body involuntarily shivered, and his will to fight immediately dropped. What kind of thing was the Blood Spirit Master? The Blood Spirit Master was able to kill him like killing an ant, that easily. But yet he died in the hands of Limitless Sword Lord. This goes to show that Limitless Sword God was much stronger than the Blood Spirit. For this brat Su Yun to be able to utilize this power, was he actually Su Yun, or Limitless Sword God? Su Huangming was thoroughly stupefied. Seeing that the opponent was distracted, Su Yun did not dare to halt in the least bit. Holding the death sword with one hand, while the sword sheath aimed towards the blade edge and piercing towards it, and controlling the 1,000 deep sword to the maximum, he was not lenient at all. Su Huangming, who had lost his will to fight, dared not continue fighting with Su Yun. His tremendous strength, weird tricks, and the thick profound spirit chi were enough to prove how strong he was. Maybe the other frail chi he'd been feeling was all fake. His strength must be very powerful. Was it Spirit Core Disciple or Spirit Soul Disciple? Su Huangming dared not imagine. He ran for shelter hurriedly, but it was too late. He could dodge the attacks of the green sword from his back, but his abdomen was pierced by the black sword. A bloody hole appeared as his skin and flesh tore apart. His body shook as he experienced an excruciating pain. But he did not bother about this pain. Instead, he turned and started running. Su Yun noticed and pulled out the death sword together with Thousand Deep Sword once again to release the pure divine spirit chi and drove the swords right at Su Huangming. Su Huangming suffered a hidden loss. Coupled with his confused state of mind, he was deathly afraid of Su Yun. Where would he find his energy to fight? He could only retreat crazily, and ran towards the Su family people with all his might. This was the only time he might have a chance for survival. But when he compared speed, how could he compete with the sword that was flying in mid-air? The two swords flew at a rapid speed. Very quickly, they neared Su Huangming and pierced him through. Su Huangming felt an eerie sword intent coming from his back, and so he turned and dodged hastily. The thick and heavy black sword was knocked over, but Thousand Deep Sword continued its journey and pierced through, chopping everything that was in its way. Su Huangming rolled over the ground. On his body, a few more bloody wounds appeared, and fresh blood started gushing out. He climbed up with extreme difficulty, his face as pale as a piece of white paper. Fear filled his eyes, and all his calmness had disappeared. He picked up the blazing blade, but a leg stamped on it ruthlessly. He looked up only to see Su Yun standing quietly in front of him. The two sharp swords circled around his body. Su Huangming bit his lower lips, not knowing what else to say. "Why do you want to kill me?" Su Yun asked softly. "You messed with my followers." Su Huangming hesitated for a while, before replying. "Just because of that?" Su Yun was speechless, but continued, "Although you hold a high position in the inner sect, regardless of whether or not you are an inner sect disciple or not, to recklessly kill or behead a fellow Su family disciple, if found out, you won't end up well. But you still have the balls to do it, unless there is someone in the shadows supporting you? Tell me, who is the one supporting you? If you tell me, I will just cripple you, and not kill you." "To cripple me means to kill me," Su Huangming said. To not be able to cultivate was the same dying. "Then what do you think? Allow me to let you off? If I said that, would you believe me?" "No way." "So there is no other way?" "I won't say it." Su Huangming suddenly laughed, his dull eyes suddenly narrowed into a smiling position. "You really won't say?" He softly replied. Su Yun nodded his head, hesitated for a while, before stepping away from the big blade. Su Huangming quietly raised his eyes, sword shaft in his hands. He slowly raised up his blade, with a bizarre look in his eyes. At this time, he saw Su Yun suddenly waved his hand, and the spiraling Thousand Deep Sword immediately flew according to his hand, flying downwards. The movement was fluid, yet so vicious and extremely decisive. There was simply not a bit of mercy. Su Huangming opened his eyes wide, panically raising his blade to block. But he was too slow, and before the sword was raised, Pu-chi! Cut! Thousand Deep Sword struck, cutting off Su Huangming's head from his body in a flash. It rolled on the floor for a few turns, moistening the majority of the sandy floor, followed by the splurts of blood from the body. Su Yun's entire body was stained with fresh blood. He emotionlessly watched the dying Su Huangming, his mind calm and concentrated. Su Huangming was dead. But his death did not let Su Yun relax, as he knew that, behind Su Huangming, there were other people that wanted him dead. The matter was not settled yet. The death sword flew right into the storage ring, and the Thousand Deep Sword back into the sword sheath. Su Yun stood right where he was and searched Su Huangming's body to obtain any supplies or treasures that he could use. Thereafter, he dragged his body to a shrub nearby and covered it well. Then, he grabbed some mud and smudged it onto his clothes, scratching face and his head recklessly. When everything was settled, he ran towards the Sioux family people hastily. He tried to put on a show to express his fear. His eyes were wide open and his face was twisted, as if he was frightened to death. After maintaining the look, he started to return towards the Sioux family convoy. At that point of time, the Sioux family convoy had just begun their battle, and the entire forest floor was filled with the bodies of the Jaded Claws wolves, and the fresh blood became a river. After eliminating the initial 100+ hungry Jaded Claws wolves, following them were a few dozens more that came for support. Although there was no loss of life for the Sioux family, there were still people heavily injured and receiving first aid treatment. The Sioux family inner sect disciples led the convoy to clear the battlefield, and waited for Su Huangming's return at the same time. A few of them waited in anticipation, as though their feelings were all reflected on the same mirror, and they all had the same thoughts. After a moment, it was very likely that only one person had returned. Su. Movement sounds. Just then, urgent and frantic footstep sounds could be heard coming from the small path that led deeper into the forest. Young master is back. A inner sect disciple softly called out. Everyone stood up and turned to look together, and saw the figure rushing out. The figure rushed out, shocked like he had lost his head out of fear, bitterly and sorrowfully exclaiming, "Young Master Huangming! Young Master is dead!" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Snow Tang Inn. Su Yun. One person looked and, instantly, his gaze became dull. The person who rushed out was not the person they were expecting to see, Su Huangming. Instead, it was Su Yun, whom they were so sure would die. What happened? Where was young Master Huangming? Several inner sect disciples were shocked, and they looked at each other hopelessly. Su Yun! What are you saying? An inner sect disciple eagerly shouted, "What did you just say? What happened to young Master Huangming? What happened to him? He's dead." A few tears rolled out from Su Yun's eyes, which he wiped away with his hands and continued to say in despair, "We met a huge herd of hungry wolves. Amongst them were many leaders of the wolves. There were too many hungry wolves, and there was only young Master Huangming and I. It was not enough to withstand all the hungry wolves. We were both surrounded by the herd of wolves. Young Master Huangming was injured and could not escape from the herd of wolves. For everybody's safety, young Master Huangming covered me as I attempted to make an escape. As such, I could escape from the mouths of the wolves to report to everybody to quickly retreat and leave the Jaded Claws forest immediately." What? With that, everyone was stunned. Nobody would have thought the person who was in charge of this mission, Su Huangming, would die in the hands of the Jaded Claws' hungry wolves. Impossible. An inner sect disciple said gloomy, "The Jaded Claws' hungry wolves are merely a spirit intermediate disciple with a cultivation level of first rank. Young Master Huangming is a spirit intermediate disciple with a cultivation of at least the 7 rank. In between, there are 6 ranks of difference. How is it possible the Jaded Claws' hungry wolves killed him? You're obviously lying. There were more than 1,000 hungry wolves, and there were many leaders of the wolves. Young Master Huangming is made up of flesh and blood, so how could he fight with so many terrifying hungry wolves?" The person had just started interrogating and Su Yun started crying with sorrow, "Young Master Huangming must not die in vain. Everybody please leave this place immediately." After listening, the person shut his mouth. "You said there were 1,000 over hungry wolves, so why did we not hear a sound of the wolves?" Another person asked. "The distance from here to the herd of wolves is quite far, so of course you won't be able to hear a thing. Everybody, please make a move to leave soon. This bloody stench will lure the herd of wolves here sooner or later. If we don't make a move now, the consequences would be bad." Su Yun said again. "Impossible. What you're saying are all lies. The inner sect disciple seemed to be persistent and shouted another word. "Why won't any of you believe me?" Suyun seemed to be in sorrow as he asked back. Because, just as the inner sect man was about to say something, but it was stuck in his throat. None of these inner sect people believed that Su Huangming would cover Suyun as he retreated to withstand the herd of wolves alone, because Su Huangming's intention in bringing Suyun was to kill him. To save Suyun? That was impossible. The people of the inner sect did not know how to explain. After all, there were so many outer sect people present. If the news traveled out, they would have to bear the consequences. These inner sect people were all Su Huangming's. Suyun knew what they were interrogating about, but he refused to admit it, so they could not do anything to him. If that's the case, then let us take a look at young Master Huangming's body. Finally, someone pointed out a crucial point. If they could see the corpse, then the truth will be told. The corpse might already be in the wolf's stomach. Then let us experience this herd of hungry wolves. The disciple of the inner sect seemed bitter. He snorted, "I don't believe it. Why would so many hungry wolves appear for no reason? We need to look into this to see if it's true or not, and not merely just based on your words. Yes, we need evidences to prove you're not lying. There are so many of us, even if we do meet up with the hungry wolves and we can't outdo them, can't we just run away?" A few of the disciples from the inner sect shouted. After hearing, Suyun did not object. Instead, he nodded. "Since everyone thinks this is just my words, then I'm speechless. All of you who wants to go, please go forward. But I'll make myself clear, you can go, but I'm not following you. There are so many hungry wolves and Suyun's, power is weak. I'm not their opponent, and I'm leaving this forest right now. I'll be waiting for all you masters from the inner sect just outside the Jaded Claws forest." After saying his piece, he turned and shouted to the other outer sect disciples, "What about the rest of you? Are you willing to follow them deeper into the forest to see if there are any Jaded Claws hungry wolves? Or will you follow me and wait for them outside the forest?" The people of the outer sect hesitated. Usually, they would listen to the disciples of the inner sect without an ounce of hesitation. But right now, it concerned their lives. It was not a small matter. I will wait outside the forest. I do not want to see the hungry wolves anymore." A disciple who was hurt shouted first. I am going too. Young masters of the inner sect. Your strength is outstanding and your bodies are well trained. As for me, I am not enough. Therefore, I'll just leave the forest. Me too. The disciples of the outer sect started to express their views one by one. No one wanted to accompany the people of the inner sect to explore the forest. They did not care if Suyun's words were real or fake. It was a fact that Su Huangming had yet to return, and he was most probably dead. Why would the disciples of the outer sect risk their lives for a dead person? Su Huangming had no place in their hearts. Seeing the disciples of the outer sect rejected the proposal one by one, the people of the inner sect started to hesitate. If the outer sect people were willing to go, they feared nothing. After all, there would be many of them in total, but now, there was only 10 over inner sect people. If what Suyun said was true about the forest claws wolves, then they would be dead. 1 to over 100 hungry wolves? Even if they had the powers of Su Huangming, it would be tough. Noticing the situation, the people of the inner sect hovered around. Finally, the majority chose to give up. And so, it was deemed that Su Huangming died in the hands of the hungry wolves. One of the inner sect disciples rode back to the Su family with a horse to report this news, whereas the others continued their journey towards Taiching Lakeside. After the death of Su Huangming, there was a need to choose someone to be the person in charge. Suyun could take over. Even though he was not an inner sect disciple, his powers was witnessed by everyone ever since he defeated and killed Su Kuang accidentally. It was enough to dignify him and win the hearts of many. But Su-Yun did not want to be responsible for so many things, nor did he want to be involved in too many things either. As such, the most powerful disciple in the inner sect was Su Guanhai, and he was placed in charge. Of course, Su Guanhai's mission was to garner Su-Yun's support. After all, amongst the disciples of the inner sect, he was someone who did not have a deep relationship with Su Huangming. Now that Su Huangming was dead, he did not have to offend Su-Yun for Su Huangming, and the rest of the journey would be more peaceful. If Su Huangming died in the hands of the hungry wolves, there was nothing they could do. But if he did not and was actually killed by someone, then there was a story behind it. The other inner sect dared not provoke Su-Yun any longer. No one brought up this matter anymore. A few days later, the Su family's army was finally nearing Taiching Lakeside. The journey from Snowtang City to Taiching Lakeside required half a day of traveling. Captain Guanhai, the meat for the fish hunt starts the day after tomorrow. Many towering sects from all over the world would gather at this meet. With Taiching's commander as the bait to lure the fish out, everyone can attack together. We've got nothing to do at Taiching Lakeside if we get there now. Why don't we rest in Snowtang City for a day before we head towards Taiching Lakeside to join forces with the rest? At this moment, a disciple of the outer sect rode his horse to get to Su Guanhai and said respectfully. Su-Yun raised his eyes to see a man who looked like a monkey was actually Su Kang. Su Kang's cultivation was not high, but he was street smart. He gained some reputation at the outer sect. Rumors said that he had a deep relationship with Su Qiangu and had always been taken care by Su Qiangu. After hearing that, the disciples of the outer sect all thought it was logical, and so, they backed him up. Captain Guanhai, Su Kang's right. Let us take a rest here. I'm afraid there are too many towering figures in Taiching Monastery right now. If we head over to Taiching Monastery, it might be inconvenient to find an inn to stay. Let's stay in Snowtang City for the day and rest. The people started to say. Several disciples of the inner sect were not used to the disciples of the outer sect shouting incessantly. A few of them started to look dull. One of them shouted, "What's there to shout about? Whatever next? What are all of you? How dare you be the right-hand man of our leader? Shut up, all of you." The disciples of the outer sect immediately shut their mouth once they heard it. Nobody dared to say another word. If they offended the inner sect people, there would be endless troubles. Su Guanhai never said a word, pondering with his head held low. Actually, he also understood why the outer sect disciples would say such words. Taiching Monastery was so dull and tedious. How could it compare to such an interesting city like Snowtang City? It was a rare chance they got to leave the Su family, and they had been through the bloody fight in the Jaded Claws Forest. Everyone was exhausted and wanted to take a break. But the people of the inner sect liked to keep their pride in front of the outer sect. If he promised them, they might feel embarrassed. Su Guanhai seemed undecided. Let's rest at Snowtang City for a day. Instantly, a voice rang. The inner sect disciple who shouted loudly looked dull. He turned to look to see who had such courage and audacity to rebel at this time. But once he saw that the person who opened his mouth was Su-Yun, the inner sect disciple face swelled up immediately like a pig's liver and never said another word. Su-Yun was not an ordinary outer sect disciple. None of the ordinary inner sect disciple could match up with him, so how would he dare to offend Su-Yun? The inner sect people sunk as the disciples of the outer sect cheered. One by one, they started to worship Su-Yun. For a person from the outer sect to push the people of the inner sect to such limits was not easy. But Su-Yun did not think the same way. He had been pondering on a question throughout the entire journey, so he did not notice what the people of the inner sect were discussing. He merely overheard Su Kang's words when he was distracted and said his piece. He came hastily and he did not have a plan that could allow him to attain the heavenly scale divine eye successfully. Hence, he needed one more day of preparation and planning. The people of the Su family from the outer sect had no stocks in their shop. The Snowtang city was considered a prosperous city, and there were Heavenly Sun auction house branches. The things that he needed would be readily available for purchase. If they went to Tai Ching Monastery, it would be extremely hard to prepare. The people of the inner sect looked at one another, each had a tinge of frustration in their eyes, yet one said a thing. Su Guanhai nodded his head casually and said, "Alright, since Su Yun had said his piece, then let's take a break at Snowtang City for a day." Throughout the journey here, everyone must have used up the pills and supplies. It's good to have everyone go pick up some pills in Snowtang City for the fight coming up. Yes, Captain Guanhai. The people of the outer sect shouted in joy as they hastened their speed and walked towards Snowtang City. Once they entered the city, it was indeed lively. It was already in the evening time, yet the number of people on the streets of the city was innumerable. The small stalls on the roadside, the shops were busy like a marketplace with bustling businesses. Many farmers of medicine, hunters all brought all sorts of body parts of a beast to sell off. There were several spirit cultivators auctioning off some of their treasures which was of no use to them anymore. "Let us first find a place to rest," Su Guanhai stated. Hey, Captain. I've been to this place and I know of a pretty decent spirit cultivating inn. Why don't I bring you there?" Su Kong said with a smile on his face. Su Guanhai nodded. Su Kong then led the way, hastily. Very soon, the Su family's army was in front of the inn. "How family inn?" Su Guanhai looked at the golden words on a signboard hung right at the front door of this luxurious inn and frowned. "Ah, this name sounds like it is good to take advantage of." An inner sect disciple who was standing aside snorted, then ordered the outer sect disciple beside him, "You, go and arrange the rooms for us." "Yes." The outer sect disciple dared not delay. Immediately, he went into the inn. The majority waited outside of the inn and muttered in low voices. The women discussed about the bright treasures and jewelry, while the man discussed about the cultivation or any female cultivators they had met before with a dishonest look on them. About half an hour later. Bang! Right at this moment, a low voice rang from the inside of the inn, followed by a shadow flying out from the inn and fell outside the door. "I-oh!" The man fell hard and rolled on the floor. Blood oozed out from the corners of his mouth. His body trembled in pain and he could not stand. Shocked, the people of the Su family all looked over to see the man who flew out was the disciple of the outer sect of the Su family who had just entered the inn not too long ago. "What happened?" Su Guanhai asked in shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Guanhai. The people of the Su family all got down their horses. Some of the outer sect people of Su family rushed over hastily to pull the outer sect disciple who was screaming in pain. They checked his wounds crudely to see that his injuries on the abdomen were still spiraling with bursts of gold elemental wild sword chi. This chi was like a small current, spiraling the flesh on his abdomen, pulling his intestines and internal organs. Although the chi was not considered strong or fatal, it could inflict unbearable pain on him. All young masters. The outer sect disciple pleaded the inner sect helplessly. The cultivation of the outer sect people was low, and they would not be able to withstand this wild sword chi. The only ones who could were the people from the inner sect. But the plea was not answered by anyone. The inner sect people all looked towards the inn. Only Su Guanhai got down his horse and walked over to check on the outer sect disciple's extent of injuries before he instigated his profound spirit chi around the abdomen to decrease this power. The other disciples of the inner sect rode around the entrance of the inn. Many of them surrounded the inn's entrance once they saw the situation. "Su Kong," the disciples of the inner sect shouted towards the inn's entrance, "Which dog will recklessly touch our Su family people?" The disciples from the inner sect were usually prideful and arrogant in the Su family and would not tolerate any humiliation. Although they were not interested in standing up for the outer sect disciples, they would never allow anyone to brush away their reputation. Where did this group of dolls came from? Bicker, bicker, and bicker. What's there to bicker about? Do you believe that I will send all of you out of Snowtang City? A crude and coarse voice rang through. Then, a group of spirit cultivators wearing brown-colored armors walked out of the inn's door at the entrance. This group of rascals all had a strong build, be it a male or female. They all looked very proud, and each of them had an extremely huge blade hanging either around their waist or behind their back. Some of the blades were extremely wide, close to 2 meters. The heavy blade laid in a blade sheath. Just by looking at it, one would know it was not light and was powerful. It could suppress the Sioux family's people. Who are you? The disciples from the inner sect trembled while Su Yukong asked in shock, "Are you from Relentless Heart Pavilion?" "Oh. You have foresight." The leader, a strong and robust man, Zhu Xingshi, sneered. He was bald and fierce-looking. His body swelled and the naked arms looked like landscape-dotted hills with hillocks. What exactly happened? Su Guanhai had removed the wild sword chi on the outer sect disciple's abdomen, and asked the disciple whose face was pale as a piece of white paper. "Captain, I entered to ask for the rooms, but this group of rascals didn't allow. They said they wanted to reserve the entire inn and asked me to get out. I said I was from the Sioux family and, in the end, they beat me up, and said they wanted to beat up the people from Sioux family." The outer sect disciple sobbed in grievance. "Your bullying is too much. Are all the people from Relentless Heart Pavilion so crazy?" The outer sect disciples were angry. Su Yan peeked at the situation, which was getting out of control, from the back, but had yet to say a word. He stood alone at the back and observed. From the token rings on their waists, it can be seen they are probably the inner sect disciples from the Relentless Heart Pavilion. Inner sect disciples? All of them? Su Yukong was frightened. The inner sect disciples all nodded at the side. These 20-odd Relentless Heart Pavilion people were all bustling with activities, were all actually the inner sect disciples. If the two sides clashed, the Sioux family would be at the losing end. "Hey," I said. The leader from the Relentless Heart Pavilion, Zhu Xingshi, yelled again, "I reckon you group of dolls better get out of here. I'm going to reserve this inn. You better go find some other inns. If you dare come again, I will beat you up so badly that your parents will not be able to recognize you." Ha 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 ha. The group of Relentless Heart Pavilion laughed heartlessly. Bastard! Su Yukong was trembling all over. Su Guanhai had yet to say a word. No one knew what was his decision. "Let's go. We shall get some drinks inside." After Zhu Xingshi laughed, he waved his big hands. "Go, go, go. Senior brother, I have to make you drunk tonight." The disciples of the Relentless Heart Pavilion laughed as they said. This group of people despised him. As a disciple of the inner sect of the Sioux family, Su Yukong was fuming with anger. They gritted their teeth, face twisted and trembling all over. Finally, Su Yukong could no longer hold on and, with a roar, he jumped down from his spirit stallion and rushed towards Zhu Xingshi. "Relentless Heart Pavilion, you bastard. Don't look down on others. Watch my move." With that, Su Yukong gathered his profound spirit chi in his fist and pounded on Zhu Xingshi as though it was a cannon. The disciples whose arms were around one another's shoulders, laughing with Zhu Xingshi, seemed to know the Sioux family would make such a move. Their chi immediately released in great amounts as they snorted with a smile. With a turn, they pulled out a punch on him. The golden wild sword chi engulfed Su Yukong's fist and crashed into his body. The power of the fist caused a stir of the wind, as though the lions were snarling. The power was extraordinary. The fist they pulled out had yet to land on Su Yukong, but its power hit on his body. Su Yukong's face changed and hurriedly altered the direction of his fist, directly hitting Zhu Xingshi's huge fist. Boom! Both fists met. But Zhu Xingshir's body did not move an inch. The power of his fist gave rise to a valiant wind behind him, moreover, dispersing the force of the strikes. But for Su Yukong, it was totally different. His body involuntarily shook, face becoming pale white, and all the qi around his body was frantically scattering. In the end, all his qi was dissipated, but Zhu Xingshir's energy in the punch started to move through his body, and in the next moment, whoosh! Su Yukong's entire being flew out, violently crashing down on the floor, face covered in ashes and mud, looking like a sorry figure. Su Yukong's expression became angry and he tried to stand up. But before he could completely stand straight, his throat gagged, and he spat out dark red fresh blood. Seeing the situation, everybody knew of the disparity of powers between the two. Trying a sneak attack from the back but still failing. Our senior Zhu's abilities are unpredictably powerful. Haha, this group of Su family small brats only have so much talent? Even depending on sneak attacks, yet are unable to hurt senior brother half an inch? They are really very weak, aren't they? Speaking of which, what did these group of brats come here for? Don't tell me they are here to join the meeting for the fish hunt? No way? To rely on them? You guys should just rush back to your Su family and drink milk. Professional losers. Ha 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 ha. The group of Relentless Heart Pavilion laughed out loud, their laughs filled with disdain and ridicule. Despicable. The Su family people were thoroughly infuriated. But no one dared to come out. As an inner sect disciple, Su Yukong held power of the second stage of Spirit Intermediate Realm, and to lose to Zhu Xingshir in a move could only mean Zhu Xingshir held the power of third stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple or higher, and there was no chance of victory for the outer sect disciples to match with Zhu Xingshir. The majority of the inner sect disciples would not hold a candle with against him. If only young Master Huang Ming is here. He held a 7th stage in the Spirit Intermediate Realm. Isn't he a match for Zhu Xingshir? The disciples of the inner sect tightened their fist and said angrily. The atmosphere was extremely embarrassing. Some bypassers stopped to look into what was happening. They discussed ferociously. Several spirit cultivators recognized the identity of two parties, and sat back to watch the show. My friend from the Relentless Heart Pavilion, I think you have taken it too far? Suddenly, a voice sounded through. Everybody turned to look to see the one speaking up was the captain of the Su family, Su Guanhai. Who are you? Zhu Xingshir snorted. Furthermore, we, from Relentless Heart Pavilion, will never make friends with the weaklings. Don't try to worm your way into being our friends. What? Su Guanhai walked over slowly, a tinge of anger floated between his brows. Su Yun, who was standing behind, observed him quietly and could not help but think. Speaking truthfully, Su Guanhai gave him a feeling that he was always peaceful and had always stood aloof from the worldly affairs. If not for Su Yun's recommendation of him, he would not want to be the captain of this troop. But his relations with people were pretty good, be it with the inner sect or the outer sect, so they all accepted him. Su Guanhai had a composure that seemed like he did not fear Zhu Xingshir. It could be seen that his powers were not much different from Zhu Xingshir. If that's the case, then allow Su Guanhai consult Senior Xingshir for a few moves. Su Guan did not waste any words. Instantly, he made clear of his intention. Zhu Xingshir heard and snorted, hugging his chest. He reached out with one hand, and pointed at Su Guanhai with his finger, moving it in a hooking maneuver. Come on. Thereupon, Su Guanhai made a move. His speed was not fast, but his profound spirit chi was not the kind of swift wind spirit chi on Su Yukong's sword. Zhu Xingshir's wild sword chi had an astonishing destructive power. Su Yukong's collided with the fist face front and suffered a great loss. Needless to say, and Zhu Xingshir's cultivation was higher than him, but even if his cultivation was of the same level, he certainly would not gain any advantages. But Su Guanhai went over swiftly like the wind. His footwork was firm, steady and well balanced between the right and left. Using the geological folds as his tracks, he orbited and approached. Phantom God steps? This is the highest and most mysterious foot technique in our inner sect. The inner sect disciples exclaimed. I never thought that Captain Guanhai would actually show such a mysterious technique. Although Su Guanhai's footwork was light and swift, his body shook and split open to layer upon layer of mirage. Zhu Xingshi could never catch where he was. It seems like he has some tricks up his sleeves. Zhu Xingshi grunted and fixed his attention at him, pulling a punch right at him. The extremely violent wild sword chi spiraled noises like of powerful army in bursts. He predicted that this fist would hit him. Ba-da! Splatter! Right when the fist swung through, a palm hugged his metal fist abruptly. Everyone was in shock. The palm actually came from Su Guanhai. Frigid aqua spirit chi. The audience roared. The chi power between them was very small, almost similar, and for the powerfully violent wild sword chi, although the best counter for it was what attributed spirit life chi, but the frigid aqua spirit chi was not too bad either. To use softness to conquer strength, he directly dissipated Zhu Xingshi's wild blade fist without a trace. Suddenly. Pang! Bang! A palm slapped onto Zhu Xingshi's chest. The frigid aqua spirit chi between the palm stirred currents on the chest as though it was what Zhu Xingshi had placed upon the outer sect disciple earlier. Zhu Xingshi felt an excruciating pain on his chest and took a few steps back. No one thought that Su Guanhai's profound power was weak, but he did not reveal it. The inner sect disciples were especially shocked. I never thought that Su Guanhai had such capabilities. I'm afraid he is a fifth stage of spirit intermediate disciple. He is not simple. Su Yun observed Su Guanhai's movement quietly and his face turned solemn. To exchange blows with an expert and get involved with so many exquisite and outstanding techniques would benefit him if he could learn a thing or two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. The unskilled winning against the skilled. The spirit cultivation was attributed by thousands of changes. Everyone had their own exclusive profound spirit chi. The fire attributed Scarlet Star Spirit Chi and the earth attribute True Divine Spirit Chi, the wind attributed Swift Wind Spirit Chi, the wood attributed Spirit Life Chi, the gold attributed Wild Blade Chi and the water attributed Frigid Aqua Spirit Chi. Other than that, there were other unusual attributions of Chi, for example the demon attributed Demonic Chi, the exclusive Limitless Sword Sex Spirit Lord Chi, and other experts could also give rise to their own secret realm Chi, but such people were rare. A person who was short-tempered would follow Scarlet Star Spirit Chi and would reap benefits, even though they had only cultivated half of it. Those whose personality was calmer and quiet, like the water, would cultivate the frigid aqua spirit chi which best suited them. If they refused to cultivate the one suited for them, the majority would suffer and would easily be confused. The people of Su family majored in the swift wind spirit chi and cultivated swords more. Secondly, it was the true divine spirit chi, and those who cultivated the frigid aqua spirit chi were extremely rare. Of course, every type of chi had their own characteristics. For those who cultivated the true divine spirit chi, their body would be super valiant, and no blades or swords could penetrate their flesh. Those who cultivated the spirit life chi need not fear any wounds inflicted by swords or blades. No matter how severe the wound was, they could recover rapidly. And those who cultivated the frigid aqua spirit chi would possess a technique that could disperse hundreds and thousands of methods. With a constant change of intentions, they could combine all sorts of chi in their body to achieve the effects of healing. Su Guanhai was like this. He constantly made changes and used his body's chi to remove Zhu Xingshi's wild blade chi. When every destructive force from the wild blade chi touched Su Guanhai, it was as though the fists were punching cotton balls. They were actually suppressed instead of being emitted. Zhu Xingshi retreated continuously and was passively being moved. The faces of the people from the Relentless Heart Pavilion congealed. We did not expect that the Su family had such experts. Looks like we have looked down on the Su family's people. Senior sister, let senior brother Ju come back. A relentless heart pavilion male rushed to the front acting refined and, with a tall physique, swelled his chest out while speaking to the girl. The girl with a hair length to her ears shook her head and replied, Senior brother Ju will not come back, but you all were too sloppy too, losing out only while exchanging pointers. It did not mean that senior brother Ju will lose to this Su Guanhai. All of them listened, and thought in their hearts, don't tell me senior brother Ju still has some sort of trump card? Seems so. The lady called Tu Fenghua said. Ju Xingshi, who took Su Guanhai's hidden strike and was not discouraged, took in a breath, and went back to fight. His one hand changed into a fist and struck towards Su Guanhai, while the other hand secretly changed to a palm strike, hiding the strike. Pa-ta! Splatter! Without any suspense, Su Guanhai wrapped the fist once again. And ironed out this strike. But, Ju Xingshi's hidden attack rushed out like a viper. He did not choose to attack Su Guanhai, but rather exploded towards the palm that was wrapped around his fist. This attack to kill was firm and decisive. It had the power to chop gold and crash stones. Su Guanhai kept his palm hurriedly while Ju Xingshi pushed forward the fist that was being wrapped around and crashed towards Su Guanhai's chest. Su Guanhai raised both his arms hastily and instigated frigid aqua spirit chi to resolve the fist again, but Ju Xingshi's attack was unusually ferocious. He pulled both his fists out, attacking one above and below. Though Su Guanhai managed to resolve the opponent's chi, the opponent had split up his attack. It was practically impossible to stop it in time and withstand the fist. He managed to withstand the fist above, but the one below punched its way through the abdomen. He retreated back hastily and stumbled a few steps before falling to the ground. His face looked pale, and it was obvious that he'd sustained internal injuries. The bystanders saw this and gasped excessively. While Su Guanhai's power was not too bad, his fighting powers were of no match to Ju Xingshi. His experience in killing was far from Ju Xingshi, so with the key point in instigating frigid aqua spirit chi during the fight, he was not able to achieve any fatal effects. On the contrary, the wild blade chi was able to achieve an effect of a fatal blow with one strike. If Su Guanhai made use of wild blade chi previously and confronted Ju Xingshi would have been defeated. Ah, you let me win. Ju Xingshi laughed and said to Su Guanhai. Su Guanhai took a deep breath and without much anger on his pale face. He tugged at the people around him for support and stood up and then bowed to Ju Xingshi. Senior Ju Xing's power is definitely strong. I admire you. Since Guanhai's technique can't compare to you, then I won't stay around anymore. I'll bid my farewell here. After that, Su Guanhai brought his people and left. Captain, are we leaving just like that? The disciples from the inner sect was not happy about it. Our skills are of no match to them. How can we live in the same inn as them? Su Guanhai stated blandly. But, if we just leave like that, then we'd tarnish Su family's reputation. Su Yukong complained. Do you think we're not embarrassed enough? Su Guanhai shook his head. On top of that, we are not their match. If we continue fighting with them, it will only get out of hand. Let's go. Seeing Su Guanhai so determined, the others had nothing else to say and so, they sighed and followed suit. Please slow down. Right at this moment, Ju Xingshi shouted suddenly. The people of Su family stood in fear. Ju Xingshi smiled as he walked up. Although junior brother Guanhai did not win against me, but your powers are not weak. Also, Guanhai is a very generous and humble. I like you. Come, please stay at this inn. I will take out a few rooms for you. As the disciples of the Su family heard this, many were surprised. Su Guanhai was pretty shocked as well, and he added quickly, Thank you, senior brother Jushi, but I think it's alright. We can always look for other inns around this place. Other inns? Of all you think too much. All the inns in Snowtang City have been reserved by other patriarchs and sections. Each inn is a sect. You've all come too late. If you think of going in, I think it'd be difficult. Is that such a thing? Su Kang asked in shock. Su Guanhai fell silent and turned to look at the crowd around him to see other spirit cultivators that were of some high status. He pondered for a while and nodded before taking a bow to thank Zhu Xingshi once again. If that's the case, then we take it willingly. On behalf of my clan, I thank senior brother Zhu Shi and your people. Ha, since you say I'm your brother, come, let's go in and get a drink. Zhu Xingshi laughed happily and grabbed hold of Su Guanhai's wrist and pulled him towards the inn. To see the two parties held no grudges with one another and, instead, had a happy ending. The people who were watching the show were disappointed. Senior sister, is this a good idea? Several disciples of Relentless Heart Pavilion were unhappy to see Master Zhu Xingshi taking the initiative to invite the other party to stay in the same inn. Who cares? While your senior brother is short-tempered, he always remembered all the little things the other did. Su Guanhai was indeed smart. He retreated to gain an advantage, and that stupid Zhu Xingshi actually took his bait. Tu Feng shook his head and said annoyingly. The people of Su family entered the inn one by one. Su Yun remained standing at the back. He lowered his head and thought about the fight between Zhu Xingshi and Su Guanhai. Although the fight was short, the two had used up all their energy, and each move and strike was exquisite. If he applied it to using the swords to kill, how would he go about killing? If he was in the place of either person, how would he manage his enemy? Deep in his thoughts, Su Yun's fingers started to move subconsciously as his mind painted the picture. Ha! Tu Feng looked over at the Su family's people as they walked in and looked curiously at the last in line, who seemed tall and skinny. A tinge of fear flashed through his heart. This man's chi was introverted, and she was unable to tell what rank of cultivation he had, but what was his fingers moving about for? Tu Feng became suspicious. Once they got into the inn, the shopkeeper standing behind the counter started to smile as he greeted the people of Su family hastily. Zhu Xingshi pulled Su Guanhai for drinks, so how could Su Guanhai reject? Coincidentally, there were a few men in the Su family who could hold their liquor well, so he called them alone. Only Su Yun hid in his room alone to cultivate. He instigated his sword in mid-air and maneuvered it to spin around as it flew. Where are we? Sword Elder's voice emerged from the limitless sword art. Snowtang City's How Family Inn. Su Yun said. Why are we here? To carry out a mission. Oh. The Sword Elder nodded and smiled as he spun. I managed to obtain 3 elemental vital energy previously, and I accumulated twice as much of spirit force as I did before. I'm feeling much better than before. Congratulations, Senior. Su Yun laughed and continued maneuvering the flying swords. What are you doing? He felt Su Yun's attention was all placed on the flying swords. The Sword Elder became curious. Su Yun hesitated and asked, Senior, in the limitless sword art, the main focus is on controlling the swords with chi, infusing the spirit chi into the swords. Then practice until a higher level is reached, right? Although your explanation is very brief, I can't say it's wrong. Sword Elder said. Then Senior, let me think again, did the first sword of the limitless sword art pay any particular attention to any sword technique? No. What about the second sword? Nope. As such, the limitless sword art is as simple as killing the enemy by maneuvering swords? What are you trying to say? The Sword Elder asked. If it's as simple as maneuvering the swords to kill the enemy, and there's no other techniques or skills, then the limitless art sword is not as powerful as I thought, isn't it? Su Yun frowned as he asked. Shocked, Sword Elder then laughed, ha ha ha. Young lad, how did you ever come up with that conclusion? Su Yun was confused. After a long while, the Sword Elder then stopped laughing and asked, Young lad, then let me ask you this. If you can control 100,000 swords, and you have to kill a powerful cultivator, how would you go about doing it? I would simply use the 100,000 swords to kill. Su-Yun said, but, as soon as he said it, he felt it was not that simple. To cultivate hundreds of thousands of swords is not simple. If I can attain that realm, then enemies that I confront will be extraordinary. The ordinary swords might not even inflict any pain on them. Yes. Sword Elder nodded, but the 100,000 swords would not be any ordinary 100,000 swords anymore. Su-Yun did not understand. What do you mean? The answer is right in the sword sheath behind your back. Sword sheath? Su-Yun looked and suddenly saw the light. The ordinary bladed weapons rarely had any spiritual nature, but within the sword sheath, it contained a sword spirit, and it was a strong and powerful one. If the sword sheath controlled all 18,008 divine swords inside, then how terrifying would its methods be? Each sword has endless power, so, with 100 swords attacking together, what skills or techniques do you still need? And this is exactly how you can win without any techniques. When in front of absolute power, all others' techniques would seem useless and powerless. Sword Elder said. Su-Yun nodded and fell silent for a moment. He then sighed. But right now, I still can't cultivate the 100,000 swords, and I can't conquer all the swords in the sword sheath. I can only control 2 swords. If I meet anyone stronger, then how am I going to kill? There is no match between an ordinary sword technique and a maneuvering sword technique. It was lucky that I managed to get the heaven-splitting sword technique to increase the power of maneuvering sword technique. But it's not enough to just rely on this. That's weird. Why can't a normal sword technique match up with the limitless sword art? Young rascal, don't you know that all other swords techniques and mystical techniques are compatible with the limitless sword art? After hearing that, his eyes lit up. Su-Yun asked hurriedly, please advise me, senior. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Who else wants to lecture me? The next day, Su-Yun went out alone to the practice grounds in Snowtang City. Snowtang City's training grounds were already bustling. Since tomorrow marked the beginning of the event for the fish hunt, many cultivators from different places gathered at Snowtang City, as well as Taishan Lakeside's training ground, to see the young masters of different clans sparring with one another. There were extremely few people cultivating on their own. If they wanted to cultivate, they would not cultivate here. Su-Yun found a corner in the training ground, paid the rent, went in, and raised his sword. There were many sword techniques available on the market, but there were very few that were great. He spent 100,000 spirit coins to buy the fallen leaf sword technique, and started learning the style. Su-Yun, your foundation in sword techniques is sturdy. Your sword intentions are thick, and has an abundance of profound spirit chi. On top of that, you have the everlasting stone to help you, so you are gifted in comprehending. You will be able to cultivate sword techniques faster than anyone, and, once you learn this sword technique, I will teach you how to control a sword with another sword. Control a sword with another sword? Su-Yun was confused, but he did not ask anything else and focused on cultivating. He asked Sword Elder why did he not teach him some limitless sword sect techniques, but Sword Elder only shook his head annoyingly and claimed that his cultivation was not high enough, so he was not qualified. Su-Yun was helpless, but he could only cultivate the sword techniques that were circulating on the market. Only the inner sect of the Su family would be able to get a hold of their good sword techniques. Originally, Su-Yun was still not familiar with how to brandish his sword. But, after much cultivation, he was rather natural, like a moving calligraphy. With many skills, one can survive in society. Many thought that it would be complicated if they learned too much, but, in the Sword Tao, this saying is wrong. Only with many sword techniques can one stand on the upper hand. There will never be disadvantages to it because, between sword techniques, they will never leave the sword. Some mystical techniques require chi. Even with the ever-changing secrets of hand and the secret of the mouth to narrate and change the events, it cannot be moved casually because of chi. Because, when you lay down this mystical technique, you carry your own body to undergo the change yourself. There are differences to the sword techniques. The majority of them focus on the technique to attack and kill, which can change easily. When the sword technique is laid down halfway, it could change immediately. Geniuses can even change its tracks when they are laying down the sword technique and pull out another trick. This sword technique, which uses chi to be laid down, could also be done this way. The power of the sword can never be compared but the sword itself. It will be much simpler than any cultivator's body, as the chi and the sword will not be in conflict, and if you have sufficient time, you could simply buy all the sword technique scrolls from the market to practice. From all these simple but numerous sword techniques, you can find and create a brand new and rare sword technique. This would also amplify your strength. Would it? Su Yun whispered. All the sword techniques from the limitless swords sector are higher in level. Even the lowest sword technique is classified at the upper levels. If you can master all of these sword techniques, then I will instruct you on a set of limitless sword techniques. Okay. Su Yun's eyes lit up and a burning desire started in his heart. With this motivation, he started cultivating his sword with extreme focus. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind of the sword blew as the cold light stood out. It was only a day's worth of hard work, yet he had reaped some benefits from fallen leaves sword technique. Su Yun definitely had an astonishing gift in cultivation. Not many people like him existed in Sky Martial Continent. When the sword technique was learnt, brandishing the chi to control the sword and achieve a track in controlling the swords. Su Yun had been deep in his thoughts the whole journey, and had been trying to figuring out how to incorporate the limitless sword manual together with the ordinary swords. Unknowingly, he had walked himself back to the Hao family inn. He just got back into the inn and clatters and screams resounded through. Who are you, the Su family? How dare you call shots with us, relentless Heart Pavilion? If it wasn't for our senior Xingshi taking pity on you and letting you stay in our inn, you'd be sleeping on the streets. Bullshit. It was obviously our Captain Guan Hai giving in. If not, you're whatever senior Xingshi would have lost. He knows his techniques are not as good as others, and was embarrassed, so he let us, the Su family, in. Bastard. What, his techniques are not as good? If you have the balls, you can fight with us. Fuck. You think I'm scared of you all? The shouts never stopped, and it was chaotic inside. Su Yun was shocked. He walked in to see the disciples of the Su family and the Relentless Heart Pavilion were separated into two sides. Each of them were boiling in anger. The situation was urgent. What happened? Su Yun asked an outer sect disciple. Ha? It's young Master Su Yun. The disciple came back to reality and said hurriedly, young Master Su Yukon was eating here and overheard the conversation between the Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples. They were mocking how young Master Su Yukong did not know his limits and challenged Zhu Xingshi. In a fit of anger, young Master Su Yukong went over to them to settle this dispute and ended up getting beaten. As such, we all started fighting. Then, where is Captain Guan Hai and Zhu Xingshi? The two drank too much yesterday. They're not up yet. Oh. Su Yun then fell silent. The servants and the shop owner were hiding in fright. Who would dare get themselves involved in this? Even the city lord of Snowtang City might not bother after all. The people of sects and clans were not people he wanted to mess with. He sighed and waved, call everyone to disperse. The person heard and his expressions changed. Is this what young Master Su Yukong would agree to? Earlier, he was already unhappy with the people of Relentless Heart Pavilion. I'm afraid this fight has to be fought. Su Yun shook his head. Although you're right, our powers are indeed not a match for Relentless Heart Pavilion. Yesterday, when Captain Guan Hai made us leave, it can already been seen from this point. We have confronted the Jaded Claws wolves on the way here and many are injured. our power has decreased. If we still continue to fight with Relentless Heart Pavilion, we will never have an advantage in it. So ask everyone to disperse now. Su Yun. You're a person who fears death so much? How can you call yourself a Su family member? An angry voice rang. Su Yun looked over and saw that the person who was speaking was Su Yukong. As if he'd heard Su Yun's words, he was boiling in anger and he did not care what the situation was. He shouted right away. Yes, Su Yun, young Master Huang Ming sacrificed himself to save you, yet this is how you repay him? How will you face him in the underworld? How would I face him? Su Huang Ming was sent to the underworld by me. Su Yun moaned, but he did not say anything. He looked at this group of people and intended to leave. This group of people was ridiculous and he was not willing to be involved in it. It was best for him to be less involved in matters like these. It was better if he used this time to cultivate. Humph. Are all you people of Su family so afraid of death? I suppose so. It's best to avoid any unnecessary troubles. I see you have all learned to be that coward. I order you to retreat back into your own rooms and give me less troubles. I still want to drink. The leader of Relentless Heart Pavilion, Li Xiongzhang, smirked and laughed. The audience started to laugh along as well. Coward? Su Yun stopped in his footsteps, turned and looked at him. What are you looking at? Get lost. If not, I will beat you up so badly your mother will not be able to recognize you. Seeing Su Yun looking at him, Li Xiong stated loudly to agitate Su Yun. Su Yun took a light breath and thought. Although he had managed to master the sword technique but he had no fighting experience, he could use them to experiment. With that thought, Su Yun walked towards the man. Su family members' eyes were wide opened. Confusion was written all over the Su family disciples' face, and those Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples were confused as well. Oh. Tu Fenghua was who sitting to one side, drinking and enjoying the show, turned his head and looked at Su Yun interestingly. Su Yun walked towards Li Xiong alone and looked at him with his peaceful eyes, not making any moves. Young lad, do you want to make a move? Li Xiong studied Su Yun and saw the plate hung around Su Yun's waist. It indicated that he was the outer sect of Su family, and his eyes revealed ridicules and he laughed sinisterly. Su Yun nodded. In the next second, he attacked. His arms did not hold onto anything and, with his sword technique, he brandished a strike aiming straight for Li Xiong. A strong and vicious profound spirit chi turned into pure divine spirit chi and rapidly struck him ferociously. As if the mountains was collapsing, and the river were flowing against its stream. Thousands of strands of energy exploded. He had no chance of reacting. Li Xiong too. Dong. A desolate sound resonated. The people only felt the air around them shake. Before reacting, they could see Li Xiong was struck and he fell to the ground. He was embedded between the cracks of the inn's floor. The surrounding regions trembled slightly. The people in the inn was surprised. Everyone was shocked, and the inn was filled with dead silence. Your reaction is too slow. I thought your reaction should be faster. Su Yun stared at Li Xiong, who was unconscious and embedded within the soil. Shaking his head lightly, he looked at the others. Who still wants to scold me? Everyone just stared at him in daze. The people of Su family was dumbfounded. Many of them had their mouths wide opened. No one expected Su Yun to strike so suddenly and so viciously. Don't be arrogant. Bastard. Another person from Relentless Heart Pavilion ran out. Chang He was wearing an armor and carried a hidden broad dagger. As he leaped out, he pulled out the dagger. It seemed like he wanted to wage a war with Su Yun. Everyone was excited. The wild blade chi enveloped the dagger. With a frightening power, it wanted to pierce through Su Yun's shoulder. Su Yun continued to shake his wrist and, although he was not holding onto anything, it seemed like he was holding onto a sword. At an extremely fast and weird angle, it knocked against the Chang Hei's wrist. Bang! Chang Hei's wrist was in pain, the chi which was struck by the opponent declined. His energy depleted, and the dagger fell from his hand. Su Yun then kicked his abdomen. Bang! Chang Hei was sent to the entrance of the inn. He flew and rolled onto the streets before stopping. Everyone gasped. Li Xiong was merely a spirit intermediate stage 1 disciple, so he was not considered an expert. But Chang Hei was a spirit intermediate stage 2 disciple. If a person like him could not handle one strike from Su Yun, then what cultivation level is Su Yun at? Su Yukong muttered. The people of Relentless Heart Pavilion was even more shocked. Pairs of eyes seemed to be falling out from their sockets. Where did this rascal came from? Did the Su family have such a person? From the plate around his waist, it could be seen that he is only an outer sect of Su family. Are the outer sect members of the Su family so powerful? The people of Relentless Heart Pavilion asked one another. Their mouths moved, but their eyes were still set on the person. Clank! At this time, the sounds of chairs being moved sounded through. In this dead silent inn, it was piercing to the ears. Su Yun looked over to see Tu Fenghan, who was drinking, had stood up. The atmosphere took a change. She wiped her lips with the back of her hands and turned, staring at Su Yun with her sharp eyes. A strong battle intention was rising. Tu Fenghuo was one of the most prestigious disciple amongst the disciples of the Relentless Heart Pavilion. Although she is a girl, her way of doing things were straightforward, and she had no means of dragging or delaying. Her cultivation is tough, her power is high, and everyone acknowledged it. Of course, the most important thing is that she was the daughter of the elder of Relentless Heart Pavilion. Because of that, when the inner sect disciple, Zhu Xingxi, was not around, she would be the leader of this group of disciples. Tu Fenghuo's eyes were stern and blazing as she stared at Su Yun. With a sudden move of her body, she rushed forward. Like a tigress pouncing on her food, her aura was extraordinary, and it astonished everyone. The wild blade chi suddenly exploded between the people of Su family and Relentless Heart people, splitting the disciples apart. What an aura! Su Yun's eyes were blazing with fire. The fallen leaves sword technique that he had practiced today must not be practiced on this person. Fallen leaves sword technique was learnt, but knowing the sword technique's methods was not enough. He needed to know how to use it fully and have it tempered, before actually mastering it. Tu Fenghuo attacked with a fist. Although it looked small and skinny, it was powerful enough to rip through the air and whistle like a ferocious tiger. But Su Yun was not afraid. He raised a fist and aimed for her fist and attacked. No one held back. There was no hesitation. The power of Qi was released completely. Ha! Tu Fenghuo's eyes widened slightly. Looking at the fist coming right at her, her heart started to shiver. Bang! The two fists clashed. The powerful Tu Fenghuo trembled, she retreated hurriedly. It took her about 7 to 8 steps before she stopped. She opened her eyes and glared at Su Yun, as well as the Qi enveloping his fist, and asked in a shocked tone, "What type of spirit Qi do you have? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 109. Sword Practice. Swift Wind Spirit Qi. Su Yun said blandly. He would not say it was pure divine spirit Qi. There were Su family there. If he was exposed, the rare pure divine Qi would invite trouble. Swift Wind Spirit Qi? Tu Fenghuo's long and thin eyebrows knitted and moaned. For an outer sect disciple to be able to cultivate the swift wind spirit Qi to such high levels, it's not simple. But don't look down on others. Our Relentless Heart Pavilion is not one for you to trample. Then let me see what you've got. Su Yun extended his arms and pulled Thousand Deep Sword from the sword sheath on his back. Alongside, he curled his fingers at her. It was an obvious move to let her bring out her weapons. Without any hesitation, Tu Fengyu wiped her left finger with her right hand. A thin, curved blade appeared. The tip of the blade shimmered and her arms waved. The wild blade chi covered the curved blade's body in a shimmery gold light. It was bedazzling. She chopped in the air and 3 chi blades flew over, attacking Su Yun. Su Yun did not use pure divine spirit chi to fend off any attacks. He only used it to move around. His body swayed to the side and called forth the blade shrouded in spirit chi to rush towards Tu Fenghua. They went so close to Tu Fenghua that it almost killed her. This move caused the disciples who were watching to break into a cold sweat. Once struck by the chi blade, the wild blade chi's destruction and sharpness would easily cut through their body. Su Yun's move was so merciless. As he rushed closer to her, Su Yun raised his long sword and chopped towards her. The tip of the sword was like fallen leaves. It was light, but heavy at the same time. Sometimes, it would turn around and pierce through like a pen, or would dance according to the wind. And that wind was emitted by he himself, which was also known as the swift wind spirit chi. One style, one pattern. Once released, it was erratic and untraceable, disappearing without a trace. Fallen Leaves Sword Technique. The people of the Relentless Heart Pavilion shouted. Isn't this the Fallen Leaves Sword Technique that was on auction for 10,000 spirit coins? This bastard actually used such an ordinary and widely used technique to challenge our big senior. How crude. He's obviously looking down on senior. The Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples were angry. Although Su Yun's methods had stunned them, to confront Su Yun, who was so arrogant and so crazy about his methods. Each one of them was boiling with anger. It was obvious that he loathed them. Not to mention the people of Relentless Heart Pavilion, the Su family people's hearts were extremely overwhelmed, and it was hard to describe. Especially Su Yukong. Previously, he wanted to make things difficult for Su Yun so he could suppress his anger. Now that he thought about it, he thought the initial intention was so dumb, so naive. He's indeed one deemed fit to defeat Su Kuang. I'm afraid if that didn't happen, wouldn't Su Yun have long since have become an inner sect disciple? The whisperings of the people at the side traveled to his ears. Su Yukong swallowed his saliva silently, and dared not make a sound. With such methods, he was definitely qualified to enter the inner sect, and he would not be last in that position. This bastard has always been hiding his true self. Su Yukong's heart shook. Suddenly, he thought there was a possibility. Young Master Huang Ming wanted to kill him, so why would he save him? Could he have something to do with young Master Huang Ming's death? But young Master Huang Ming's powers was not low, and he could not be so easily killed. Maybe, when the two of them confronted the herd of wolves, he killed young Master Huang Ming. Su Yukong thought there was this possibility, but he had no evidence. If he reported, the majority would not believe him. Instead, he would offend Su Yun as well. He could only keep this thought in his heart. Over there, Su Yun and Tu Fenghua had battled 10 over rounds. The chairs surrounding them were all destroyed and crushed by the spirit chi that was released by both. The boss, who was hiding behind the counter, was heartbroken from this. What caught others' attention was Su Yun's attacks were sharp and ferocious, but he showed mercy every single time and was not firm. Every time the tip of the sword almost pierced through Tu Fenghua, the speed would decrease rapidly and it provided Tu Fenghua the chance to dodge or hide. And so, the two had been fighting till now. The Su family stood aside and watched eagerly. Whereas the people of Relentless Heart Pavilion were worried sick, and watched the fight nervously. Tu Fenghua was forced by Su Yun. Wherever the curved blade could attack, it was blocked by the sharp sword. Not only that, Su Yun had been using sword techniques from the start. He had yet to use any mystical techniques utilizing spirit chi. Tu Fenghua's face was filled with anger. Her eyes congealed as she stared at the glistening sword attack for a while more, before suddenly instigated her wild blade chi and crushed towards the floor. The spirit chi was like a bomb that exploded, wrecking the floor into pieces. The wild blade chi shot in all four directions like a pair of humongous hands, pushing everyone away. Su-yun was also being forced to retreat. His facial expressions had yet to change. He took a deep breath in. Fallen Leaves sword technique had a total of 10 styles. This time, he was about to display the 9th style breeze sweeping leaves. Enough! Before Su-yun dashed over, Tu Feng was suddenly roared in anger. His face was shocked, and looked at her in confusion as he stopped his technique. Tu Feng threw the curved blade on the floor in anger and yelled, "I've had enough! You son of a bitch! You never wanted to spar with me properly. You're merely just using me to practice your technique. Oh shit! You find out!" Su-yun shocked. The audience were all stunned. After hearing what Tu Feng was said, they thought about it and thought it was right. Obviously, Su-yun had many chances to defeat Tu Feng, but he did not attack. Many would even think Su-yun might see Tu Feng having big breasts and was after her looks, so he merely wanted to protect her feelings as the gentler sex. Su-yun did not say a word. He peeped at her and kept his sword. "Your powers are way above me. My, Tu Feng's, techniques are not as good as yours, I will admit defeat. But don't be too arrogant. Although you have won against me, you will never be a match for Senior Zhu Shi." Tu Feng was still angry as she complained. Su-yun could not be bothered and turned to leave. He intended to use these people for practicing his techniques. Now that the objective had been achieved, there was not a need to stay anymore. Su-yun went upstairs without a word, which angered the Relentless Heart Pavilion even more. The disciples of the Su family, on the other hand, were happy to their heart's content and relaxed. This method from Su-yun was enough for them to gain back their pride. Previously, all the mockery and scorn in the eyes of the Relentless Heart Pavilion was considered avenged. The outer sect disciples looked at Su-yun with utmost admiration. Whatever distance they had between him had disappeared. This rascal! Since when did Su-yun become so powerful that he could defeat the inner sect disciple of Relentless Heart Pavilion? So amazing! This is something to brag about. I'm going to be in a clique with him in the future. The disciples discussed. The inner sect people had dull faces. Nobody thought that an outer sect disciple would steal the limelight. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Any movements within the inn attracted the attention of every eye. Nobody from either party had said a word yet. "Hey! I'm saying, who's that guy? You just walked off like this. Do you not put the people of Relentless Heart Pavilion in your eyes?" Star. Just as Su-yun was preparing to head upstairs and back to his room, a drunken voice broke this awkward silence. Su-yun looked over to see the door upstairs open suddenly. A burly chap stumbled out. The burly chap face was flushing red, his eyelids heavy. He held on to the handle and burped as he pointed at Su-yun as he shouted. Su-yun studied him and said, "You're not in your best condition, I do not wish to fight with you." Not in my best condition? Zhu Xingshir's eyes suddenly opened wide as if it was a copper bell. He seemed like a lion who had just woken up without any signs of being drunk. "Are you looking down on me?" Zhu Xingshir asked dully. "Isn't that what I should be asking you?" Su-yun asked, "If you don't despise me, then you should challenge me when you're in your best condition." After hearing, Zhu Xingshir was enraged. He pushed both his arms onto the handle he was holding, and it immediately broke into pieces. He flew from the second level and punched his iron fists right at Su-yun. The disciples of the Su family are so prideful. "I'll teach you how to be humble today." With Zhu Xingshir's roar, his fist seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. The whistling wild blade chi was just like a blade cutting onto Su-yun's face. Su-yun's clothes floated in the air. It was difficult for him to stand balanced. This aura. It was at least twice as strong than Tu Feng. Su Yun moaned as he raised the 1,000-deep sword and clenched his fist to block. Bang! The two fists knocked against one another, leading to an explosion. A circle of ripples violently burst out. The walls of the inns cracked and the people from either party were in a complete mess, and they were all in a difficult situation. The shopkeeper of the inn saw the situation and his heart was no longer bleeding. It was almost as painful as a knife churning into it, like the ruined chairs and tables. One strike met together, and the two retreated. Zhu Xingshi felt his arms trembling, and his fist was in pain. To be able to give such a sensation, his power must be at least 7th stage of spirit intermediate realm. This rascal is obviously an outer sect disciple, yet he has such powers. He's not simple. Zhu Xingshi's eyes was glimmering and his will to fight increased. He wanted to give his all to spar with Su Yun. Stop it! Right at this moment, a shout resonated. Zhu Xingshi looked over to see the door of the second level opened with a clank. Out flew a green shadow and it landed in between the two of them. This shadow's movements were free and at ease, his movements were like flowing water. From this, it was enough to make many worship. Everyone looked carefully, it was actually Su Guanhai. Captain! Captain Su Guanhai is awake? Great, Captain Guanhai is here. The Su family cheered. Zhu Xingshi's brows were knitted tightly, his face unhappy. Zhu Xingshi was still drunk and he said, Bro Guanhai, why are you getting involved in this? Go grab some sleep, let me spar with this rascal from Su family. Spar? Su Guanhai shook his head, Senior Zhu Shi, tomorrow is the meat for the fish hunt, why don't you save this energy for tomorrow? Also, at the rate you both are fighting, you'll soon tear down this entire inn. If this inn is torn down, then your sect and mine will be sleeping on the streets. If this news travels out, I guess it will affect both of our reputation, am I right? Zhu Xingshi heard and pondered. But right after, his face turned twisted and said angrily, no way, this rascal is too arrogant. He had the balls to hurt so many of my juniors. If I don't punish him today, I cannot swallow this anger. Rascal! You shall come out with me to continue fighting. Without a word, Su Yun's eyes was filled with the will to fight. If he really fought with him, what had he got to fear about Zhu Xingshi? But Su Guanhai, who did not want the two to kill each other, shook his head continuously and said, Senior Xingshi, why don't you give me some face and let this matter rest? Su Guanhai will kowtow to every single person here of your sect. After that, he clasped his hand respectfully. Noticing the situation, Zhu Xingshi could not brush away Su Guanhai's face either. He stared at Su Yun for a pretty long time before he groaned and left without a word. Thank you, Senior Xingshi. Su Guanhai said hastily. Su Yun could not be bothered with these people either. He went over to Su Guanhai to acknowledge him and went upstairs. The two parties ended their conflict when Su Guanhai appeared. Although it was abrupt, both parties thought it was the best idea. From Zhu Xingshi's fist, Su Yun knew that his capabilities were not far below Zhu Xingshi's. If they really did fight, it would be unpredictable as to who would win or lose. Either way, it was not beneficial for tomorrow's meat of the fish hunt. Su Guanhai looked over to the room where Su Yun was and, in between his brows, there was suspicion. But he never asked and just laughed. What's Su Guanhai to be afraid of? If Su Yun wanted to fight with Zhu Xingshi, he should let them. Su Yukong spat and scolded in a low voice. I never thought Su Yun had such powers, I'm afraid that even the inner sect disciples are not his match. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Two guys in the same room. Su Yun was not afraid of Relentless Heart Pavilion. To be exact, the strength of Relentless Heart Pavilion was no match for the Immortal Sword sect, and they were just a bunch of inner sect disciples. What was there to be afraid of? After exchanging hands with the Relentless Heart Pavilion, he went straight back to his room to cultivate. After dinner, he walked out of his room at a fast pace to the market in Snowtang City to buy a few ingredients needed for tomorrow. He always did things alone, and never tried to make a conversation with the disciples of the Su family deliberately. Their curiosity of him began to grow. Disguised as joining the meet for the fish hunt, it was truthfully just a ruse. So many people came just to challenge a monster of the 8th level spirit soul realm. Although the 8th level of a spirit soul realm was enough to sweep away dozens of experts from the different sects, with so many towering figures, it was a tad exaggerating. But if he took part in this mission this time round, he could help salvage his sect's reputation slightly. There was quite a number of benefits. Since there were benefits, why not just put on a show? Anyway, he had nothing to lose. To obtain the Heavenly Scale Divine Eye was not an easy matter. The Heavenly Scale Fish King was in the 8th level Spirit Soul Realm. How rare was this high-level monster? Its body was covered in treasures, and every sect could gain a part of its body as compensation. Something so important, like the fish eye, everyone would be snatching for it, so how difficult would it be to obtain it? Su Yun pondered and hatched a plan in his mind. Chaos. With his current cultivation level, he could only obtain the treasure during chaos. Then, how should he create chaos? If it was simply just creating chaos, at most he needed to bewitch a few of the spirit intermediate disciples of a lower level. If he met up with the 5th level and above spirit intermediate disciples, then he might not be able to bewitch them. He was not sure if an almighty spirit soul disciple would appear. If such a being appeared to obtain the Heavenly Scale Divine Eye, then the chances of him snatching it would be very low. As Su Yun thought, he started going back and forth in the market. After going around, he bought a few items he could use and went back to the inn. Although it was night time, the disciples of Relentless Heart Pavilion were still sitting in the hall, drinking and gossiping. The Su family was nowhere to be seen, as if they were lazy to share a room with them, and so they all went back to their own rooms. Su Yun passed by the hall and all the people of Relentless Heart Pavilion stopped their discussions and movements. They looked at him anxiously, and no one dared to say things loudly, as if they were afraid of this temperamental being wanting to attack again. Su Yun felt it was funny, but he said nothing at all and went straight back to his room. Once he was back in his room, the chatter in the hall started to recover slowly. In the room, Su Yun took out the ingredients he had bought one by one and laid them on his bed. At the same time, he took out a map of Tai Ching Monastery. On the top right-hand corner was a marked region. That was Tai Ching Lakeside. The distance from Snowtang City to Tai Ching Lakeside was merely just an hour's journey. In between, there was a huge mountain, and beyond that, the field could be seen. In the middle of the field was Tai Ching Lakeside. Su Yun studied the map for about half an hour and thought about it for a long time before he kept the map. He then started preparing all the ingredients he bought. There were many different types of ingredients, but they were all ordinary and not exquisite. Except for 2 items which are demonic in nature, and was rather problematic. One was the skull of a 9 evil-toothed beast. The 9 evil-toothed beast was considered to be one of the lower-level demons in the demonic continent. They had a cultivation of the 4th level in Spirit Core Disciple. It was available in many places, but was rarely seen in Sky Martial Continent. It was not easy to find it. This skull of a 9 evil-toothed beast came from the black market and had a price of 2,300,000 spirit coins. The other item was Devil Ape of the Canyon. It was invaluable, and he spent 19,000 spirit coins. The spirit coins he dug from Su Huayu previously had all been spent. But if he could secure the Heavenly Scale Divine Eye tomorrow, then all these purchases would be worth it. The 2 demonic items had such thick demonic chi that Su Yun could only rely on the Limitless Sword Manual to cover them up. Although Sword Elder was unwilling, as he said the chi almost seeped into the Sword Manual, Su Yun seemed to not care about it so much, and had placed him in a difficult situation. Next, he settled the rest of the ingredients. He peeked to the sky outside. It was already dark. Even though Snowtang City could not be a night city due to the sex stopping by to rest, but far from here, it was still pitch black. Taking a deep breath, he started to get busy. Another hour passed by. All the ingredients were prepared. Those that were to be combined were combined, while those that required additional work were done as well. A total of 7 black balls were created. I'll rely on you all when the time comes. Su-Yun held onto the spheres as he examined them. Then, he whispered something and threw them right into his storage ring. When all was done, he laid on his bed with his eyes closed and rested. He did not know how long it had been. Do. A series of light knockings rang from his door. Su-Yun opened his eyes and looked over at the door. He was confused. Who would come and find me? He thought for a long while before he stood up and walked over to open the door. Voila! He saw a man wearing green clothes standing, looking at Su-Yun with a bland expression and nodded slightly. Can I take a rest here? I have not taken a rest yet. Su-Yun did not invite Su Guanhai, who came suddenly into his room. Instead, he asked curiously, what brings Captain here so late? I would like to talk to you for a while. Su Guanhai's face revealed a dull smile. Do you mind? Su-Yun lowered his head in thought. After which, he gave way with his body and gestured Su Guanhai to enter. Once in his room, he looked around and sniffed. He then asked, what's this stench? It's the smell of my foot when I wash it. Su-Yun said casually and went over to the table to pour him a cup of tea. Su Guanhai heard and hurriedly covered his nose. Su-Yun brought the tea over. Thanks. Su Guanhai nodded and took a sip. Su-Yun did not drink the tea. He walked over to his bed and laid down immediately. With both his hands on his head and said, Captain Guanhai, if you have anything, please be straightforward. I want to rest earlier tonight. With that, Su Guanhai fell silent. Only about 40 to 50 breaths were expelled before he opened his mouth. I'm here tonight as I would like to ask young Master Su-Yun about the issue of your talent. Talent? Su-Yun was shocked, but he laughed instead. Ha, Captain Guanhai, did you mix up something? You're asking a legendary garbage about problems with talent? Ah, you're too sweet. When did you recover your talent? Without waiting for Su-Yun to laugh finish, Su Guanhai asked suddenly. Su-Yun's heart dropped and stopped smiling to look at him. His eyes flickered and asked in a low voice, is this really important? I'm just curious. Su Guanhai said. 2 years ago. Su-Yun casually blurted, but he was on his guard now. He seemed to have gained some attention. If this went on, then whatever he do in the future, he would be affected. Seemed like he needed to be careful so he did not steal the limelight again. 2 years ago? Su Guanhai was shocked and he asked, how did you recover it? Do you know how my talents turned weaker and weaker? Nope. Then why do you want to know how I recovered? Su Guanhai fell silent. Su-Yun's intention was clear, if you won't say why you're here, then why should I tell you anything? He pulled up his blankets to cover his face and said, Captain Guanhai, if there's nothing else, please leave. Although we're both men, for 2 men to share a room in the middle of the night would invite rumors, yeah? This world is messed up. Su Guanhai. Su Guanhai looked at the cup of tea on the table and looked at it for a bit before he bit his lips and said, to be honest, my talent is also injured. Oh? Su-Yun pulled away his blankets and gazed at him in confusion. 7 years ago, because of an accident, my spirit core was injured. I was dispirited and listless. I drank bitter flour soup continuously for 80 days before I recovered. Even so, my talent could not fully recover. I used to be one of the outstanding disciples of the Su family, but now, I'm no different from a normal person. Su-Yun nodded and understood why Su Guanhai would visit him so late in the night. He was known for being garbage. He had cultivated for 7 to 8 years without any improvements, but recently, his power increased rapidly. How could it not gain any attention? I understand now, but I can't help you. You might want to make a trip down to Blossom Heart Valley to try your luck. He did not understand Su Guanhai's true personality, so he did not dare to lay things down so blatantly. Moreover, there was a difference between the talent being injured and this weird illness of his. His own method might not even be effective on him. Su Guanhai smiled bitterly. I'd been to Blossom Heart Valley, but, as I'm hurt badly, I needed a valley master to heal. I'm afraid even the king of medicines would not be able to heal me, but why would the valley master want to help a small person like me? Su Yun was silent. Su Guanhai looked at the person on bed. Without hesitating, he stood up and cupped his fist. Since young master Su Yun is helpless too, then Su Guanhai will bid his farewell now. With that, he was about to leave. All right. Suddenly, Su Yun yelled. What? I would like to ask something. Su Yun thought for a moment and asked, who are you in Su family? Why don't I have any impressions of you? In his memory, he had never heard of Su Guanhai. After all, he had minged with the inner sect before, yet he never heard of this person. Su Guanhai heard and was surprised. He then revealed a gentle smile. I'm the backup heir of the Su family. I only returned back to Su family a few years back. It's natural that young master Su Yun has no impression of me. Oh, Su Yun never said a word again, but the questions in his heart were still unanswered. Su Guanhai did not say another word. He turned and left. After Su Guanhai left, Su Yun also had no intention to sleep. He could not be bothered to think about Su Guanhai, so, instead, he sat on the bed with his knees bent and started bringing up profound spirit chi. When this mission is over, he would look into the limitless sword sheath. With that thought, Su Yun garnered all of his focus. 2 hours later, it was way past 1 a.m., TN, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., a system to subdivide time to 2-hour slots in the former time. Su Yun stood immediately, donned his white clothes, and carried the death sword in sword sheath. He took off the Su family's disciple plate around his waist, checked the ingredients in his storage ring once more and hastily left the inn. The disciples of the Relentless Heart Pavilion had just gotten sobered and, one by one, they returned to their rooms, leaving the servants of the shop to clear up the mess. Ruins of what was left behind from the fighting the other day were still there, but the Su family and Relentless Heart Pavilion people were compensating for the inn's losses. As for the shopkeeper, he was still willing to serve this bunch of guests. Guest, it's dark outside. Are you still heading out? The servant of the shop asked. But Su Yun left quickly without replying to him. Once he was out of the inn, Su Yun used the spirit stallion he bought together with the ingredients yesterday and rode out of the city. As there were many sects staying over, the Snow City did not lock the gates. It was very convenient to enter or exit the city. He followed the map and rode. After an hour, he came to the field that held Tai Ching Lakeside. Gushes of wind blew over, rolling the clothes and his hair. Su Yun looked at the vastness of the Tai Ching Lake as if it was a huge mirror. A tinge of radiance flashed across his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Who are you? Tai Ching Lakeside was extremely large, and the opposite bank laid near to the mountain range. On this side, there was a field. Several rocks littered around the lake, and the soil was loose. At night, the moonlight shone on the lake, causing the clear and crystalline water to dazzle. It was a splendid view. Only, the calm lake would ripple at times, which seemed like it was agitated. Su Yun dared not go so near to the lakeside. Underneath the lakeside lived a powerful being, and because of this powerful being, it had caused the atmosphere around Tai Ching Lakeside to be excessively thick. Even the profound spirit disciples found it difficult to stay near there. They felt like their bodies were being ripped apart. He stopped about a mile away from Tai Ching Lake's shore and took out his map to calculate the distance, before moving closer. The meet for the fish hunt would be held tomorrow, at noon. No one would come here in the middle of the night. He borrowed the moonlight and found his predicted region. From his storage ring, he obtained the 7 smog shots he had concocted previously. Suyun had learned a lot, and it was complicated, but he was best in 2 fields. The first was medical expertise. Second, magical and mystical techniques. The medical techniques started in Blossom Heart Valley, as he was mainly healing people. He did not study much into the poison techniques in Blossom Heart Valley. Initially, the reason he spent so much effort to get into Blossom Heart Valley was mainly to make use of the strong and powerful medical techniques to solve the innate problem with his talent, but to no avail. But after learning the demonic techniques, and during the time he entered the demonic Tao, Suyun swallowed his courage because he knew, once he entered the demonic Tao, he would never become a person, and there would be no return. As such, he craved for energy and chased after it like crazy. But no matter how magical or incredible his demonic Tao's mystical techniques were, they never managed to bestow him with any energy until he found out a method. He felt relieved all of a sudden. If he did not choose to set up an ambush and kill the leader of Immortal Tao, and chose to endure silently and use this method to cure his own illness, maybe he would not have a chance to start over again. Maybe. About half an hour later, the black balls were all buried underneath the soil, and so, a simple demonic mist array was set up. Great, now I will put the 2 together and my preparation is done. Suyun thought and looked over to Tai Ching Lakeside. The Heavenly Scale Fish King would escape into the waters. That meant that the Heavenly Scale Fish King would ultimately lay dead in Tai Ching Lakeside. So, this thing must be placed underneath the lake. But right now, the Heavenly Scale Fish King was deep in the lake. If he dove down, he would only be seeking death. Moreover, the thickness of spirit chi present was not something he could defend against. It was simply impossible for him to get near. As Suyun pondered the situation over and over again, he could only become frustrated. Everything was ready, yet he was stuck here. That made it even more annoying. He laid down on the grass facing up, looking at the pitch-black sky. His eyes were complex. Whoosh! At this moment, a meteor flashed past the pitch-dark sky. Suyun was shocked. He stood up hastily as an idea flashed across his mind. I could give this a try. He took a deep breath in and studied his surroundings. Quickly, he found a stone that was 1 meter long and 2 meters wide. He ran over, pressed onto the big stone and pushed with all his might. Gotcha! The big stone was lifted. Suyun held his breath and looked at the lake that was far away. He roared lowly and, using all the pure divine spirit chi, ran forward for about 10 steps, then threw the big stone over to the lake. Swoosh! The big stone was being moved by pure divine spirit chi. As if it was the meteor that flew past the sky, the big stone flew. When nearing the lakeside, it started to fall to the ground. Finally, it fell about 10 meters away from the lake. When Suyun saw this, he was extremely happy. This spirit chi would only be effective on human beings and not on objects. Heaven was really helping me. After winding up a bit, he was able to throw the big stone at least 1 mile away. If he threw it with more pure divine spirit chi, he could definitely throw it into the lake. He looked to the left and right to find a stone that was about the same size as the previous one. Then he pulled out 1,000 deep sword and carved a hole in the middle of the stone. After which, he took out the 9 evil-toothed beast and devil ape of Canyon. Of course, the 2 items were covered with the limitless sword manual. Or else the demonic chi would leak out and attract the attention of the Heavenly Scale Fish King. Rascal, you! You finally took these 2 items away. This elder, almost got fumigated by this demonic chi. Sword Elder panted as his voice emerged from the sword manual. Suyun heard and laughed. Senior, I have no intentions of taking them away yet. What? You still want me to bear with this rotting stench? Sword Elder was stunned. Please help me, Senior. I will revive the Limitless Sword sect. Stop bullshitting, you. This elder, won't believe in you. You have to take those away. This can't be done. It's the last step already. If Senior, you'd like to help me, I will be able to attain the heavenly scale divine eye and my powers will increase by a lot. Su Yun stated. The last step? Sword Elder did not understand. Su Yun nodded. Senior, you just need to bear with it for a while more and that will do. Just a while more? Alright. Sword Elder sighed and agreed to it. Thank you so much, Senior. I will repay you one day. Su Yun said hastily. After which, he placed the 2 items into the Limitless Sword manual and hurried towards the stone, stuffing it into the hole. Immediately, the skull and the heart were inside of the stone, wrapped with the Limitless Sword manual to cover their demonic chi. Su Yun took out Thousand Deep Sword, cast an array over it, and dripped a few of drops of his blazing demonic blood. When the blazing demonic blood and the demonic chi came into contact with one another, they would explode. Although it was not strong, it was enough to crush the stones. When the time came, it all boiled down to this blood. Everything was settled. Su Yun picked up these stones and kept them. Oh yes, how long exactly is just a while more? At this time, Sword Elder's voice emerged from the stones. The fastest would be tomorrow noon. What? The slowest would be to see how long the heavenly scale Fish King can last. With that, Su Yun started running. Darn it! Bastard, rascal, you're playing with me. Quick, get these items away. Quick! The Sword Elder shouted angrily from within. Senior, I will repay you nicely. Su Yun said and used all his energy to throw the stones out. Chirp! Pudong! The stones fell into the lake and rippled. The next day, in front of the ruined Hao family inn, the disciples of the Su family walked out and gathered outside. The people of Relentless Heart Pavilion had left long ago. It was hard to imagine that those drunkards could actually get up so early, making the Su family feel ashamed. Su Guanhai and the other inner sect disciples stood right at the front of their army, scanning through the crowd. Su Guanhai's expression was calm and humble, but no one dared to rush him. Although he admitted defeat to Zhu Xingshi, his power and control of Qi were enough to subdue many people at the scene. Even the inner sect disciple Su Yukong was convinced. Everyone gathered. Su Guanhai paused for a while, before opening his mouth. The various clans and sects of Snowtang City and Taiching Lake has already left, to advance towards Taiching Lakeside. We will move out after an incense time. We will reach the meet at around 9 to 11 in the morning. You all have to bear in mind that once we reach our destination, we will be gathered with the experts, a gathering of the dragons. I dare not be rash, so we will peacefully wait. Once the experts have lured the heavenly scale Fish King out, help one another to attack. Do not stir trouble, do not make a racket, and take it upon yourself to bring honor to my Su family. Do not lose the face of our Su family, understand? Yes. Everyone shouted. Good. Su Guanhai nodded his head. Everyone go and prepare, we will depart immediately. After an incense stick's time. The convoy neatly advanced towards the outside of Snowtang City, and met many experts from other clans on the way. In truth, the people that the Su family dispatched for the mission were comparably weaker, as all the other clans had spirit intermediate disciples, with spirit core disciples that could be found everywhere else too, and a few of them whose cultivation base could not be seen through, with power that could cause people to tremble with a thought, unlike the Su family that had these spirit novice disciple mingling with them. Seemingly like it was the first time for them to fight a spirit soul disciple demon beast, although the Su family was merely there to support, everyone was extremely excited, and they believed that, when they walk out on the streets in the future, they could brag to other people that they had slaughtered a spirit soul disciple demon beast in their past. Su Yun was at the back of the convoy as per before, without saying a word, without making a sound. Su Guanhai occasionally looked at him, but also did not say a word and led the convoy forward. On the way, different sects and different clans were seen. Exuding Fire Sect, Stellar Sun Mountain, Smoky Wind Valley, 3 Items Deity Palace, the Wang Family Estate. Even the disciples from Blossom Heart Valley and Immortal Sword Sect were here. It could be said that the meat for the fish hunt was rather grand. The power of Heavenly Scale Fish King was great, but from this, it seemed like a dead fish now. Isn't that young Master Su? Promptly, a voice rang out. The Su family looked over. Young Master Su? Everyone here had a surname of Su. Who knew who were they calling for? To see an elder whose hair was white leading a group of girls and boys donned in jaded clothes. They were from Blossom Heart Valley. The eyes of the audience lit up. Ah! He's Master Guaemoju from Blossom Heart Valley. Upon seeing this, Su Yukong got off his spirit stallion immediately and walked over hastily to pay respects to Guaemoju. You've healed my father who was ill. I can't believe I'd meet the master again. I'm so lucky. Guaemoju looked weirdly at Su Yukong and he asked curiously, You are? I am Su Yukong? Su Yukong? Guaemoju was still muddle-headed. He smiled bitterly, slightly frustrated. I have treated several people in my lifetime and I can't remember all of them. Please forgive me. Oh. Su Yukong did not say a word. Su Guanhai kept quietly and stared at Guaemoju, trying to identify who he was looking for. Guaemoju walked to the back of the army hastily and over to the spirit stallion whom rider was wearing white clothes and was thinking hard about something with his head down. Alongside the stallion, he rapped his fist and said, Young Master Su Yun, Guaemoju is here to pay his respects. With that action, the Su family eyes were all wide opened. The great master of Blossom Heart Valley, who was also known as Guaemoju for his crafty hands and godly medical abilities, was actually so respectful and humble to an outer sect disciple of the Su family? How was that possible? Even the disciples of the Blossom Heart Valley were dumbfounded. Only those who had seen Su Yun were not so surprised. A young man gained compliments from the king of medicine, who would not be in awe. Of course. After Guaemoju paid his respects, the person had yet to reply him. As usual, he was thinking about something with his head lowered down as if he did not notice someone was beside him. Su Yun. Su Guanhai could no longer tolerate and so he blurted out. Ha! Su Yun was confused. He looked up to see Su Guanhai giving him meaningful looks and winking at him. Su Yun was shocked. He then turned to look over to see an elder whose hair was as white as his white clothes smiling at him. Su Yun had not reacted. He seemed to find this elder familiar but he did not give much thoughts about it and asked casually, Who are you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. The Fish Hunt. What's with this freak? Guaemoju actually bowed and bent his knees to come and speak to you, but you actually don't even know who he is? Everybody gasped cold air, and the disciples from Blossom Heart Valley looked at Su Yun with ill intent. This guy is so despicable. Guaemoju was termed as the Ghost Hand Doctor, and was the most important and highest existence to the eyes of the disciples in Blossom Heart Valley. But on this day, this young man in a white robe, riding a spirit stallion, was actually so rude. How could they not be angry? But not waiting for the disciples to explode, that person immediately slapped his forehead, and looked panicked. Oh. You are that Guaemoju? The disciples. Su family. But Guaemoju respectfully laughed, and was not angry at all. Yes, that is me. Oh, I did not expect to meet you here. Su Yun withdrew his train of thoughts and said, For what? You have all came to join in the fish hunt too? How is Pill King doing? Young Master Tuai is blessed, Pill King is fine, and regarding this fish hunt, Heavenly Scale Fish King has done so much evil, and the people are in so much distress that I could not take it. So I dispatched myself, as well as a few outstanding disciples, to come and give aid and rescue lives, to help those citizens who were hurt by the heavenly scale fish king, and to help others on the way to eliminate the main cause of disaster, the heavenly scale fish king. Guamoju laughed. His senses and actions still maintained respect, but did not let others feel that he was weak. Suyun was embarrassed to continue riding the spirit stallion. He somersaulted down the horse, and went along to chat with Guamoju by foot. Seeing that Suyun had a good relation to Guamoju, the Su family people were astonished and amazed. Never could I imagine that Suyun this brat would be able to hang around with Blossom Heart Valley's people. The people by the side muttered. Both of Su Yukong's eyes were overflowing with anger, and some jealousy, as he stared at Suyun. He snorted, turned, and walked away. No wonder Suyun, this brat who was termed as trash in the past, could actually train and rise so much in power. It was because he got people from the Blossom Heart Valley to cure him. Cure? Yeah, think about it. He was actually hailed as an unparalleled genius when he was young, so why did he suddenly become talentless? No matter how much he trained, he could not even increase his cultivation? I am guessing that he suffered some sort of injury, and this whole time he gained so much increase in his cultivation. I reckon the Blossom Heart Valley people are the only ones capable of aiding him to cure his injury. That is how talent recovered. Cultivation amplification. That is very possible. The disciples of the Su family discussed. Suyun's ears moved a little bit. He heard all these words and sighed in relief, secretly. His heart was relaxed. If it was in the past, and he met up with the people of Blossom Heart Valley and the Su family got to know of it, there would be trouble. But it was different now. Guamoju's presence explained the reason why he was dedicated to cultivating his own progress. It was believed that this news would travel to the patriarch, and there would not be any suspicion raised. At least the existence of the Limitless Sword Manual would not be paid attention to. Unknowingly, they arrived at Taiching Lakeside as he talked to Guamoju. Stepping on the loose mud, the wind blew lightly, sending waves of aroma that were enticing. Suyun breathed in and looked over. The Taiching Lakeside was crowded, with an estimated head count of at least 3,000 to 4,000 disciples. All the sects and schools gathered in twos or threes, with some as many as hundreds, and there were at least 20 of them. Exuding Fire Sect, Stellar Sun Mountain, Smoky Wind Valley, 3 Items Deity Palace, the Wang Family Estate, Relentless Heart Pavilion, Heart Blossom Valley, Divine Sword Sect. All the big and small powers from the southern region had gathered. It was bustling with noise and excitement. The only ones not up to standard were the disciples. The true experts were not on the site yet. So many people. I never thought the meat for the fish hunt would attract so many powerful figures. People really do give face to the Taiching Monastery. The Su family disciples were deeply moved. Everyone swept their line of sight, only to see that, on this huge Taiching lakeside, there was a huge, exquisite pagoda floating above. The pagoda was releasing circles and circles of golden aura, enveloping the entire lakeside. The thick and deep profound spirit chi mixed with the wind and slapped everybody's faces. That is a subduing demon's pagoda. Guamoju exclaimed. Is that the 3 Items Deity Palace Chief Instructor, Dian Hong's, artifact? Suyun asked. Exactly. Guamoju nodded his head. Dian Hong is using the subduing demon's pagoda to trap the entire lakeside, and prevent the heavenly scale fish king from escaping. So many powerful tyrants have gathered over here, the fish king would be so shocked and scared to fight, why would it not think of escaping? Having this treasure to suppress it, the entire Taiching lakeside is locked, and the fish king can only dream about escaping. Why can't everybody just instantly show their hands and kill the fish king? At this time, a Blossom Heart Valley disciple at the side asked. Kill? Guamoju shook his head. This heavenly scale fish king at best is an existence of the 8th stage spirit soul disciple realm. Truthfully, other than those few spirit soul disciples who could take action, the rest of the people could not even dream about injuring even half an inch of the Fish King. Don't see and think of the huge number of people. Truthfully, the number of people who have fought with the heavenly scale Fish King is only a handful. Even with Dian Hong's treasure to suppress it, you have to carefully watch them fight the heavenly scale Fish King. I reckon that he will not come out of this unscathed. Is the Fish King so strong? The disciple exclaimed. You think so? If not, why would Tai Ching Monastery, a just and honorable sect, not find their way out? And have to ask help from all the powerful figures? Guamo Ju shook his head and smiled bitterly. Su Yun remained silent. When they arrived at the lakeside, all the sects were in position and about to bid farewell to the people of Blossom Heart Valley. Su Yun planned to ride his stallion and stay at the back of the army, but the Su family turned their heads occasionally and looked at him with eyes full of respect. His power was great and profound, and he was well respected by the Blossom Heart Valley's ghost hand doctor. Who would still dare to call a person like him a garbage? But they paid attention to him for a while only before they turned their gaze away. Because in this peaceful Tai Ching lakeside, a series of huge waves started to ripple through right now to see a crude and gigantic fish, embellished with gold scales, rushing out from the water and into the suspended subduing demon's pagoda. Dong! A heavy explosion resonated. The profound spirit chi rushed in all directions like lightning and crashed into the subduing demon's pagoda, which was emitting the golden chi trap. The golden chi trap shook crazily and cracks started to show up. Seeing these signs, the heavenly scale Fish King was about to break free from the trap. Everyone near to the lakeside jumped and retreated backwards. The crowd became chaotic. Dian Hong, who was standing at the side of the lakeside supporting the subduing demon's pagoda, turned pale. In one hand, he held a manual. Pointing to the pagoda, he used his body's profound spirit chi and sent it to the subduing demon's pagoda to stabilize it. The experts from Stellar Sun Mountain and Smoky Wind Valley attacked immediately to support Dian Hong, while some sent their profound spirit chi to stabilize the subduing demon's pagoda and the golden trap to suppress the heavenly scale Fish King. People! You can't keep me in here, I'll kill all of you in a while, kill all of you. And then, turn all of you into my food. Ah ha ha! Heavenly scale Fish King roared angrily. The roars resounded like thunder. The ground shook slightly as if the Fish King had cast a mystical techniques and the floor tore apart. Demon, you can only dream about escaping. Right at this moment, someone shouted. To see a group of people started to fly towards the lake from a mountain far away. On a closer look, this group of people had pastel blue robes and wore Taoist temple headdress on their head. All the males and females had a mysterious dust and printed on their chests was the Tai Chi symbol. They were the disciples from Tai Ching Monastery. As for the leader, he looked clean. His eyebrows were in line, skin white, and there was a mole under his eye. He was about 25 or 6 years old. And he was the current head of Tai Ching Monastery Tai Shang Tuo. Tian, Tai Shang, a title for respected Taoists. As the disciple clenched the mysterious dust around his fists, he flew quickly to land on the side of the lakeside. With a wave of the dust, he pushed a circle of profound spirit chi towards the gigantic golden trap. A flash of golden light flickered across the subduing demon's pagoda. The power grew and the strength of suppression suddenly increased by a lot. Tai Shang Tuo's cultivation was at the second level of spirit soul disciple. Although he was not as strong, and would not be able to defeat the heavenly scale Fish King, today he had the help from many towering figures. He had no fear. Tai Shang Tuo's presence of profound spirit chi immediately suppressed heavenly scale Fish King. Hong Dian and the others sighed a breath of relief. Very quickly, Tai Ching Lakeside regained its peacefulness. The heavenly scale Fish King seemed to have dived down deep under the lake and did not create chaos again. Everyone saw this and sighed a breath of relief. I didn't expect this brat to actually be so strong. Even if it is an 8th stage spirit soul disciple existence or not, there are only a few of us who can compete. Just now, that stroke, if it had pounded on the group of people, I have no idea how many lives would have been taken today. Luckily Master Dian Hong has foresight, and already prepared to lock down Taiching Lakeside. If not, we would have had a hard time already. Each and every disciple of the different sects were busy discussing. There's no time to lose, let us begin. A clear voice rippled out, breaking the buzzing sound in the field. The entire field immediately quietened down. Only a red streak of light flying in the air could be seen, which suddenly stopping above. Everyone looked. In the air was a guy dressed in a smoky red attire. This person had strong and boundless chi, overbearing grandeur that shook people, especially his looks. Dressed in red armor from head to toe, his entire hair was red, long and braided sideburns, huge bronze eyes, and had a fierce-looking face, simply boorish. Who was he exactly? Who he was? But they saw Taiching Monastery's overseer open his mouth. This is the seventh elder from Exuding Fire sect, who has a high cultivation base. With him, the heavenly scale fish king is considered exterminated. An elder. The different sects below were all amazed. Who could have thought that even the elder from Exuding Fire sect would be invited? The Su family people relaxed themselves, and Su Guanhai opened his mouth. Since the elder from the Exuding Fire sect is here, then there is nothing here for us already. Everyone gather up later. No one has to be near the fight, just providing some assistance would be sufficient. Remember, the most important thing is to preserve your life. Yes, sir. Su family people shouted. The other sects started to line up. Hu Rong, who was above, stared at the people below and bellowed, "All my cultivator friends, Hu Rong will pull out the fish king out from the water in a while. Please come together and attack. There is no special strategy. I think that, with so many people, there is no need for one. A small fry like him will not live long. Now, everybody, please get ready. Hu Rong is going down soon. Please cast your techniques, Elder Hu." The people below from all sects shouted. With someone stepping up to the plate, how could they not be happy? So every sect agreed happily. Good. Hu Rong nodded and held his breath. He stared at the gigantic lake and dived down. Hong Dian saw from afar, and quickly dispersed the subduing demon's pagoda. The golden trap above the Taiching lakeside disappeared immediately. Plop, boom. Hu Rong fell like a red meteor into the Taiching lakeside. In a split second, the peaceful lakeside suddenly turned into a roaring sea, waves surging forth again and again. Everyone took out their weapons and waited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. The Battle with Fish King. Hu Rong dived into the lake and everyone started to become excited. Su Yun and the others came down from their stallions and gathered around Su Guanhai. Pairs of eyes stared tightly at the interior of the lake. Su Yun took out his 1,000-deep sword. His gaze did not set upon the lake for too long. His eyes would occasionally turn to look at the place he buried those beads yesterday. But there were people standing over there, and they were the people from Stellar Sun Mountain. Hua 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 hua. A ray of multicolored light emitted from the lakeside. Each expert from each sect casted their mystical techniques. Several were techniques that could temporarily increase their cultivation. The Su family gave their captain several items that could increase his cultivation, speed, and the strength of his muscles temporarily. Since Su Huangming died along the way, the Su family could only follow what the others were doing. Right after that, everyone from all sects were ready. And at this moment, the waves on the lake became fiercer and stronger. Everyone breathed anxiously. Suddenly, voila! The entire lake cracked open, and a gigantic carp rushed out of the waters, falling hard on the shore at the side. Dawn! The entire field shook 3 times, and the dust and stones flew. The disciples over there were flipped over, one by one, they all retreated. Everyone looked over to see the carp covered with golden scales. This fish was 100 meters long, its brain was huge and its pair of eyes were like two humongous pockets, dark and deep, terrifying as hell. Its body was surrounded by a circle of dull golden light as though it was an armor protecting its body. Below its body, a huge white array suddenly appeared. With a flip, it did not care if it would be injured and used all his energy to withstand the array. Heavenly Scale Fish King! Someone shouted. Ah, this Fish King is only so-so. Hurong flew from behind laughed coldly. Everybody on site breathed in cold air. This Hurong actually threw the Heavenly Scale Fish King out. All of you people who have not experienced death, you dare to step into my territory, and still openly provoke me. Watch me tear every single one of you up. The Heavenly Scale Fish King's teeth was completely covered in steel, as it opened its big mouth, releasing a thunderous sound. After that, its body starting to squirm as it started to move left and right and opened its mouth. Legs and hands appearing, and it suddenly placed its hands on the floor, whole body rising upwards, as the entire fish literally stood up. Ah! The cultivators who had just entered the Spirit Intermediate Disciple realm had never seen such a fiendish monster before. All of their faces turned pale white and retreated in panic. Only the Spirit Core disciples had calm and composed faces, prepared to fight. What about the Sioux family? This kind of clan that was inferior and made up of weaker cultivators, seeing this kind of existence, where would they find the guts to welcome the enemy? Retreat! Su Guanhai shouted. The disciples of the Sioux family hurriedly retreated backwards. Only when they were about 500 meters from the Heavenly Scale Fish King did they stop. A few other small clans, after seeing Su Guanhai, also retreated backwards, as they were scared of receiving the ripples of chi attacks from the powerful cultivators, resulting in them throwing their lives away for nothing. Tear us up? Ko, today I will use you to cook some dishes for drinking wine. Hurong shouted, and immediately rushed forward. Taiching Monastery's lord beside him was relatively strong too, and went over to support. When the lord showed his hand, everyone else also attacked for the kill. Exuding Fire Sect. Stellar Sun Mountain. 3 items Deity Palace. Blossom Heart Valley. Almost all the experts from the bigger sects helped to hold the array and got involved in this fight. The scene was chaotic, as all sorts of mystical techniques were produced. The profound spirit chi in mid-air was as complicated and messy as a potpourri, mixing into one. Heavenly Scale Fish King continuously pulled out mystical techniques, but no matter where it struck, there would be someone blocking him. It's so powerful, the chi of those people mixed with the Heavenly Scale Fish King and formed a huge ball of chi. People like us who have weaker capabilities might not be able to get close to it. Su Kan retreated back intelligently and looked at the agitated scene. He said as he widened his eyes. We don't need to get involved in this. We can just wait. When the Heavenly Scale Fish King dies, everybody rush forward and pull down the weapons on Heavenly Scale Fish King's body. As such, the Sioux family will come out victorious. At this moment, Su Kan yelled. The Heavenly Scale Fish King's cultivation is very high. Each scale on its body is invaluable. If you can get 1 or 2, you will benefit from it. Yes, items from this demon of the Spirit Soul Disciple realm are considered a rare item during auction. If you use it to exchange for medicine and treasures, you can probably exchange for quite a lot. The disciples of Su family's eyes lit up, and their greed grew. Su Guanhai heard this and shook his head continuously. Everyone, there are many experts on the scene and there is only one Fish King. Since when will we ever have a turn to obtain the object on its body? We only need to facilitate this fight and then return back safely to Su family. Don't be greedy or else we will end up with a conflict with other sections. In the end, we would be the one losing out. Su Guanhai's words were honest and logical. The only expert from the Su family's group, Su Huangming, was dead. The group had already gone through the experience of Jaded Claw's wolves. Their power was weak. On the scene, at least 80% of the experts were stronger than the Sioux family. When it was the time to snatch the Fish King's body, there would be some abrasion no matter what, but once there was a conflict, the Sioux family would never be at an advantage. Although it was brutally honest, when spoken out loud, the inner sect disciples were unhappy. Su Yukong frowned and said, "Captain Guan Hai, your capabilities are not too bad. Why are you so cowardly? Do you want us to stand aside and not help? Unless you wish for us to make an empty trip here? If that's the case, I won't stand for it." "Yeah, Captain Guan Hai. We're merely small characters, but we don't wish to remain that way for the rest of our lives. If we make use of this opportunity, and gain some benefits, use it to exchange for some treasures and spirit coins, our cultivation could soar to greater heights." An outer sect disciple stated. "That's right." Su Kong could not resist the temptation and nodded in agreement. There are many successful figures who hold absolute power. It's not because they worked hard but because they had many chances we did not have. Now, we have one, why don't we make full use of it, unless we're supposed to live like this for the rest of our lives? Think about the treasures and bead pills. We could make a move. The Sioux family shouted in unison. The outer sect looked forward to using the objects obtained from the heavenly scale Fish King in exchange for huge numbers of spirit coins to purchase good medicine and treasures to increase their power, so they could enter the inner nect. While the inner sect people hoped to use the objects of Fish King to present to the Patriarch to be qualified to enter the Patriarch's faction. Su Guanhai listened, and thought deeply for a long while, before lightly sighing. "Since it is like this, then I won't say much, then, it is up to all of you." Heis. Captain Guanhai, wait for a while more before taking action. You had better give us protection, the loots will be shared with you all. Su Yukong laughed. After that he picked up his weapon, and headed towards the heavenly scale Fish King. Upon seeing this, the other members swiftly followed Su Yukong, until only a few disciples remained by Su Guanhai. The Su family split up, but Su Yun pretended not to hear, as his entire focus was on the Fish King. The Fish King's strength was profound and tyrannical. Every smash of his would shatter the earth and flip the heavens. The entire Taiching lakeside followed its magic as it wreaked havoc, madly striking around. But each and every strong figure from all the different sects and clans was surrounding and attacking, actually beating down the heavenly scale Fish King, an 8th-stage spirit soul disciple realm existence, disallowing it to retaliate. Despicable. The heavenly scale Fish King was wounded by a few strikes, its scales broke open, and its skin was mutilated. Since its situation wasn't looking good, it waved its huge stone hammer, forcing the surrounding people to retreat, turn its body, and rush towards Taiching Lakeside. Almost there. Witnessing this, Su Yun, who was far away, had his heart tighten. He carried the 1,000-deep sword and ran over. "And? Su Yun, you too have decided to join them?" Su Guanhai asked. Su Yun muttered something, but Su Guanhai could not catch anything he was saying, as Su Yun's gaze was fixed right at the heavenly scale Fish King. That gaze? Su Guanhai was hiddenly surprised. Want to escape? Hu Rong realized the heavenly scale Fish King's plan, and suddenly turned around, his figure exploding outwards, leaving an afterimage behind, but in a second, it released an unfathomable pressure that cannot be estimated, unexpectedly forcing the heavenly scale Fish King's enormous figure to suddenly be pulled back. Boom! Heavenly scale Fish King was caught off guard, and immediately got stuck on the floor due to the enormous chi pressure. Its stomach was cut open, its weakness openly exposed. Good chance! Everyone rejoiced, and shouted out loud. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless patient tyrants who were waiting from all directions suddenly took action together, striking towards the heavenly scale Fish King. Every one of them releasing their killing techniques. What? Su Yun's, who was heading towards the heavenly scale Fish King, heart shivered. Unexpectedly, the heavenly scale Fish King did not manage to go into the water. Could it be that it was going to get killed on the shore by them? If it happened like that, then the thing in the water Wouldn't it be useless? A chill went down Suyun's mind. If it was like that, everything would be wasted. No way, I have to think of something. Ah! Suddenly, an extremely angry roar sounded out. Suddenly the water from Taiching Lakeside flew out by itself, and the lake suddenly became dry, as a great amount of fishes and shrimps inside were exposed, while all the lake water, flowing and dancing as if it was alive, transformed into something like a long water dragon, and once it transformed completely, it flew straight towards the heavenly scale fish king. Swish! The water dragon flew onto the heavenly scale fish king's body, and immediately scattered, becoming an overflowing flood, flooding all directions. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. In an instant, all the clan's tyrants suffered a crushing defeat. They were caught unprepared. Many rushed over to the lake and the scene was chaotic. It was filled with shrill screams, angry shouts and hoarse voices. Suyun noticed and his heart was shocked. He could not care about the wave that was coming right at him. His gaze went straight to the bottom of the lake. He saw the stone he had thrown in yesterday was lying quietly amongst the mud at the bottom of the sea. It had yet to reveal anything. Hurry and run! Su Guanhai's face was white, and turned his neck and shouted. The Su family retreated hastily. Su Yun exhaled and jumped onto the big rock and leaped into the air, then towards the lake. Where are you going, Su Yun? Su Guanhai shouted. Captain, the water can't drown this place. I'll be hiding there to wait for a chance to kill Heavenly Scale Fish King. Su Yun jumped on the stones that had yet been covered by the lake water and shouted. Very quickly, the lake water washed away. The majority of the water flowed back into the lake. But the sects around had been washed away in shock and disorder. Yet, the Heavenly Scale Fish King made use of the retrograde flow of the lake water and returned back deep under the lake, hiding and not coming out. Hu Rong and the others saw and cursed the Heavenly Scale Fish King for being so sly and cunning. Wait till I drag Heavenly Scale Fish King out again. Hu Rong shouted and placed his head into the Taiching Lakeside again. For others from their sects who were strong in spirit, soul disciple waited in mid-air at the site of Taiching Monastery. Hu Rong entered the lake and not long later, ripples formed and huge waves started roaring. Right at this moment, a huge amount of blood started to gush out from the lake. When the people saw it, their faces turned awful. This sly and cunning Heavenly Scale Fish King has a lot of dirty tricks. It is already at its wit's end. I'm afraid he might use all sorts of methods. We should not wait any longer. Everybody, let us get down under the river and chop this demon. What do you say? Tai Sheng Tua from Taichung Monastery shouted. Okay. The others nodded their head and leaped into the lake. Plop 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 plop. The sounds were continuously heard. How would Su Yun, who was standing by the lakeside, dare to hesitate? He also hurriedly jumped into the lake. Once he was in the lake, he saw the profound expert, Hu Rong was already turning both his hands into power and tore an arm from the Heavenly Scale Fish King. It seemed like the Heavenly Scale Fish King would not live any longer. Su Yun's heart trembled. He held tightly to his 1,000 deep sword and stealthily swam over towards the rock that had fallen to the bottom of the lake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Fish in Troubled Waters. Ah! All of you despicable people! Why are you trying to kill me? Why? Heavenly Scale Fish King released a painful cry, its tail exploding towards Hu Rong. But in the next instant, another person, who was nearby, exploded. Bang! Heavenly Scale Fish King's huge body ferociously crashed into the mud, causing a huge amount of it to float. Fish King! You've done so much evil and caused misery to the people nearby. You have killed so many innocent citizens, and you still dare to ask why we are here to kill you? Tai Sheng Tu shouted. Only able to take action with subordinates. Only with the help of others, under these circumstances, can you be so savage. If it was in the past, I would have slaughtered you like a pig and killed you like the dog that you are." The Heavenly Scale Fish King angrily shouted, his words full of resentment. "You humans have slaughtered so many of my fish family in any water body, so our fish species slaughter you humans, but yet you guys want to kill us for it. Are you all just false gods' crafty objects? Enough with your nonsense." Tai Shang Tuo waved his sword, causing dust to fly, brimming with killing intent as he made his way forward. "Demons should just die. Should die. Should die? Fine. Then let's see, who will be the first to die?" The Heavenly Scale Fish King was completely enraged. Rushing forward to the few strong individuals without caring about itself, seeing this manner of attack, it was obvious that it wanted to perish together with the cultivators. Upon seeing this, Su Yun immediately rushed towards the rock he prepared the night before. He went to the side of the rock while holding back his chi, eyes calmly staring at the battle occurring in the water. Crash! 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 At this time, even more disciples from various sects jumped into the water. They were not participating in the fight, but just hiding at the sides, waiting for the stronger individuals to eliminate the Fish King. They were waiting to spring into action, and preparing to plunder some loot. Su Yun stared intently. The worrying thing was, he could not blink underwater. But upon seeing that they were not familiar with the strong individuals, they started to coordinate and form up teams to work together, forming flawless teams. Entering into the demonic Tao, he had seen countless strong cultivators killed. Even with their cultivation base at a very high and strong level, their killers would usually be someone from their own sect, wishing to match and form a team with him, and would often keep their mystical techniques hidden, so as to not let the weaker ones learn and gain anything so easily. Suddenly, Su Yun opened his eyes wide. Tai Shang Tuo getting hit by the Fish King once, seemingly he was no match for it. He was slapped and he flew into the sludge, spitting out blood without end. Seeing this, the Fish King immediately used his powerful mystical technique, instigating all the water in the lakeside to become like water blade edges, seemingly alive, cutting Tai Shang Tuo into pieces. Seeing that the Fish King was too engrossed with Tai Shang Tuo, Hu Rong waited for the others and grabbed the chance, immediately rushing forward, secretly using his stored-up killing technique, aimed at the Heavenly Scale Fish King, and struck down. It is time. Su Yun's pupils became big. His heart contracted to the maximum. He wielded the 1,000-deep sword, aimed at the stone in front of him, and ferociously chopped at it. Buzz! 1,000-deep sword rapidly vibrated, pure divine spirit chi cutting the water in half, forming a vacuum. Clatter! The sword tip penetrated, causing the stone to break apart and the two secret demonic items concealed by the Limitless Sword Art Manual to be exposed momentarily. The rock that was held pressured by the spirit chi held the burning devil blood, and when the rock was shattered, the blood immediately started dripping. Su Yun did not dare to have the slightest bit of hesitation. He pulled back the Limitless Sword Art Manual, using the Sword Art Manual to act as a protective barrier to cover his entire body. Pu Chi! Countless inexhaustible destructive chi flooded out from the mystical technique and enveloped the Heavenly Scale Fish King. The explosiveness of the chi was astonishing and even caused the meridians to twist and decompose, as the Heavenly Scale Fish King's spirit essence entirely closed, transforming into dust. The meridians were scattered, the chi nucleus was disintegrated, everything became silent. Despicable. Humans! The Heavenly Scale Fish King weakly shouted, opening its mouth loudly, dread in its eyes, and the entire body of scales stiffened up. After a moment, the scales started to drop, slowly dropping like palm leaf fans onto the ground. That was how an 8th-stage spirit soul martial cultivator died. At that moment, all the cultivators from all the various sects and clans, their chests starting heaving up and down faster and faster, and their eyes reddened. An 8th-stage spirit soul realm monster corpse. Its blood could be used to draw arrays, heart could be used to concoct pills, bone used to create weapons, scales used to make clothes. It was practically a hill of hidden treasures. Swish! Finally, someone finally recovered his senses from the death of the Fish King. released all his powers and rushed forward, the person becoming like a bullet. With someone taking the initiative, who would want to be left behind? Swish! Another person rushed forward. Swish! The third person. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everybody from all directions rushed towards the Fish King wildly. Some went over to pick up the scales scattered on the bottom of the lake, while others used their blades and swords to skin the Fish King. Heavenly Scale Fish King does not have a low cultivation level. Everyone had given their part. I will take what I need, and whatever that is left can be handed to the younger generation. Seeing the disciples from all sects running over, an expert wearing a purple robe exclaimed. Everyone nodded. I want the fish heart. Hu Rong said. This fish belongs to me. The man in purple robe said. Thanks to everyone this time round, you have eliminated a big trouble for my sect. Hence, I will not take anything away. The head of Tai Ching Monastery rapped his fist and said. The others nodded, not being polite, and started picking their stuffs. Right at this moment, the last man stared at the two big black and deep eyes of the fish. This pair of fish eye is not too bad. Why don't I take this? Has everybody chosen? Then good, I will cast the dispersion technique and pass everyone the object you need. The almighty man in purple robe said, and closed his eyes lightly to start casting the technique. Bang! In a split second, a ferocious explosion rang from the back. Then, a demonic chi that was thick and black exploded out. The gloomy and vicious demonic chi was like an extremely cold air, freezing the lake waters. When they all smelled this gush of demonic chi, their expressions took a change. Demon! It's demonic chi! There is a demonic chi cultivator here. Careful! There is a demonic chi cultivator here. Cries of alarm resounded. What? Demonic! The disciples were dumbfounded, and chaos broke out amongst the crowd. The few experts turned around and looked over to the black fog to only sense the gush of demonic chi was thick. One gush after another, the demonic power seemed to be like ripples spreading to all directions in circles. How did the demonic chi suddenly appear? Unless the demonic cultivators have set their eyes on the body of the heavenly scale Fish King? Tai Shang Tua asked. Who is this puny demonic Tao? If you have the courage, step out now. Hu Rong was losing his temper. He did not care where the demonic cultivator was. He immediately instigated his profound spirit chi and screamed his lungs out in the water. But no one replied. Hu Rong was frustrated. Some looked at one another and nodded together as they stared at the dispersing fog. They then rushed over. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a series of explosions occurred on shore. Then, a great amount of fog was emitted at the side. Like a black cloud, it floated on top of Taiching Lakeside, covering the entire lake. Without light, under the surface of the lake, it was pitch black. If the hand was extended, one would not be able to see their fingers. On top of that, the abrupt appearance of the demonic chi made several disciples escape out of the water in fear. Hu Rong, Tai Shang Tua and other experts did not hesitate. They joined forces and rushed towards the place where demonic chi was being released. Everyone tolerated the demonic chi and took a closer look to see there was nobody there except for two carbon black pastes mixed together, as if it was sulfuric acid, that started decomposing. And when it decomposed, it released a huge amount of demonic chi. The two items contained demonic powers, and so, when they corroded one another, it was separated and the demonic chi was released like flowing waters. This is the brain of a 9-evil-toothed beast and the heart of a devil ape. Tai Shang Tu shouted. Everything was fine, why would these suddenly appear? An expert asked in confusion. Was this the item that attracted everybody's attention? But why would it appear here? Suddenly, the almighty man in purple robe had his face change, and shouted, "This is bad. We have fallen into their trap." Trap? Hu Rong had yet to react. The almighty man in purple robe had already dashed towards the corpse of the heavenly scale fish king. His speed was rapid and, in a blink of an eye, a few lost and confused disciples from the stellar Sun Mountain started to rush to the side of the fish king. The man in purple robe waved and instigated frigid aqua spirit chi to clear the black demonic chi in the water. When the demonic chi dispersed and the sun shone, the bottom of the lake regained its light. Everyone looked to see that an eye was gone. Everyone was shocked. Because the heavenly scale fish king's corpse had already been cut open. The fish eye, fish feeler, and the heart, the three most important parts of the fish, had already been dug out by someone. If they wanted the item, the disciples of the sect would know those are the most important, and most powerful, parts of the heavenly scale fish king. They wouldn't even dare desire it. If they could get a sip of the soup, it was considered good for them. But nobody would ever have thought that some not just wanted to drink the soup, he even stole the flesh away. Who could have such audacity? Who is it? The almighty man in purple robe roared. His voice resonated through and almost knocked all the disciples around him unconscious. Hu Rong ran over and carried the corpse of the heavenly scale fish king on his shoulders and rushed to the surface of the water and threw the fish king's body on the ground. Then, Hu Rong started yelling. "No sects, or family, or experts can leave this place. Everybody gather at the shore. Someone amongst us must have stolen the fish king's eye and heart. We just need to do a thorough check and we can find out who that sly person is." With that, the almighty man in purple robe immediately agreed, "Good. Everybody, off to the shore. Accept the investigation. The fish king is killed because of everybody's efforts. We cannot tolerate anyone to fish in troubled waters *. To take away the hard-earned fruits of our labor. TN, fish in troubled waters *. To take advantage of a crisis for personal gain." With such a powerful figure speaking, no one dared to rebel. After discussing with their own family, they all headed toward the shore and gathered there. On the shore, everyone dried their clothes with profound spirit chi and then they gathered around the corpse of the heavenly scale fish king. Everyone gathered tightly, as the fish king still had some items worth of taking. The closer they stood, the higher their chances of getting those items. The Su family had long since dispersed. Only Su Guanhai stood at the back, the others and the other sects all squeezed to stand at the front. Several experts gathered around the corpse of the heavenly scale fish king. They were all angry to see everyone going crazy for these. They had long prepared to pass down the fish king's body to the younger generation, yet they still wanted more. "Find that man. I want his life, even his sect will not be able to protect him," the almighty man in purple robe bellowed. With that, he took out a pure white paper fan from his high-level storage ring and tossed it into the air. The sly, puny man cut open the body of the fish king and stole his heart. As such, the man's hand will be stained with the fish king's profound spirit chi. This jaded light paper fan can analyze the nature of profound spirit chi on everybody. Today, let it tell me who had such an audacity to snatch away my items. Finishing his words, the blank piece of paper rotated, and opened up by itself, and a clean rain of light aura shined down, shining onto every single person. Upon seeing this, Suyin, who was standing behind, had his face turn white. He hesitated for a while, suddenly taking out the Limitless Sword Art Manual, and then stuffing the Fish King heart and his hand inside. Brat, to completely stuff the demon's brain and heart, then stuffing the devil's eyes and the heart, excluding these, you even shove your own hands inside. I've had enough. I've had it with you. The Sword Elder was extremely angry and roared in his mind. Senior, hold it in for a bit. Who let the Limitless Sword Art Manual to have the ability to hide chi? Suyin said softly, next time I will stuff a few sweet-smelling skirts from beautiful ladies, to compensate you well. Scram. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Prince Fu Su. The ray of light shone down, like the gradually rising sun, shining onto everybody present. Many of the sects were unsatisfied with the way the purple-robed expert and Hurong were doing things, but they were merely just the outer or inner sect disciples of their clans and sections. Their position was not high, so how would they dare to refute? Especially Hurong, he was the elder of Exuding Fire sect, was a famous person, and all the sects and clans would definitely not fall into his bad books because of a few outer or inner sect disciples, as Hurong was literally the representative of Exuding Fire sect already. People with grievances had no choice but to tolerate in silence, as everyone there was a clever person anyways. Having an investigation would not cause them to lose out, only their faces. The jade umbrella released a bright light aura that cleansed everybody. From the front to the back, all of them were exposed to the light. Suyin stared at the light that was coming towards him, expression somewhat solemn. "Boy, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Sword Elder's voice came out from within the Limitless Sword Art Manual. Limitless Sword Art Manual is able to conceal the Heavenly Crystal Chi. How can it not conceal the Heavenly Scale Fish King Chi? Suyin frowned, and the Heavenly Crystal has replenished. "If I am caught by them, I have nothing to fear. At most, I will use the Heavenly Crystal to fight. If I cannot fight, can I run?" "That is right, but if it goes like this, you cannot stay in the Su family anymore, and your plan might get cut in the middle, no?" Suyin nodded his head, "So unless it is of a crucial time, I do not wish to use the Heavenly Crystal, and there is a more important place that I will use it. At this time, if I can hide, then I will just hide." Crash! In the midst of their conversation, the light had already shined over, and immediately enveloping Su Yun's entire body. Jo. During this time, a row of weird, scuttling, pitter-patter sounds suddenly sounded. Everyone looked towards the Su family. Su Yun's eyes were opened big. How is that possible? Unless the Limitless Sword Art Manual was unable to conceal the chi? But just as he thought he became exposed, he found out that everybody was not looking at him. Instead, they were looking at Su Yukong, who was at his side. Su Yun was shocked. He turned to look. Su Yukong stood where he was, in a daze. Blood drained from his face as his lips trembled. His pupils constricted as he looked at everyone in daze. The purple-robed expert saw and flew over. The jaded fan had some reaction. "It must be this man who stole my items for his own personal advantages." Purple-robed expert yelled. With a wave, the jaded fan flew over and floated between the people of Su family. It poured a circle of snow-white chi trap and caged the Su family within. The Su family instantly turned into chaos. "Kneel down immediately and hand over the parts of the Heavenly Scale Fish King. Or else, I will not let you go." The purple robe expert was overpowering as he roared. Plop! Su Yukong kneeled down immediately and said in a high-pitched, shaky voice, "Sir, I do not take any parts from the Heavenly Scale Fish King. I didn't take any. Things have reached this stage, and you still dare to refute. If it wasn't you who stole the parts of Heavenly Scale Fish King, then why are your hands stained with Heavenly Scale Fish King's profound spirit chi?" Su Yukong was stunned. He looked at his own hands in a daze to see it being enveloped by a layer of chi. The jaded fan quickly dissected and disengaged, flying in all directions. This. What else do you have to say?" Purple Robe Expert said coldly. The people of the Su family was dumbfounded. No one expected Su Yukong to be so daring to steal the things the expert wanted. Su Yun was shocked. Even he did not know when Su Yukong had stained his hands with Heavenly Scale Fish King's profound spirit chi. "I can't believe it, the people of the Su family are so audacious. They even dared to covet the things the experts wanted. Ah, the Su family sure is one of a kind. If there are no experts, will this Heavenly Scale Fish King be killed?" They sure don't know any limits. All of the sects started mocking the Sioux family and looked at them with disgust on their faces. After all, they were taking advantage of a chaotic situation for their own personal advantage and stole the experts' items. If this news traveled out, the reputation of the Sioux family would be tarnished. No, I really didn't take it. I really didn't. I can swear. Su Yukong shouted hurriedly. But it was of no use. The purple robe expert stepped up and kicked him over. Su Yukong vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His body shook. At this point in time, no one could help him. I'll ask you again, will you hand over the body parts? The purple-robed expert asked coldly. I really didn't take it. Su Yukong shouted weakly, It was only when I saw the heavenly scale fish king was being cut open. I thought of obtaining its internal organs. It must be right then that I accidentally stained my hands with its profound spirit chi and created such a misunderstanding. I really didn't take it. How dare you contend this? I will kill you right now. The purple-robed expert was agitated. He kicked straight at his head. From this kick, his leg could possibly kick open Su Yukong's head. Stop! At that moment, two voices rang. One was Gue Moju, the master from Blossom Heart Valley. And the other was Su Guanhai from the Sioux family. The two went up front and tried to persuade the purple-robed expert. Sir, this matter requires further investigation. You can't just decide who the culprit is with Qi. Su Guanhai stated. Sir, it's just a dead item. Why torment other people for a piece of dead item? Please, be gracious, sir, and let this man go. Gue Moju said. No way. Without waiting for Purple Robe Expert to say another word, Hurong moaned from behind, You're just a tiny spirit intermediate disciple and you dare rebel against me. If I just let this pass today, then how else am I going to face Sky Marshal Continent? That's right. This person must hand over the body parts. Or else, you people of the Sioux family can forget about leaving. The other experts bellowed. Everyone shouted in anger. The people of the Sioux family felt burdened, as if their hearts were pressed down by several mountains and were suffocating. They were on the verge of breaking down mentally. This was the strong putting pressure on the weak. Su Guanhai knitted his brows and turned to face the purple-robed expert, Hurong, and others. He was not panicking as he wrapped his fist, neither obsequious nor supercilious, and said, Sir, the situation was very sudden. Nobody expected such things to happen. Also, the disciples were closer to Heavenly Scale Fish King's corpse. It is inevitable for them to stain some chi. You can't judge just based on that. If that's the case, then you let him hand over the body parts. If he can do that, I won't let him die. The purple-robed expert said coldly. Compared to Su Yukong's life, what he wanted was pride and benefits. Su Guanhai turned slightly and looked at Su Yukong. Su Yukong held a bitter face. I really didn't take it. Are you people of Sioux family not putting me in your eyes? The purple-robed master was enraged. He chopped towards Su Yukong with his palm. It was obvious this strike was to kill him. Sir, don't. Su Guanhai rushed over to defend him. But did the purple-robed master have any intentions of giving mercy? His intention to kill was revealed, and he had no hesitation nor did he hold back. The people of the Sioux family looked with their eyes wide open, their hearts hanging on the edge of a cliff. It was a matter of life and death. Stop! A loud voice resonated. Only to see a yellow beam of light flying past and covered the palm of Purple Robe Expert. Bang! The two knocked against one another. A crazy and ruthless profound spirit chi rippled through, causing the people around to take a few steps back. Who is it? The purple-robed expert remained still. Seeing that his palm had been stopped, he shouted. The yellow-lit man retreated about 10 steps before stopping. They found out that it was yet another Sioux family member. This man wore a gold-jaded crown, with 2 long tassels at the side, donning a yellow-colored robe. He looked clean and his face was slightly pale. He was not exactly tall, but he was proportionate, and was full of taste. Especially around his waist, there hung 2 long swords. The plate was carved a very big Sioux word. All the sects were shocked. To be able to defend against the purple-robed expert's strikes and stand there. This person's power was not too bad. He had to be at least at the 5th stage of spirit-soul realm. Prince Fu Su. At that moment, a few inner sect disciples that were previously stunned, suddenly came back to reality and cheered. Prince Fu Su? This is Prince Fu Su? Geez, he actually came. Now there's help, this is great. The Sioux family cheered in joy and was clearly overwhelmed. 10 bodyguards from the Sioux family rode on their spirit stallions from afar. They gathered behind the Sioux family, but they did not get off the stallions. Instead, they stared tightly at the purple-robed expert and the other experts. The purple-robed expert was even more angry now. He stared at the incoming people and yelled, "Who are you? How dare you stop me? Do you not want to live?" The young master in yellow robe revealed a stiff smile. "Sir Zisu, don't be angry. Your Smoky Wind Valley and the Sioux family are considered close. There is surely not a need to rifle our relationship for a spirit-soul disciple beast's corpse and a few items, right? Then, what you meant to say is to let this matter pass?" Sir Zisun, whom was named by the young master in a yellow robe, asked coldly. "Of course not." The yellow-robed young master, who was also known as Prince Fu Su, froze a smile and turned to look at Su Yukong, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said, "How about this? Let me settle this for you. What do you say? I will give you a satisfactory report." "Oh?" Sir Zisu looked at Hu Rong and the others to see all of them nodding and agreeing. "If that's the case, I would like to see how you will handle this." "Okay." Prince Fu Su revealed his usual, ugly, stiff smile and headed towards Su Yukong. "Prince! Young master, I didn't take those things. I merely had the thought to take the things in the fish's stomach. The others? I really didn't touch at all." Su Yukong stuttered as he shouted and looked at Fu Su as if he saw somebody that could save his life. "As such, if I let you hand out those items, you won't be able to?" Prince Fu Su asked in a low voice. He reached out his face to caress Su Yukong's face as if he was a caring mother. Su Yukong was shocked, his eyes were filling up with tears and his voice shaking. I didn't take. How do I hand them over? You can't expect me to make them appear like this, right? I understand." Prince Fu Su nodded and let go of his hands, patted on his shoulders and turned around. Sir Zisu frowned. To see Prince Fu Su looking at him and continue to smile, which was unbearable to look at. Suddenly, Kong Chang! The 2 swords around Prince Fu Su was pulled out, and like a yellow eel, he turned around smoothly. The swords were covered with a thick layer of swift wind spirit chi, and he chopped towards Su Yukong's brain viciously. Plop! With 2 swords and 3 segments, Su Yukong's head fell to the ground. His fresh blood and his brain juices spewed all over the floor, and he passed away immediately. Everyone was stunned. The surrounding was dead silent. Prince Fu Su turned around calmly, raised the 2 swords stained with fresh blood and placed in his hands horizontally. He then walked over to Sir Zisu. His strides were slow but with strength. He was calm, but was not smiling anymore. Neither was there hastiness. He stood at the front of Sir Zisu and said lightly, "The Su family is not able to hand out the items. The sin that Su family carries, I, Fu Su, will carry upon this sin. If Sir Zisu still wants to investigate into this matter, then please use this sword to behead me." With that, the two swords pierced into the ground as the body of the swords trembled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Wife. Prince Fu Su was the second son of the Su family's patriarch. According to rumors, Prince Fu Su had outstanding talent. When he was only 8 years old, he had already stepped into the first stage of Spirit Intermediate Realm. It could even be said that the entire southern region was shocked. Hence, the Su family had very high expectations of him. All the treasures and ingredients were given to him to facilitate his cultivation. As such, his cultivation level increased day by day. At 20 years old, he felt the Su family's cultivation methods were not suitable for him, and so, he left to venture out and find more suitable guidance. 5 years later, he attained the first level in Spirit Core Disciple and went back to the Su family. In just merely 5 years of hard work, he went from the realm of Spirit Intermediate Realm to Spirit Core Realm. With such aptitude, Su Yun could only suppress him with the help of the Everlasting Stone. That was a true genius. Nobody knew what his cultivation level was now, but it was definitely close to a Spirit Soul Disciple. He was so young, yet he was about to promote up to Spirit Soul Disciple. This realm was considered one of the most desired and hardest realms to attain. As his talents were different, they were unsurpassable. The Su family confirmed that this descendant would be the one to revitalize the family clan. Hence, the patriarch had made the shots and bestowed him the name of Fu Su, meaning to always support the Su family, and bring honor to the ancestors. And the reason he was called prince was because the Su family acknowledged this man as the heir of their business and the next patriarch of the Su family. Su Yun stared at Prince Fu Su and his heart sank a little. In the future, if he had a conflict with the Su family, this would be a problem. The way that Prince Fu Su handled things was decisive and vicious, such that no one would lose their temper. The entire atmosphere were stunned. Although his cultivation realm were not as great as the experts, these experts all had to give him some face. Sir Zisu came back to reality and looked down at the trembling swords, then stared at Prince Fu Su for a while. Finally, he moaned softly, "Since he is dead, then forget it. I will not investigate any further. Although I don't know who is the real culprit behind the theft of Heavenly Scale Fish King, but the Su family will bear all the loss." Prince Fu Su said. "Good." Sir Zisu's expression was better looking. He nodded and looked towards Hu Rong and the others. "Indeed, he is his son. Fu Su, you have done well. If that's the case, I have nothing to say and will let this matter go." Hu Rong waved his big hands and was appeased. Whether or not Prince Fu Su was the second prince of the Su family, he had admitted to his wrongs and repaid the debt. What else could the audience say? Moreover, the corpse of Heavenly Scale Fish King might not even be taken by the Su family. With Prince Fu Su's sudden appearance, this matter was settled. Tai Shang Tua set up a feast and invited all who were involved in the massacre of the Heavenly Scale Fish King to come forward to Tai Ching Monastery. Most of them accepted the invitation, and many more only left after Heavenly Scale Fish King's body was disposed of. The Su family did not stay for long either. With Prince Fu Su leading, they left for the Su family quickly. Why did Prince Fu Su suddenly rush over? Nobody understood. It was only when the Su family knew of the news that Su Huangming was killed and worried no one was leading the Su family. So they arranged for Prince Fu Su to help out, and, coincidentally, this thing happened. On the contrary, Su Yun disapproved. If they only wanted to send someone to take Su Huangming's place, then there was not a need to send Prince Fu Su over. There must be another story behind this. But at least Su Yun was safe and sound. During this journey, Su Yun's hands had been covered within the Limitless Sword Manual to cover up the qi. The Heavenly Scale Fish King qi was too strong. Although it was dead, it needed at least half a month before the qi would slowly fade away. Any ordinary people might not sense the qi so easily, but Prince Fu Su was not ordinary at all. Once they were back in the Su family territory, Su Guanhai was immediately called upon by the enforcement law hall for interrogation. Su Yun waited to hear for the outer sect disciples to be safe before he left immediately. Once this was over, Su Yun would immediately bring the parts of the heavenly scale Fish King out of the Su family household. The Fish King eyes were humongous, and it was impossible to use it as it was. It needed to be processed before it could be used. He left Su family and came to a piece of land far away. Along with him was the spring crystal furnace from the ruined hut. He started instigating the array and refining the Fish King's eye. To refine the Kingfish's eye into a heavenly scale divine eye was very simple. It only required profound spirit chi in the furnace to force the energy hidden within the cornea of the fish eye into pupils. The final product would be two thin crystal lenses the size of a normal human being's eyes. After refining, Su Yun would put this crystal lenses over his own eyes. Instantly, the vision power would increase. Even a speck of dust 1,000 meters away could be caught by the eye. When focused, everything the eyes saw would be half a beat slower. What is this thing? What are you making, rascal? The Sword Elder peeped out of the Limitless Sword manual and asked weirdly. Heavenly Scale Divine Eye. Su Yun blinked and adapted to the crystal lenses over his eyes. He felt his eyes were covered by a tinge of light blue light. Heavenly Scale Divine Eye? Are those the eyes of the Heavenly Scale Fish King's eyes? Right. The exquisite eyes of the Fish King. The Fish King was almighty, and the weapons on its body were considered divine treasures. This pair of eyes is not simple. The Heavenly Scale Fish King has incorporated its own two mystical techniques into it, and so, when the left eye opens, it could hide all the chi on its body so that nobody can detect its cultivation level. When the right eye opens, it could analyze the profound energy on the other people and determine their capabilities. On top of that, this pair of eyes come together, they could have a vision field up to 1,000 miles away. With that, they could capture any shadows with the moving wind and see through everything. How is it that powerful? Sword Elder was surprised, but after a moment, he was baffled. Brat, rumors say that there is only one pair of Heavenly Scale Divine Eye, right? There is only one Fish King. Therefore, it is natural to only have one pair. Then, you just got the divine eyes, right? Of course. Then how do you know about the mystical properties of these Heavenly Scale Divine Eye? About that, Su Yun looked distracted for a while, laughed ridiculously, and did not say any more. Such a weird rascal. Su Yun remained silent and Sword Elder did not ask any more. He shook his head and went back to the sword manual. Senior, when I just left the Su family, I bought 2 skirts. Can I place them in? Scram! The divine eyes were done. Su Yun went back to a hut, took out the 100 demon extermination god array he prepared previously, and continued to use the needle to prick himself and drip his blood into the array to worship. Such days were peaceful, but, as the blood continued to drip down into the array, the 100 demon extermination god array is also slowly forming. Upon completion, the ferocious chi surged, and was suppressed by Limitless Sword manual. Sword Elder sniffed such a wild demonic chi and was stunned. Rascal, how did you learn to master such a terrifying array? What exactly are you going to use it for? To attain the sprite's shadow. Su Yun was slightly pale as he took back the flying sky moon mirror from his hand and tied the 100 demon extermination god array with the skull scroll before he placed it into his storage ring. Sprite's shadow? The Sword Elder knew it was a powerful treasure. His heart shivered. If you can attain the sprite's shadows, and you have the heavenly crystal and death sword, you don't have to be afraid of any spirit soul disciple, and could win against them all. What about confronting with the Su family and the profound sky sect? Then you're just inviting trouble by overreaching yourself. So, this isn't enough. I still need a plan grander than this. You have a plan? This is only the first step. There isn't much time. Su Yun lowered his eyes and a tinge of icy cold intention flashed across his eyes. If he lived this way, it was actually very tiring. But, for the people he cared about, what were all these? The sky was getting dark, the moon was on the rise. After dripping his blood, Soo-yun was very weak and needed to rest in the hut to preserve and nurture his spirit. He did not practice his sword either. Bang bang bang. Right at this moment, a series of hasty knockings came from the door. Soo-yun opened his eyes and he felt suspicious. Without waiting for him to open the door, he could hear Suexaenu cries. Big bro Soo-yun! Big bro, quickly open the door! Big bro Soo-yun, oh! The strong girl's voice sounded helpless and painful right at this time, as if she was traumatized. Soo-yun's heart tightened and quickly got off his bed and ran to the door. Ka-cha, the door opened. He saw a young girl covered in blood, and the one being carried was lying on the floor in front of his hut. The two were covered in blood. The blood stained the ground and almost formed a pond. Xinu, Xingyan? Soo-yun was stunned. He hurried the two into his hut. Big bro, I'm okay. Please, save brother first. Suexayenu's face was pale and white, her voice shaky as she cried. What happened to Xingyan? Soo-yun placed Su Xingyang on his bed and removed all the clothes on him as he asked. But Suexayenu bit tight onto her lips and did not say a word. Tell me. Soo-yun repeated himself, his tone was strict. No one would have the feeling to disobey it. It was Su Donghao. Who did it? Suexayen wiped her tears. With her head lowered, she said bitterly. Su Donghao? Soo-yun was slightly surprised. Su Dongfan's brother? Yes, exactly. He is young Master Dongfan's brother. Suexayen bit onto her lip and said, when my brother and I entered the inner sect, we were bullied. I know this is the regulation of the inner sect, so my brother asked me to bear with it. It would all be fine after a while. Although my brother is short-tempered, he knows his limit and he kept quiet. One day, when my brother and I were out on a mission, we had a conflict with the Su family. Brother could not control his temper and started fighting with them. Who knew that, when he attacked, brother actually dislocated one of the person's arm. The person never fought with brother again and went back to Su family to report this matter. The housekeeper wanted to destroy brother's cultivation and chase the two of us out of Su family. My brother and I begged for mercy but to no avail. Then, Su Donghao appeared. He is the son of the great clan elder. After informing him, he shrugged this matter away. But it had not ended. Su Donghao willingly begged mercy for us was because he had an ulterior motive. He wanted me. Wanted me. When Suexayen said her story to this part, she could not say any more and tears, mixed with fresh blood, came streaming down her face. Soo-yun was stunned. He wanted you to become his partner for pear cultivation? No. No. Suexayen shook her head hurriedly. The tears fell onto the floor and said, with my looks, even ordinary people won't fall for me. On top of that, my status is low. Su Donghao is the son of the great clan elder. He already has all the beautiful girls flocking around him, why would he fall for me? Then what does he want from you? Soo-yun did not understand. He wanted me. Wanted me to be Su Yurong's wife. Suexayen bit on her lips tightly and felt wronged. What the fuck? Soo-yun bent over and stood up and exclaimed, but Su Yurong is a female. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Then I'll give it a try. The great clan elder had been the one in charge of the Su family for more than 70 years. He had a profound cultivation, and his age was several folds of any ordinary man. It was said that, when the great clan elder was younger, he accomplished something unusual in his cultivation, which led to him being unable to produce offsprings until he completed the technique. Only then would he be able to impregnate women. Hence, the great clan elder looked so old, but his offsprings were only in their 20s, and some in their 30s. Compared to other offsprings, amongst the offsprings that the great clan elder had, the most outstanding one was Su Dongfang. He was humble, respectful, and suave. His cultivation level was not low and could be called as master. Hence, within the inner sect, he had a noble status. As for the other offsprings, they were slightly weird. The second eldest, Su Donghao, did not give much thought about cultivation. Instead, he had a penchant for demonic studies. Frequently, he would send people out towards the Jinghu town to purchase the demonic ingredients that were on auction. Then, he would hide in his room. Nobody knew what he was trying to make. Su Donghao had a pet peeve. He was indifferent to everyone, and even if Su Dongfang and the others talked to him, he would walk away halfway through the conversation. Even so, everyone was shocked to realize that he was extra obedient to one particular person. And that was none other than the third child of the great clan elder, Su Yurong. Su Yurong was not good looking. She was only considered SOSO, not pretty or ugly. She kept her hair short, and was slightly on the plump side. She did not have a pretty face and, even with makeup, she was not as pretty as other female spirit cultivators. But what was shocking was that, although Su Yurong did not have poise nor looks, she actually liked girls. For a girl not to like boys, and instead had feelings for the same sex, was definitely eye-catching. And so, Su Yurong had gotten famous. Of course, if she just liked them, then it was alright. The problem was, Su Yurong only liked the beautiful female spirit cultivators, and not just any normal female spirit cultivators. Initially, Su Yurong made use of her identity and methods to hook up with one or two beauties, but once these beauties hooked up with Su Yurong, they would usually disappear after a while. Some guessed they were dead. As to how they died, probably only Su Yurong knew the truth. As such, nobody dared to offend Su Yurong. Su Yurong relied on the great clan elder's reputation and methods to attract the spirit cultivator beauties. But that no longer worked, and so, she turned to Su Donghao, who listened to her obediently. Su Donghao was overbearing. He forced things his way and bullied other people. Several times, he caused a commotion, but it was all suppressed by the great clan elder. Who knew that Su Donghao actually had ideas for Su Xianyu and wanted her to serve Su Yurong. Big Brother heard Su Yurong had been cultivating yin replenishing yang technique and rejected Su Donghao on the spot. Su Donghao was angry, and so he forced me into slavery. Brother swore he'd fight till his death, which is why he was beaten up so badly. Su Donghao never saw our lives as human lives. He wanted us dead, and so we had to fight our way through bloodily, escaping from the inner sect to the outer sect. Su Xianyu's face was pale and she bit her lips as she sobbed. Su Donghao was a son of the great clan elder. The great clan elder has such high status and power. With him, as long as Su Donghao cleared away all the evidence, he could kill anyone in the inner sect or outer sect. Su Yun said quietly, "Big bro, we don't dare to head over to the medicine hall. I'm afraid Su Donghao would find us there, so we came here to hide." Seeing brother's situation, "I'm afraid he can't last for long." Su Xianyu cried. Su Yun comforted her and turned his gaze towards Su Xingyang, who was lying on the bed. "Don't worry about this, you may hide at my place. As for Xingyang's injuries, I'll treat them." Su Yun checked Su Xingyang's body. Although his injuries were severe, it wasn't fatal. He took out medicine pills from his storage ring and fed them to Su Xingyang, then went out to buy some ingredients on the streets. He was not afraid that Su Xianyu would see the alchemy arrays which were all over the hut. 1 hour later, 2 medicine pills came out from the furnace, its aroma filled the air. Su Yun immediately took it out and fed it to Su Xingyang. Once the medicine bead was in his stomach, the bleeding on Su Xingyang's body stopped instantly. He seemingly looked better, with vitality returning to him. Su Xin saw and cried in joy, muttering, "This is amazing." Dong dong dong. Right at this time, hasty knocks came from the door again. But it was not for long before the door of the small ruined hut was kicked down again. A group of more than 10 people rushed in. Suyun stared at the door that was kicked down and anger filled his eyes. He scanned towards the people who rushed in calmly and asked, "Who are all of you?" "Su Donghao." A voice emerged from the outside of the house. Followed by, a man in dark red long gown walked in. He had green hair, was skinny, and his brows were slightly dark. He was not handsome, but his actions were incredibly overbearing. "Oh." Suyun nodded. "Speak of the devil," and he appeared. Suddenly, he moved and, as if he was a wild horse who got off its leash, he rushed towards Su Donghao and moved his hand to slap him with his palms as wide as a fan. "Young Master Donghao, be careful." The disciples from the inner sect reacted and rushed over hastily to help fend off the agitated Suyun. But Suyun's speed was too fast. Comparing the cultivation level, this group of people was no match to him. He slapped Su Donghao on the right cheek fiercely with his palm, sending Su Donghao, who had just stepped into the house, flying out again. He vomited a mouthful of blood and rolled outside the house before he stopped. Everyone stared in shock. Even Su Xianyu was staring blankly at the spectacle with her small mouth gaping open. "Suyun, what are you doing?" A simple and small outer sect disciple. He dared to hit the great clan elder's son. Wasn't he sick and tired of living? You all want to take action too? Suyun stared at the rigid inner sect disciples who were prepared to stop him and asked. They swallowed their saliva, but before they could say a word, Suyun's leg raised up again and ferociously headed towards them. Slam, slam, slam. They looked at the leg as it turned into a shadow, moving quick. A few of the fourth stage spirit intermediate disciple were kicked out, falling onto the muddy ground outside the hut. A series of screams and shouts were heard. The leftover disciples of the Su family hurried over and helped Su Donghao stand up. His mouth was still covered in fresh blood. "You dared to hit me?" Su Donghao pushed the people who were holding him away and stared coldly at Suyun. "Rebel! Suyun, you're rebelling!" The people at the side shouted in anger. "You think I'm not qualified enough to hit you?" Suyun walked out and glared at Su Donghao as he spoke. Hee, Su Donghao smirked. "Seems like you don't want to stay in the Su family anymore." "Is that it?" Suyun moaned. He was about to take a step towards Su Donghao, but in a split second, someone held onto his arms. Suyun leaned to see a white-faced Su Xianyu looking at him. Her eyes were full of helplessness and regret. "Big bro. Don't pick a fight." Su Xianyu bit tightly on her lips and said softly, "He's the son of Great Clan Elder. If you touch him, when the Great Clan Elder wants to find fault, you'll be dragged into this. Please stop." Suyun lower lips stammered, "Xinu. Master Donghao." But he was cut off by Su Xianyu. Su Donghao raised his head and looked at her, without saying a word, but his eyes were filled with disdain. "I can go with you to attend Miss Yu Rong." Su Xianyu lips were practically cracked due to biting. She lowered her head and said, "But I hope you can let go of big bro Suyun and my brother, is that okay?" Suyun was stunned when he heard that. He stared blankly. "If you are willing to go with me, then I will naturally not brood over such a small matter." Su Donghao said coldly, but his eyes flashed a hint of murderous intent which could not be traced. "Good then." Su Xianyu lowered her head, nodded, and starting to walk in front. But she was held in place. Su Xianyu raised her head, startled. "Big brother. Wait here for me, I can handle it." Suyun expressed a consoling smile. "But listen to me. Wait here." Finishing his words, Su Yun immediately gazed upon Su Donghao and his people. Those inner sect disciples who were lying on the floor stood up one after another. All of them stared at Su Yun with killing intent, brandishing out their weapons. What? You still dare to hit me? Su Donghao patted the dirt on his clothes, and said indifferently. I won't hit you anymore. Su Yun sounded out. Then get lost, my target isn't you. Su Donghao said. But in the next second, he heard the sound of a sharp sword unsheathing. Su Donghao's pupils became huge, looked up, and actually saw Su Yun raised up his hand, and took out a long green sharp sword from the sword sheath from his back. Everyone stared in shock. Su Yun! What are you doing? Unless you want to kill Master Donghao? The inner sect disciples said in their shaky voices. But Su Donghao quickly regained color on his face. He stared at Su Yun, who was walking over to him, and chuckled at, an outer sect disciple dares to touch me? Good. I want to see if you have this audacity to do it. I won't kill you. If I kill you, I definitely have to pay with my life. Now, I'll just chop off your right hand and cripple you. I believe that's enough. As Su Yun said, he raised the sword high up in the air. The gloomy thousand deep sword shone under the moonlight, and a chilly ray of light penetrated. A bluff. Su Donghao looked frivolous, and didn't take it seriously. With a bland tone, he said, You think you'd be fine if you don't kill me? Honestly, as long as you touch a single strand of hair on me, you'll have to die without a grave. In the Su family, nobody can touch me. Or else, they'd all die. Is that it? Su Yun's eyes were sharp. He lowered the sword in his arms, and with the edge of the sword, he chopped towards Su Donghao's right arm. Without any indecision, without any hesitation. He simply did not care about everything. No! Su Xian's heart almost jumped out of her throat as she shouted. But it was useless. Su Donghao disdainful eyes followed the sword tip, and suddenly opened up wide. The deep and calm gaze in his eyes suddenly disappeared into thin air and was replaced with fear. He actually decided to take action? How is that possible? Poochie! Ah! A shrill blood-curdling scream penetrated through the entire outer sect of the Su family. Splat! One arm dropped on the floor, followed by blood squirting out, hissing sounds not stopping. Su Donghao's spirit cultivation realm was extremely low, and basically could not endure such pain, so he immediately fainted on the spot. All of the inner sect disciples were petrified, foolishly stuck in place. Scram! Su Yun sheathed the thousand deep sword and shouted. Blood followed and dripped down from his fingertips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Behead him. Clatter, clatter. The teacup was ruthlessly thrown on the floor. An old man dressed in a luxurious long gown with long gray beard suddenly stood up from his chair, rushed to his servant, and shouted, What did you say? Say that again. The messenger was so frightened he immediately kneeled on the floor, his forehead touching the floorboard and trembling. Great clan elder. Second young master's hand was chopped off by an outer sect disciple. Outer sect disciple. Seemingly from these few words that came out from the gap of his mouth, it caused a blazing flame of anger to ignite in his eyes. A gloomy voice sounded out from the great clan elder. Bring me that outer sect disciple immediately. Immediately. Yes. Yes, clan elder. The messenger immediately retreated and ran out. He did not dare to be one bit neglectful. Bringing the command coming from the great clan elder, he assembled a group of disciples consisting of one main house disciple and 20 inner sect disciples, immediately departing to the outer sect area. As for Su Donghao, he was immediately transported to the inner sect spirit doctor to be healed. The matter of Su Yun chopping Su Donghao's arm off had already spread throughout the entire Su family within moments. It was much more shocking than when he accidentally killed Su Kuang. Everyone believed Su Yun accidentally killed Su Kuang, but it was different this time. He purposefully chopped off Su Donghao's arm. In this way. Wasn't it like saying that Su Yun did not even put the Su family's great clan elder in his eyes? Kwa-cha 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 kwa-cha. A spirit stallion quickly brought two weak figures away from the Su family's outer sect area. Su Yun stood calmly outside the broken hut by himself as he watched the two leaving. Regarding everything that he had done, he was unexpectedly not panicked about it. Brat, wasn't that a bit too impulsive? The Sword Elder's voice suddenly came out. If it was him, he definitely would not resort to such an extreme method. Cutting off Su Donghao's arm, it was practically taking his own life. Even so, Su Yun had not run away, but actually stayed within the Su family. What was he thinking? What is there to be impulsive about? Su Yun calmly said, if it was not for the plan, I would not have stopped at cutting off Su Donghao's arm. Sword Elder was frightened when he heard that. You still want to kill him? Whoever dares to touch my people will all die. A thread of red light flashed across Su Yun's eyes as his extremely selfish voice sounded out. The Sword Elder only felt cold sweat, as though he watched a horror movie. Exactly what kind of weirdo did I find to inherit my limitless sword sex foundations? Then, what are you planning for your next step? The Sword Elder asked after taking a breath in. Wait. Su Yun said. Wait for? The people from the main house. He quietly sat outside the broken hut, his hand holding onto a piece of token, gently playing with it. The Sword Elder did not understand, but he did not make a sound. Not long after, sounds of heavy and urgent hoof sounds could be heard from outside. The ground shook slightly. It sounded like muffled thunder. The power of the trampling sounds was similar to spirit stallions, but it was a higher-ranked animal, a single-horned bull. Su Yun raised his gaze, and saw a guard from the main house wearing a 5-colored glass treasure leading a group of inner sect elite guards rushing towards him. The entire way they made chickens fly and caused dogs to jump, even the pedestrians along the road hid in panic. They were impressive. The entire group directly rushed in, with an excessive number of 20 people, all of them being at least 4th stage spirit intermediate disciples, while the main house guard was even more oppressive. At the peak of the 8th stage of the spirit intermediate disciple, he was very frightening. They surrounded the entire house including Su Yun, even water could not flow through, and immediately brandished out their weapons with murderous intent, staring straight at Su Yun. A man wearing a garment with a hat came through from amongst the beastly people. Riding on a spirit stallion and arriving a while later, he took in a deep breath and began to solemnly and seriously shout at Su Yun, with respects to the great clan elder's orders, outer sect disciple Su Yun slaughtered a Su family disciple and have severely violated the Su family rules, an action that heaven cannot tolerate. He is to be arrested and detained in the main house for sentencing, to be carried out immediately. Finishing his sentence, four inner sect guards immediately got off their horses, and walked towards Su Yun. Brat, what do you plan to do? Do you want me to help you kill our way out? Sword Elder's solemn voice sounded out in his head. No need. Su Yun's one hand took out Thousand Deep Sword from the sword sheath. Without a word, he immediately rushed towards the guards with the intent to kill. Hey, brat! You're just of the 6th stage spirit intermediate disciple. To defeat the inner sect guards would be strenuous enough. There is still the main house guard who is of the 8th stage spirit intermediate disciple realm. How can you compete with them? Hurry up and run. I just need to hold on for a while. If I run, then that would be the end. Just as Su Yun spoke, his sword tip brandished out towards the first inner sect guard in crossed swords. He was up against a cluster of sword shadows, but Su Yun was able to dodge to the left and right with unparalleled agility, cleverly timing the gaps between the sword strikes to scuttle through, cunningly moving like a mudfish. If you run, then you're finished? Hold on for a while? Sword Elder was completely unable to comprehend his train of thoughts. But, with the fight ahead, he had no idea how to continue asking, and could only quietly follow Su Yun's body and channel spirit force, helping him withstand the inner sect guards. Seeing that Su Yun actually dared to brandish his sword to fight, the man with the hat immediately clapped his hands. Good. Su Yun dares to resist. Everyone, you can all aim to kill, no need to be merciful. Yes, sir. All the guards shouted. Soon, mystical techniques poured out from the guards' weapons one after another. Thick profound spirit chi formed a storm, trapping Su Yun, locking him down on all four limbs. Soon after, all the guards rushed out from all 8 directions aiming to kill. With this, even if Su Yun had a spirit core disciple cultivation, he would still be unable to resist. Suddenly, a snow-white sword flew down from the skies and landed in front of Su Yun. The swift wind spirit chi pressure emitting from the sword scattered out, like the ripples of water after a splash, sweeping away the spirit storm which trapped Su Yun, and forcing the inner sect guards to retreat. All of the guards staggered backwards, seemingly being pushed back by a big hand, retreating more than 10 meters back before stopping. They almost fell to the ground. Who? The main house guard respectfully shouted. Me. A snow-white figure suddenly flew over, like lightning dropping down in front of Su Yun. Everyone focused and looked. They saw a figure wearing snow-white martial robes, long hair falling like a waterfall, a young lady with bright eyes and bright white teeth, with a ribbon on her head, upright cheeks, snow-white skin, extremely beautiful. With a trace of gold on her snow-white martial robes that matched her soul temperament, which accentuated her prominent grandeur. At the same time, the young lady's face was extremely gloomy, with a menacing look in her eyes, as if she wanted to eat them up. It's the young miss. The main house guard recognized her, and immediately dropped from his single-horned bull, and kneeled on the ground. Gu Lin greets Miss Qing Er. We greet Miss Qing Er. All the inner sect guards dare not to be disrespectful, as they hastily crawled up and kneeled on both knees, respectfully greeting. Who allowed you all to come here? Qing Er's phoenix eyes stared coldly at them, and she spoke in a low voice, Get out. All of you get out. However, even when she said those words, all the guards did not move an inch. Miss Qing Er, all these guards are under the orders of the respected great clan elder, and are here to apprehend our Su family's rebel, Su Yun. At this time, the man in the hat walked forward, puffing his chest up and speaking in a higher tone. I advise Miss Qing Er not to meddle in this, and hurry out of here. If not, and we were to take action, whether these guards listen to the great clan elder, or listen to you. I think you are much clearer about this than us. These words only caused Qing Er to be even more unsatisfied. You're seeking death. Her chi rose, and her figure blinked away. She immediately closed the distance between her and the man in the hat, and slapped him across the face. Plop! The man in hat flew up into the sky, and ferociously fell down onto the floor. Qing Er delicately scolded. It was clear that Su Donghao raised his hands first. What does this have to do with my family's young master? The truth of the matter has yet to be investigated clearly. No one is to touch my family's young master. If you all choose to not retreat, then I will kill all of you. When her voice dropped, Qing Er waved her hand, and the snow-white sword in front of Su Yun flew into her palms. Qing Er waved her sword, the sword tip aiming straight at the neck of the man with the hat. The sword tip was so cold and sharp it was like a needle placed on his skin. The man with the hat trembled from head to toe in fright, his mouth opened wide, but not a word could come out. Out. Qing Er gave her final warning. The man with the hat could not take it anymore. He fumbled to get up, both eyes fearfully stared at Qing Er, and retreated with his soft legs. But, as he was about to escape, a humming roar from far away was heard. Everyone hurriedly looked upwards to the direction of the sound, only to see monstrously strong people riding single-horned bulls, while in the middle of the single-horned bulls was a purple-horned beast pulling a gigantic carriage. The carriage curtain entrance was swaying left and right, showing a vague figure seating inside. Great clan elder. Qing Er whispered. Things were not looking good. Suyun raised his eyebrows and looked towards the sky. Why are you not here yet? Young master. At this moment, Ching-Er hurriedly looked back. She rushed to Suyun and whispered, the great clan elder is here. It seems like this matter won't be so easily resolved. Hurry up and run. Hurry and leave the Su family. If not, you will die without a doubt. Leave the Su family? Suyun was stunned. Then what about you? Nothing will happen to me. Young master, hurry and go. I will delay the great clan elder. If you continue to delay, it will be too late. Ching-Er's face was filled with panic, teardrops almost falling out from the corners of her eyes. This time Suyun had caused a tremendously huge problem, one where even Ching-Er was afraid that she could not protect him. But Suyun merely smiled and gently touched Ching-Er's milky smooth face and said, I can't and won't go anywhere. Ching-Er was really angry and anxious. She stamped her foot, but was unable to say anything. Very quickly, the carriage arrived. At this time, 10 more main houseguards came out. The strongest was actually at the first stage of the Spirit Core disciple cultivation. With this kind of lineup, there was no way Suyun could contend if he acted blindly without thinking, and he would definitely be killed on the spot. A trace of a profound and oppressive aura filled the air. The purple-horned beast snarled, pulling the carriage right in front of the hut. The group of people immediately gave way. A pretty-looking servant maid anxiously ran over, requested the curtain to be pulled aside. An old man with head full of white hair and beard dropping to his waist bent his back and walked out. The old man's robes were embedded with purple lines with jaded girdled ornaments. On his waist hung a green plate forged from jade. The plate had a big, Zun, respect, word printed on it. Greetings to great clan elder. All of the inner sect guards hurriedly greeted. Ching-Er's face became pale. She knelt down and cupped her hands with respect. Ching-Er greets the great clan elder. N. The man with a beard that grew all the way to his waist nodded indifferently. His eyes contained no emotions. He bent down with his extremely bright and shiny eyes and gazed at Suyun, being expressionless, and directly walked towards him. He arrived in front of Suyun, stopped his steps, and used an old yet imposing voice to speak. You are Suyun? However, Suyun looked lifeless and stared blankly at the floor, without saying a word, without moving an inch. Outrageous! The great clan elder is asking you a question, why are you not replying? The main house guard at the side bellowed. But Suyun still turned a deaf ear, so much that he did not even greet. Eyes with contempt for the law, daring and presumptuous, you are to be treated as a Su family rebel. The great clan elder did not hesitate and coldly ordered, behead him. Understood. All of the soldiers shouted loudly. They stood up and walked towards Suyun. Great clan elder, don't. Please stop. Ching-Er anxiously cried out. But the great clan elder was directly disregarding her screams, and persisted as before. Suyun had cut his own son's arm off, and was still so rude. He was just an outer sect disciple, how could he be let go? Just as Suyun was surrounded, just as the imminent danger was approaching, a prominent cry suddenly shouted out. Hold your hand. I ask the great clan elder to hold your hand. The great clan elder looked up, to see a group of figures dressed in long gowns covering the horizon, with a seemingly white mist covering their bodies which were actually chi enveloping them, flying towards him. The head who was shouting loudly was a bald and frail old man. Seeing his anxious face, he seemed like he couldn't wait to rush forward. Pill King? The great clan elder was astonished. Members of Blossom Heart Valley? Suyun secretly gazed upwards, with the huge rock in his heart being released, like a burden being lifted from himself. Just in the nick of time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. You also came. Hold up. The great clan elder shouted deeply. The people from Blossom Heart Valley suddenly came to pay a visit, in a group, and what was more was that it was actually the famous Pill King Zhang Yimoushi from Blossom Heart Valley, who dared to cause trouble. Pill King Zhang Yimoushi and Ghost Hand Dr. Gui Moju brought a group of elite disciples from Blossom Heart Valley and flew over, landing in the midst of the Su family. The guards from the Su family all retreated a step. The Blossom Heart Valley had a total of around 30 people, and all of the disciples were experts that had the cultivation of at least spirit intermediate disciple realm and above. Full of active profound spirit chi and charm, all were highly skilled doctors and practitioners. I am not sure why Pill King's honorable self is here, and is looking for what matter. The great clan elder opened his mouth and asked, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. Then, Zhang Yimoushi did not return any words. With his dignified face he walked at a quick pace to Su Yun, extended his hand out to his stomach and pressed lightly. In no time, Su Yun's eyes closed, and his entire body fell to the ground. Everyone was startled. Sheng'er's eyes were red. She quickly walked to the front, and asked, Senior Pill King, what did you do to my young master? No need to worry. The frail and bald old Pill King Zhang Yimoushi waved his hands, and casually turned Su Yun over, carefully inspecting and pressing onto the acupuncture points on his stomach. Following that, he pulled out some pills, applied it on the body. Senior Pill King, what are you doing? The great clan elder could not hold it any longer. He was anxious to kill Su Yun, to resolve the hatred in his heart. But why did the Pill King rush here? But the Pill King simply said 2 words, treat illness. Treat illness? Yes, treat illness. Pill King stretched out his hand, pressed onto Su Yun's stomach, on one side pressing the air out, on the other side explaining. I have an intimate relationship with Su Yun's father. After my old friend passed on, he left this kid alone. I could not bear it, and before this, Su Yun and I accidentally met along the Broken City, and he told me of his talent that was disappearing. After analyzing it, I found out his body suffered from a strange illness, and I succeeded in removing the illness. But my methods had a flaw that would cause him to periodically be deranged, and go around recklessly chopping people. Recklessly chopping people? The great clan elder had his heart suddenly tighten, suspecting that something was amiss. Don't tell me Master Su Donghao's arm was all because of young master's illness relapsing? Su Qing'er added on. Pill King heard and looked shocked. He asked, oh? There is an accident? The great clan elder looked dull as if he had guessed something, but he opened his mouth to tell Su Yun's and Su Donghao's incident. The Pill King heard and shook his head continuously. The great clan elder brought so many people here. I'm afraid it's because of this, yeah? Actually, Su Yun is not to blame, it's all because of his illness, which is uncontrollable. So, Su Yun is not guilty. Please forgive him on my behalf and let him go. How? Great clan elder moaned incessantly. My son's arms had been chopped off. Although it could be attached back, but am I to take the pain that he had gone through like it never happened before? You have the identity of a great clan elder. How can you be calculative with an outer sect disciple whose cultivation level is so low? The Pill King was hot-tempered. He said, this man is someone I know. I will not let anything happen to him. I'll report this to the Patriarch later. The Patriarch will decide the consequences of his sin. The great clan elder huffed and puffed and stared at the Pill King, then said coldly, since this man has got an illness and will chop people crazily when he relapses, then he is a dangerous man. I can let go of this incident that he hurt Su Donghao, but he is a threat to the Su family. I need to lock him up. Capture him and look after him strictly. If he is captured by the great clan elder, could he still get out alive? Pill King shook his head continuously. No. I am here today because I have found the cure for this illness. Don't worry, Su Yun will not chop people aimlessly and savagely again. I will be able to cure him today. The great clan elder's face turned darker as his waist-long white beard shook. He felt that the Pill King was playing with him. He could do nothing about what this man had said. He made use of illness and had all the authority. After a while, there was nothing he could do. The great clan elder flung his sleeve and turned. He said sarcastically, "Since Pill King has arrived, I will welcome the patriarch. I won't keep you company. Shay." With that, he left. "Your humble servants will personally pay respects to Gue Elder. There's no need to inform him.